Looming over them all was the jagged peak called the Giant's Lance, a mountain that even mountains looked up to, its head lost in icy mists 3.5 miles above the valley floor. Over its massive western shoulder flowed the ghost torrent of Alyssa's tears. Even from this distance, Caitlin could make out the shining silver thread, bright against the dark stone. When her uncle saw that she had stopped, he moved his horse closer and pointed. "It's there, beside Alyssa's tears. All you can see from here is a flash of white every now and then, if you look hard and the sun hits the walls just right." 7 towers, Ned had told her, like white daggers thrust into the belly of the sky, so high you can stand on the parapets and look down on the clouds. "How long a ride?" she asked. "We can be at the mountain by evenfall," Uncle Brynden said, "but the climb will take another day." Sir Roderick Castle spoke up from behind. "My lady," he said, "I fear I can go no farther today." His face sagged beneath his ragged, new-grown whiskers, and he looked so weary Caitlin feared he might fall off his horse. "Nor should you," she said. "You have done all I could have asked of you, and 100 times more. My uncle will see me the rest of the way to the Eyrie. Lannister must come with me, but there is no reason that you and the others should not rest here on the recovery of strength." "We should be honored to have them to guest," Sir Donald said with the grave courtesy of the young. Besides Sir Roderick, only Bronn, Sir Willis Wode, and Marillion the singer remained of the party that had ridden with her from the inn by the crossroads. "My lady," Marillion said, riding forward, "I beg you allow me to accompany you to the Eyrie, to see the end of the tale as I saw its beginnings." The boy sounded haggard, yet strangely determined. He had a fevered shine to his eyes. Caitlin had never asked the singer to ride with them. That choice he had made himself, and how he had come to survive the journey when so many braver men lay dead and unburied behind him, she could never say. Yet here he was, with a scruff of beard that made him look almost a man. Perhaps she owed him something for having come this far. "Very well," she told him. "I'll come as well," Bronn announced. She liked that less well. Without Bronn she would never have reached the Vale, she knew. The sellsword was as fierce a fighter as she had ever seen, and his sword had helped cut them through to safety. Yet for all that Caitlin misliked the man. Courage he had, and strength, but there was no kindness in him, and little loyalty. And she had seen him riding beside Lannister far too often, talking in low voices and laughing at some private joke. She would have preferred to separate him from the dwarf here and now, but having agreed that Marillion might continue to the Eyrie, she could see no gracious way to deny that same right to Bronn. "As you wish," she said, although she noted that he had not actually asked her permission. Sir Willis Wode remained with Sir Roderick, a soft-spoken septon fussing over their wounds. Their horses were left behind as well, poor wrecked things. Sir Donald promised to send birds ahead to the Eyrie and the Gates of the Moon with the word of their coming. Fresh mounts were brought forth from the stables, sure-footed mountain stock with shaggy coats, and within the hour they set forth once again. Caitlin rode beside her uncle as they began the descent to the valley floor. Behind came Bronn, Tyrion Lannister, Marillion, and 6 of Bryndon's men. Not until they were a third of the way down the mountain path, well out of earshot of the others, did Bryndon Tully turn to her and say, "So, child, tell me about this storm of yours." "I have not been a child in many years, uncle," Caitlin said, but she told him none the less. It took longer than she would have believed to tell it all, Lysa's letter and Bran's fall, the assassin's dagger and Littlefinger, and her chance meeting with Tyrion Lannister in the Crossroads Inn. Her uncle listened silently, heavy brows shadowing his eyes as his frown grew deeper. Bryndon Tully had always known how to listen, to anyone but her father. He was Lord Hoster's brother, younger by 5 years, but the two of them had been at war as far back as Caitlin could remember. During one of their louder quarrels, when Caitlin was 8, Lord Hoster had called Bryndon the black goat of the Tully flock. Laughing, Bryndon had pointed out that the sigil of their house was a leaping trout, so he ought to be a black fish rather than a black goat, and from that day forward he had taken it as his personal emblem. The war had not ended until the day she and Lysa had been wed. It was at their wedding feast that Bryndon told his brother he was leaving Riverrun to serve Lysa and her new husband, the Lord of the Eyrie. Lord Hoster had not spoken his brother's name since, from what Edmure told her in his infrequent letters. None the less, During all those years of Caitlin's girlhood, it had been Brynden the Blackfish to whom Lord Hoster's children had run with their tears and their tales, when father was too busy and mother too ill. Caitlin, Lisa, Edmure, and yes, even Petyr Baelish, their father's ward. He had listened to them all patiently, as he listened now, laughing at their triumphs and sympathizing with their childish misfortunes. When she was done, her uncle remained silent for a long time as his horse negotiated the steep, rocky trail. "Your father must be told," he said at last. "If the Lannisters should march, Winterfell is remote and the Vale walled up behind its mountains, but Riverrun lies right in their path." "I'd had the same fear," Caitlin admitted. "I shall ask Master Coleman to send a bird when we reach the Eyrie." She had other messages to send as well, the commands that Ned had given her for his bannermen to ready the defences of the north. "What is the mood in the Vale?" she asked. "Angry," Brynden Tully admitted. "Lord John was much loved, and the insult was keenly felt when the king named Jaime Lannister to an office that Aerys had held for near 300 years. Lisa has commanded us to call her son the true Warden of the East, but no one is fooled. Nor is your sister alone in wondering at the manner of the Hand's death. None dare say John was murdered, not openly, but suspicion casts a long shadow." He gave Caitlin a look, his mouth tight. "And there is the boy." "The boy? What of him?" She ducked her head as they passed on a low overhang of rock and around a sharp turn. Her uncle's voice was troubled. "Lord Robert," he sighed. 6 years old, sickly, and prone to weep if you take his dolls away. John Arryn's true-born heir by all the gods, yet there are some who say he's too weak to sit his father's seat. Nestor Royce has been high steward these past 14 years, while Lord John served in King's Landing, and many whisper that he should rule until the boy comes of age. Others believe that Lisa must marry again, and soon. Already the suitors gather like crows on a battlefield. The Eyrie is full of them." "I might have expected that," Caitlin said. "Small wonder there. Lisa was still young, and the Kingdom of Mountain and Vale made a handsome wedding gift." "Will Lisa take another husband?" "She says yes, provided she finds a man who suits her," Brynden Tully said. "But she has already rejected Lord Nestor and a dozen other suitable men. She swears that this time she will choose her lord husband." "You of all people can scarce fault her for that." Sir Brynden snorted. "Nor do I, but it seems to me Lisa is only playing at courtship. She enjoys the sport, but I believe your sister intends to rule herself until her boy is old enough to be lord of the Eyrie in truth as well as name." "A woman can rule as wisely as a man," Caitlin said. "The right woman can," her uncle said with a sideways glance. "Make no mistake, Cat, Lisa is not you." He hesitated a moment. "If truth be told, I fear you may not find your sister as helpful as you would like." She was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "The Lisa who came back from King's Landing is not the same girl who went south when her husband was named Hand. Those years were hard for her, you must know. Lord Arryn was a dutiful husband, but their marriage was made from politics, not passion." "As was my own." "They began the same, but your ending has been happier than your sister's. 2 babes stillborn, twice as many miscarriages, Lord Arryn's death. Caitlin, the gods gave Lisa only the one child, and he's all your sister lives for now, poor boy. Small wonder she fled rather than see him handed over to the Lannisters. Your sister is afraid, child, and the Lannisters are what she fears most. She ran to the Vale, stealing away from the Red Keep like a thief in the night, and all to snatch her son out of the lion's mouth. And now you have brought the lion to her door." "In chains," Caitlin said. A crevasse yawned on her right, falling away into darkness. She reined up her horse and picked her way along step by careful step. "Oh?" Her uncle glanced back to where Tyrion Lannister was making his slow descent behind them. "I see an axe on his saddle, a dirk at his belt, and a sellsword that trails after him like a hungry shadow. Where are the chains, sweet one?" Caitlin shifted uneasily in her seat. "The dwarf is here, and not by choice. Chains or no, he's my prisoner. Lisa will want him to answer for his crimes no less than I. It was her own lord husband the Lannisters murdered, and her own letter that first warned us against him." Brynden Blackfish gave her a weary smile. "I hope you are right, child," he sighed, in tones that said she was wrong. The sun was well to the west by the time the slope began to flatten beneath the hoofs of their horses. The road widened and grew straight, and for the first time Caitlin noticed wildflowers and grasses growing. Once they reached the valley floor, the going was faster and they made good time, cantering through verdant greenwoods and sleepy little hamlets, past orchards and golden wheat fields, splashing across a dozen sunlit streams. Her uncle sent a standard bearer ahead of them, a double banner flying from his staff. The moon and falcon of House Erin on high, and below it his own black fish. Farm wagons and merchants' carts and riders from lesser houses moved aside to let them pass. Even so, it was full dark before they reached the stout castle that stood at the foot of the giant's lands. Torches flickered atop its ramparts, and the horned moon danced upon the dark waters of its moat. The drawbridge was up and the portcullis down, but Caitlin saw lights burning in the gatehouse and spilling from the windows of the square towers beyond. "The gates of the moon," her uncle said as the party drew rein. His standard bearer rode to the edge of the moat to hail the man in the gatehouse. "Lord Nestor's seat. He should be expecting us. Look up." Caitlin raised her eyes, up and up and up. At first all she saw was stone and trees, the looming mass of the great mountain shrouded in night, as black as a starless sky. Then she noticed the glow of distant fires well above them, a tower keep built upon the steep side of the mountain, its lights like orange eyes staring down from above. Above that was another, higher and more distant, and still higher a third, no more than a flickering spark in the sky. And finally, up where the falcon soared, a flash of white in the moonlight. Vertigo washed over her as she stared upward at the pale towers, so far above. "The Eyrie," she heard Marillion murmur, awed. The sharp voice of Tyrion Lannister broke in. "The Arryns must not be over fond of company. If you're planning to make us climb that mountain in the dark, I'd rather you kill me here." "We'll spend the night here and make the ascent on the morrow," Brynden told him. "I can scarcely wait," the dwarf replied. "How do we get up there? I've no experience at riding goats." "Mules," Brynden said, smiling. "There are steps carved into the mountain," Caitlin said. Ned had told her about them when he talked of his youth here with Robert Baratheon and Jon Arryn. Her uncle nodded. "It is too dark to see them, but the steps are there. Too steep and narrow for horses, but mules can manage them most of the way. The path is guarded by 3 way-castles, stone and snow and sky. The mules will take us as far up as sky." Tyrion Lannister glanced up doubtfully. "And beyond that?" Brynden smiled. "Beyond that, the path is too steep even for mules. We ascend on foot the rest of the way. Or perchance you'd prefer to ride a basket. The Eyrie clings to the mountain directly above sky, and its cellars are 6 great winches with long iron chains to draw supplies up from below. If you prefer, my lord of Lannister, I can arrange for you to ride up with the bread and beer and apples." The dwarf gave a bark of laughter. "Would that I were a pumpkin," he said. "Alas, my lord father would no doubt be most chagrined if his son of Lannister went to his fate like a load of turnips. If you ascend on foot, I fear I must do the same. We Lannisters do have a certain pride." "Pride!" Caitlin snapped. His mocking tone and easy manner made her angry. "Arrogance, some might call it. Arrogance and avarice and lust for power." "My brother is undoubtedly arrogant," Tyrion Lannister replied. "My father is the soul of avarice, and my sweet sister Cersei lusts for power with every waking breath. I, however, am innocent as a little lamb. Shall I bleat for you?" He grinned. The drawbridge came creaking down before she could reply, and they heard the sound of oiled chains as the portcullis was drawn up. Men-at-arms carried burning brands out to light their way, and her uncle led them across the moat. Lord Nestor Royce, High Steward of the Vale and Keeper of the Gates of the Moon, was waiting in the yard to greet them, surrounded by his knights. "Lady Stark," he said, bowing. He was a massive, barrel-chested man, and his bow was clumsy. Caitlin dismounted to stand before him. "Lord Nestor," she said. She knew the man only by reputation. Bronze John's cousin, from a lesser branch of House Royce, yet still a formidable lord in his own right. "We have had a long and tiring journey. I would beg the hospitality of your roof tonight, if I might." "My roof is yours, my lady," Lord Nestor returned gruffly, But your sister, the Lady Lisa, sent down word from the Eyrie. She wishes to see you at once. The rest of your party will be housed here and sent up at first light." Her uncle swung off his horse. "What madness is this?" he said bluntly. Brynden Tully had never been a man to blunt the edge of his words. "A night ascent, with the moon not even full? Even Lisa should know that that's an invitation to a broken neck."
"The mules know the way, Sir Brynden."
A weary girl of 17 or 18 years stepped up beside Lord Nestor. Her dark hair was cropped short and straight around her head, and she wore riding leathers and a light shirt of silvered ringmail. She bowed to Caitlin more gracefully than her lord.
"I promise you, my lady, no harm will come to you. It would be my honor to take you up.
I've made the dark climb 100 times. Michelle says my father must have been a goat." She sounded so cocky that Caitlin had to smile. "Do you have a name, child?"
"Mia Stone, if it please you, my lady," the girl said.
It did not please her. It was an effort for Caitlin to keep the smile on her face. Stone was a bastard's name in the Vale, as snow was in the north, and flowers in Highgarden. In each of the 7 kingdoms, custom had fashioned a surname for children born with no names of their own. Caitlin had nothing against this girl, but suddenly she could not help but think of Ned's bastard on the wall, and the thought made her angry and guilty both at once. She struggled to find words for a reply. Lord Nestor filled the silence. "Mia's a clever girl, and if she vows she will bring you safely to the Lady Lisa, I believe her. She has not failed me yet."
"Then I put myself in your hands, Mia Stone," Caitlin said.
"Lord Nestor, I charge you to keep a close guard on my prisoner." "And I charge you to bring the prisoner a cup of wine and a nicely crisped capon before he dies of hunger," Lannister said. "A girl would be pleasant as well, but I suppose that's too much to ask of you." The sellsword Bronn laughed aloud. Lord Nestor ignored the banter. "As you say, my lady, so it will be done." Only then did he look at the dwarf. "See our Lord of Lannister to a tower cell, and bring him meat and mead." Caitlin took her leave of her uncle and the others as Tyrion Lannister was led off, then followed the bastard girl through the castle. 2 mules were waiting in the upper bailey, saddled and ready. Mia helped her mount one, while a guardsman in a sky-blue cloak opened the narrow postern gate. Beyond was dense forest of pine and spruce, and the mountain like a black wall, but the steps were there, chiseled deep into the rock, ascending into the sky.
"Some people find it easier if they close their eyes," Mia said as she led the mules through the gate into the dark wood. "When they get frightened or dizzy, sometimes they hold on to the mule too tight. They don't like that." "I was born a Tully and wed to a Stark," Caitlin said. "I do not frighten easily. Do you plan to light a torch?" The steps were black as pitch. The girl made a face. "Torches just blind you. On a clear night like this, the moon and the stars are enough. Michael says I have the eyes of the owl."
She mounted and urged her mule up to first step. Caitlin's animal followed of its own accord.
"You mentioned Michael before," Caitlin said.
The mule set the pace, slow but steady. She was perfectly content with that.
"Michael's my love," Mia explained. "Michael Redford. He's squire to Sir Lyn Corbray. We're to wed as soon as he becomes a knight, next year or the year after."
She sounded so like Sansa, so happy and innocent with her dreams. Caitlin smiled, but the smile was tinged with sadness. The Redfords were an old name in the Vale, she knew, with the blood of the first man in their veins. His love she might be, but no Redford would ever wed a bastard. His family would arrange a more suitable match for him, to a Corbray or a Waynwood or a Royce, or perhaps a daughter of some greater house outside the Vale. If Michael Redford laid with this girl at all, it would be on the wrong side of the sheet. The ascent was easier than Caitlin had dared hope. The trees pressed close, leaning over the path to make a rustling green roof that shut out even the moon, so it seemed as though they were moving up a long black tunnel. But the mules were sure-footed and tireless, and Mia Stone did indeed seem blessed with night eyes. They plodded upward, winding their way back and forth across the face of the mountain as the steps twisted and turned. A thick layer of fallen needles carpeted the path, so the shoes of their mules made only the softest sound on the rock. The quiet soothed her, and the gentle walking motion set Caitlin to swaying in her saddle. Before long she was fighting sleep. Perhaps she did doze for a moment, for suddenly a massive iron-bound gate was looming before them.
"Stone,"
Mia announced cheerily, dismounting. Iron spikes were set along the tops of formidable stone walls, and 2 fat round towers overtopped the keep. The gate swung open at Mia's shout. Inside, the portly knight who commanded the Way Castle greeted Mia by name, and offered them skewers of charred meat and onions still hot from the spit. Caitlin had not realized how hungry she was. She ate standing in the yard as stable hands moved their saddles to fresh mules. The hot juices ran down her chin and dripped onto her cloak, but she was too famished to care. Then it was up onto a new mule and out again into the starlight. The second part of the ascent seemed more treacherous to Caitlin. The trail was steeper, the steps more worn, and here and there littered with pebbles and broken stone. Mia had to dismount 6 times to move fallen rocks from their path.
"You don't want your mule to break a leg up here," she said.
Caitlin was forced to agree. She could feel the altitude more now. The trees were sparser up here, and the wind blew more vigorously, sharp gusts that tugged at her clothing and pushed her hair into her eyes. From time to time the steps doubled back on themselves, and she could see stone below them, and the gaze of the moon farther down, its torches no brighter than candles. Snow was smaller than stone, a single fortified tower and a timber keep and stable hidden behind a low wall of unmortared rock. Yet it nestled against the giant's lance in such a way as to command the entire stone stair above the lower Way Castle. An enemy intent on the Eyrie would have to fight his way from stone step by step, while rocks and arrows rained down from snow above. The commander, an anxious young knight with a pock-marked face, offered bread and cheese and the chance to warm themselves before his fire, but Mia declined.
"We ought to keep going, my lady," she said, "if it please you."
Caitlin nodded. Again they were given fresh mules. Hers was White. Mia smiled when she saw him.
"Whitey's a good one, my lady. Sure of foot, even on ice, but you need to be careful. He'll kick if he doesn't like you."
The white mule seemed to like Caitlin. There was no kicking, thank the gods. There was no ice either, and she was grateful for that as well.
"My mother says that hundreds of years ago, this was where the snow began," Mia told her. "It was always white above here, and the ice never melted." She shrugged. "I can't remember ever seeing snow this far down the mountain, but maybe it was the way once, in the olden times." So young, Caitlin thought, trying to remember if she had ever been like that. The girl had lived half her life in summer, and that was all she knew. "Winter is coming, child," she wanted to tell her. The words were on her lips. She almost said them. Perhaps she was becoming as dark at last. Above snow, the wind was a living thing, howling around them like a wolf in the waste, then falling off to nothing as if to lure them into complacency. The stars seemed brighter up here, so close that she could almost touch them, and the horned moon was huge in the clear black sky. As they climbed, Caitlin found it was better to look up than down. The steps were cracked and broken from centuries of freeze and thaw and tread of countless mules, and even in the dark the heights put her heart in her throat. When they came to a high saddle between 2 spires of rock, Mia dismounted. "It's best to lead the mules over," she said. "The wind can be a little scary here, my lady."
Caitlin climbed stiffly from the shadows and looked at the path ahead. 20 feet long and close to 3 feet wide, but with a precipitous drop to either side. She could hear the wind shrieking. Mia stepped lightly out, her mule following as calmly as if they were crossing a bailey. It was her turn. Yet no sooner had she taken her first step than fear caught Caitlin in its jaws. She could feel the emptiness, the vast black gulfs of air that yawned around her. She stopped, trembling, afraid to move. The wind screamed at her and wrenched at her cloak, trying to pull her over the edge. Caitlin edged her foot backward, the most timid of steps, but the mule was behind her and she could not retreat. "I'm going to die here," she thought. She could feel cold sweat trickling down her back. "Lady Stark!" Mia called across the gulf. The girl sounded 1,000 leagues away.
"Are you well?"
Caitlin Tully Stark swallowed what remained of her pride. I cannot do this, child," she called out.
"Yes, you can,"
the bastard girl said.
"I know you can. Look how wide the path is."
"I don't want to look." The world seemed to be spinning around her, mountain and sky and mules, whirling like a child's top. Caitlin closed her eyes to steady her ragged breathing.
"I'll come back for you," Mia said. "Don't move, my lady."
Moving was about the last thing Caitlin was about to do. She listened to the skirling of the wind and the scuffing sound of leather on stone. Then Mia was there, taking her gently by the arm.
"Keep your eyes closed if you like. Let go of the rope now. Whitey will take care of himself." "Very good, my lady. I'll lead you over. It's easy. You'll see. Give me a step now. That's it. Move your foot. Just slide it forward. See? Now another. Easy. You could run across. Another one. Go on. Yes."
And so, foot by foot, step by step, the bastard girl led Caitlin across, blind and trembling, while the white mule followed placidly behind them. The way castle called Skye was no more than a high crescent-shaped wall of unmortared stone raised against the side of the mountain, but even the topless towers of Valyria could not have looked more beautiful to Caitlin Stark. Here at last the snow crown began. Skye's wetted stones were rimed with frost, and long spears of ice hung from the slopes above. Dawn was breaking in the east as Mia Stone hallooed for the guards, and the gates opened before them. Inside the walls there was only a series of ramps and a great tumble of boulders and stones of all sizes. No doubt it would be the easiest thing in the world to begin an avalanche from here. A mouth yawned in the rock face in front of them.
"The stables and barracks are in there," Mia said. "The last part is inside the mountain. It can be a little dark, but at least you're out of the wind. This is as far as the mules can go. Past here, well, it's a sort of chimney, more like a stone ladder than proper steps, but it's not too bad. Another hour and we'll be there."
Caitlin looked up. Directly overhead, pale in the dawn light, she could see the foundations of the eyrie. It could not be more than 600 feet above them. From below it looked like a small white honeycomb. She remembered what her uncle had said of baskets and winches. "The Lannisters may have their pride," she told Mia, "but the Tullys are born with better sense. I have ridden all day and the best part of a night. Tell them to lower a basket. I shall ride with the turnips." The sun was well above the mountains by the time Caitlin Stark finally reached the eyrie. A stocky, silver-haired man in a sky-blue cloak and hammered moon and falcon breastplate helped her from the basket. Sir Vardis Egan, captain of John Arryn's household guard. Beside him stood Master Coleman, thin and nervous, with too little hair and too much neck. "Lady Stark," Sir Vardis said, "the pleasure is as great as it is unanticipated." Master Coleman bobbed his head in agreement. "Indeed it is, my lady, indeed it is. I have sent word to your sister. She left orders to be awakened the instant you arrived." "I hope she had a good night's rest," Caitlin said with a certain bite in her tone that seemed to go unnoticed. The man escorted her from the winch room up a spiral stair. The eyrie was a small castle by the standards of the great houses. 7 slender white towers bunched as tightly as arrows in a quiver on a shoulder of the great mountain. It had no need of stables, nor smithies, nor kennels, but Ned said its granary was as large as Winterfell's, and its towers could house 500 men. Yet it seemed strangely deserted to Caitlin as she passed through it, its pale stone halls echoing and empty. Lisa was waiting alone in her sala, still clad in her bedrobes. Her long auburn hair tumbled unbound across bare white shoulders and down her back. A maid stood behind her, brushing out the night's tangles, but when Caitlin entered, her sister rose to her feet, smiling. "Cat," she said. "Oh, Cat, how good it is to see you, my sweet sister." She ran across the chamber and wrapped her sister in her arms. "How long it has been," Lisa murmured against her. "Oh, how very, very long." It had been 5 years, in truth, 5 cruel years for Lisa. They had taken their toll. Her sister was 2 years the younger, yet she looked older now. Shorter than Caitlin, Lisa had grown thick of body, pale and puffy of face. She had the blue eyes of the Tullys, but hers were pale and watery, never still. Her small mouth had turned petulant. As Caitlin held her, she remembered the slender, high-breasted girl who'd waited beside her that day in the sap at Riverrun. How lovely and full of hope she had been. All that remained of her sister's beauty was the great fall of thick auburn hair that cascaded to her waist. "You look well," Caitlin lied, "but tired." Her sister broke the embrace. "Tired, yes. Oh, yes." She seemed to notice the others then, her maid, Master Coleman, Sir Vardis. "Leave us," she told them. "I wish to speak to my sister alone." She held Caitlin's hand as they withdrew, and dropped it the instant the door closed. Caitlin saw her face change. It was as if the sun had gone behind a cloud. Have you taken leave of your senses?" Lisa snapped at her. "To bring him here without a word of permission, without so much as a warning, to drag us into your quarrels with the Lannisters." My quarrels? Caitlin could scarce believe what she was hearing. A great fire burned in her heart, but there was no trace of warmth in Lisa's voice. "They were your quarrels first, sister. It was you who sent me that cursed letter. You who wrote that the Lannisters had murdered your husband. To warn you so you could stay away from them. I never meant to fight them. God's cat, do you know what you've done?"
"Mother?"
a small voice said. Lisa whirled, her heavy robe swirling around her. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, stood in the doorway, clutching a red cloth doll and looking at them with large eyes. He was a painfully thin child, small for his age and sickly all his days, and from time to time he trembled. The shaking sickness, the master called it.
"I heard voices."
Small wonder, Caitlin thought. Lisa had almost been shouting. Still, her sister looked daggers at her. "This is your Aunt Caitlin, baby. My sister, Lady Stark. Do you remember?" The boy glanced at her blankly.
"I think so,"
he said, blinking, though he had been less than a year old the last time Caitlin had seen him. Lisa seated herself near the fire and said, "Come to mother, my sweet one." She straightened his bedclothes and fussed with his fine brown hair. "Isn't he beautiful? And strong, too. Don't you believe the things you hear? John knew. The seed is strong, he told me. His last words. He kept saying Robert's name, and he grabbed my arm so hard he left marks. Tell them the seed is strong. His seed. He wanted everyone to know what a good strong boy my baby was going to be." "Lisa," Caitlin said, "if you are right about the Lannisters, all the more reason we must act quickly. "Not in front of the baby," Lisa said. "He has a delicate temper, don't you, sweet one?" "The boy is Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale," Caitlin reminded her. "And these are no times for delicacy. Ned thinks it may come to war." "Quiet!" Lisa snapped at her. "You're scaring the boy." Little Robert took a quick peek over his shoulder at Caitlin and began to tremble. His doll fell to the rushes, and he pressed himself against his mother. "Don't be afraid, my sweet baby," Lisa whispered. "Mother's here. Nothing will hurt you." She opened her robe and drew out a pale, heavy breast tipped with red. The boy grabbed for it eagerly, buried his face against her chest, and began to suck. Lisa stroked his hair. Caitlin was at loss for words. John Arryn's son, she thought incredulously. She remembered her own baby, 3-year-old Rickon, half the age of this boy and 5 times as fierce. Small wonder the Lords of the Vale were restive. For the first time she understood why the king had tried to take the child away from its mother to foster with the Lannisters. "We're safe here," Lisa was saying. Whether to her or the boy, Caitlin was not sure. "Don't be a fool," Caitlin said, the anger rising in her. "No one is safe. If you think hiding here will make the Lannisters forget you, you're sadly mistaken." Lisa covered her boy's ear with her hand. "Even if they could bring an army through the mountains and past the bloody gate, the Eyrie is impregnable. You saw for yourself. No enemy could ever reach us up here." Caitlin wanted to slap her. Uncle Brynden had tried to warn her, she realized. "No castle is impregnable." "This one is," Lisa insisted. "Everyone says so. The only thing is, what am I to do with this imp you have brought me?"
"Is he a Batman?"
the Lord of the Eyrie asked, his mother's breast popping from his mouth, the nipple wet and red. "A very bad man," Lisa told him as she covered herself. "But mother won't let him harm my little baby."
"Make him fly,"
Robert said eagerly. Lisa stroked her son's hair. "Perhaps we will," she murmured. "Perhaps that is just what we will do." Chapter 35. Eddard. He found Littlefinger in the brothers' common room, chatting amiably with a tall, elegant woman who wore a feathered gown over skin as black as ink. By the hearth, Hewitt and the buxom wench were playing at forfeits. From the look of it, he'd lost his belt, his cloak, his mail shirt, and his right boot so far, while the girl had been forced to unbutton her shift to the waist. Jory Castle stood beside a rain-streaked window with a wry smile on his face, watching Hewitt turn over tiles and enjoying the view. Ned paused at the foot of the stair and pulled on his gloves. "It's time we took our leave. My business here is done." Hewitt lurched to his feet, hurriedly gathering up his things. "As you will, my lord," Jory said. "I'll help Will bring round the horses." He strode to the door. Littlefinger took his time saying his farewells. He kissed the black woman's hand, whispered some joke that made her laugh aloud, and sauntered over to Ned. "Your business," he said lightly, "or Robert's? They say the hand dreams the king's dreams, speaks with the king's voice, and rules with the king's sword. Does that also mean you fuck with the king's—" "Lord Baelish," Ned interrupted, "you presume too much. I'm not ungrateful for your help. It might have taken us years to find this brother without you. That does not mean I intend to endure your mockery, and I am no longer the king's hand."
"The dire wolf must be a prickly beast," said Littlefinger with a sharp twist of his mouth. A warm rain was pelting down from a starless black sky as they walked to the stables. Ned drew up the hood of his cloak. Jory brought out his horse. Young Will came right behind him, leading Littlefinger's mare with one hand, while the other fumbled with his belt and the lacings of his trousers. A barefoot whore leaned out of the stable door, giggling at him.
"Will we be going back to the castle now, my lord?" Jory asked.
Ned nodded and swung into the saddle. Littlefinger mounted up beside him. Jory and the others followed. "Chataya runs a choice establishment," Littlefinger said as they rode. "I've half a mind to buy it. Brothels are a much sounder investment than ships, I've found. Whores seldom sink, and when they are boarded by pirates, why, the pirates pay good coin like everyone else."
Lord Pettier chuckled at his own wit.
Ned let him prattle on.
After a time he quieted and they rode in silence. The streets of King's Landing were dark and deserted. The rain had driven everyone under their roofs. It beat down on Ned's head, warm as blood and relentless as old gills. Fat drops of water ran down his face. Robert will never keep to one bed. Lyanna had told them at Winterfell, on the night long ago when their father had promised her hand to the young Lord of Storm's End.
"I hear he has gotten a child on some girl in the Vale."
Ned had held the baby in his arms. He could scarcely deny her, nor would he lie to his sister, but he had assured her that what Robert did before the betrothal was of no matter, that he was a good man and true who would love her with all his heart. Lyanna had only smiled.
"Love is sweet, dearest Ned, but it cannot change a man's nature."
The girl had been so young, Ned had not dared to ask her age. No doubt she'd been a virgin. The better brothers could always find a virgin, if the purse was fat enough. She had light red hair and a powdering of freckles across the bridge of her nose, and when she slipped free abreast to give her nipple to the baby, he saw that her bosom was freckled as well.
"I named her Bara," she said as the child nursed. "She looks so like him, does she not, my lord? She has his nose and his hair."
"She does." Eddard Stark had touched the baby's fine dark hair. It flowed through his fingers like black silk. Robert's firstborn had had the same fine hair, he seemed to recall.
"Tell him that when you see him, my lord, as it please you. Tell him how beautiful she is."
"I will," Ned had promised her. That was his curse. Robert would swear undying love and forget them before he even fall, but Ned Stark kept his vows. He thought of the promises he'd made Lyanna as she lay dying, and the prince he'd paid to keep them.
"And tell him I've not been with no one else. I swear it, my lord, by the old gods and you. Chataya said I could have half a year for the baby, and for hoping he'd come back. So you'll tell him I'm waiting, won't you? I don't want no jewels or nothing, just him. He was always good to me, truly."
"Good to you," Ned thought hollowly. "I will tell him, child, and I promise you, Bara shall not go wanting." She had smiled then, a smile so tremulous and sweet that it cut the heart out of him. Riding through the rainy night, Ned saw Jon Snow's face in front of him, so like a younger version of his own. If the gods frowned so on bastards, he thought dully, why did they fill men with such lusts? "Lord Baelish, what do you know of Robert's bastards?"
"Well, he has more than you, for a start."
"How many?"
Littlefinger shrugged.
Rivulets of moisture twisted down the back of his cloak.
"Does it matter? If you bad enough woman, some will give you presents, and his grace has never been shy on that count. I know he's acknowledged that boy at Storm's End, the one he fathered the night Lord Stannis wed. He could hardly do otherwise. The mother was a Florent, niece to the Lady Celis, one of her bedmaids. Randy says that Robert carried the girl upstairs during the feast and broke in the wedding bed while Stannis and his bride were still dancing. Lord Stannis seemed to think that was a blot on the honor of his wife's house, so when the boy was born, he shipped him off to Renly." He gave Ned a sideways glance. "I've also heard whispers that Robert got a pair of twins on a serving wench at Castle Rock 3 years ago when he went west for Lord Tywin's tourney. Cersei had the babies killed and sold the mother to a passing slaver. Too much an affront to Lannister pride, that close to home." Ned Stark grimaced. Ugly tales like that were told of every great lord in the realm. He could believe it of Cersei Lannister readily enough, but would the king stand by and let it happen? The Robert he had known would not have, but the Robert he had known had never been so practiced at shutting his eyes to things he did not wish to see.
Why would Jon Arryn take a sudden interest in the king's base-born children?
The short man gave a sudden shrug. He was the king's hand. Doubtless Robert asked him to see what they were provided for. Ned was soaked through to the bone, and his soul had grown cold.
It had to be more than that, or why kill him?
Littlefinger shook the rain from his hair and laughed. "Now I see. Lord Arryn learned that his grace had filled the bellies of some horse and fishwives, and for that he had to be silenced. Small wonder. Allow a man like that to live, and next he's like to blurt out that the sun rises in the east." There was no answer Ned Stark could give to that but a frown. For the first time in years, he found himself remembering Rhaegar Targaryen. He wondered if Rhaegar had frequented brothels. Somehow he thought not. The rain was falling harder now, stinging the eyes and drumming against the ground. Rivers of black water were running down the hill when Jory called out, "My lord!" his voice hoarse with alarm, and in an instant the street was full of soldiers. Ned glimpsed ringmail over ladders, gauntlets and greaves, steel helms with golden lions on the crests. Their cloaks clung to their backs, sodden with rain. He had no time to count, but there were 10 at least, a line of them, on foot, blocking the street with long swords and iron-tipped spears. "Behind!" he heard Will cry, and when he turned his horse, there were more in back of them, cutting off their retreat. Jory's sword came singing from its scabbard. "Make way or die!" "The wolves are howling," their leader said. Ned could see rain running down his face. "Such a small pack, though." Littlefinger walked his horse forward, step by careful step. "What is the meaning of this? This is the hand of the king." He was the hand of the king. The mud muffled the hoofs of the blood-bay stallion. The line parted before him. On a golden breastplate, the Lion of Lannister roared its defiance. "Now, if truth be told, I'm not sure what he is." "Lannister, this is madness," Littlefinger said. "Let us pass. We're expected back at the castle. What do you think you're doing?"
"He knows what he's doing,"
Ned said calmly. Jaime Lannister smiled. "Quite true. I'm looking for my brother. You remember my brother, don't you, Lord Stark? He was with us at Winterfell. Fair-haired, mismatched eyes, sharp of tongue. A short man."
"I remember him well,"
Ned replied. "It would seem he has met some trouble on the road. My lord father is quite vexed. You would not perchance have any notion of who might have wished my brother ill, would you?"
"Your brother has been taken at my command to answer for his crimes,"
Ned Stark said. Littlefinger groaned in dismay. "My lords," Sir Jaime ripped his longsword from its sheath and urged his stallion forward. "Show me your steel, Lord Eddard. I'll butcher you like Aerys if I must, but I'd sooner you died with a blade in your hand." He gave Littlefinger a cool, contemptuous glance. "Lord Baelish, I'd leave here in some haste if I did not care to get bloodstains on my costly clothing." Littlefinger did not need to be urged. "I will bring the city watch," he promised Ned. The Lannister line parted to let him through, and closed behind him. Littlefinger put his heels to his mare and vanished around a corner. Ned's men had drawn their swords, but they were 3 against 20. Eyes watched from nearby windows and doors, but no one was about to intervene. His party was mounted, the Lannisters on foot save for Jaime himself. A charge might win them free, but it seemed to Eddard Stark that they had a surer, safer tactic.
"Kill me,"
he warned the Kingslayer.
"And Catelyn will most certainly slay Tyrion."
Jaime Lannister poked at Ned's chest with the gilded sword that had sipped the blood of the last of the Dragon Kings. "Would she?"
The noble Caitlin Tully of Riverrun murder a hostage? I think not. He sighed. But I'm not willing to chance my brother's life on a woman's honor. Jamie slid the golden sword into its sheath. So I suppose I'll let you run back to Robert to tell him how I frightened you. I wonder if he'll care. Jamie pushed his wet hair back with his fingers and wheeled his horse around. When he was beyond the line of swordsmen, he glanced back at his captain. Traeger, see that no harm comes to Lord Stark. As you say, my lord. Still, we wouldn't want him to leave here entirely unchastened, so... Through the night and the rain he glimpsed the white of Jamie's smile. Kill his men. No! Ned Stark screamed, clawing for his sword. Jamie was already cantering off down the street as he heard Will shout. Men closed from both sides. Ned rode one down, cutting at phantoms in red cloaks who gave way before him. Jory Castle put his heels into his mount and charged. A steel-shod hoof caught a Lannister guardsman in the face with a sickening crunch. A second man reeled away, and for an instant Jory was free. Will cursed as they pulled him off his dying horse, sword slashing in the rain. Ned galloped to him, bringing his longsword down on Traeger's helm. The jolt of impact made him grit his teeth. Traeger stumbled to his knees, his lion crest sheared in half, blood running down his face. Hewitt was hacking at the hands that had seized his bridle when the spear caught him in the belly. Suddenly, Jory was back among them, a red rain flying from his sword. "No!" Ned shouted. "Jory, away!" Ned's horse slipped under him and came crashing down in the mud. There was a moment of blinding pain and the taste of blood in his mouth. He saw them cut the legs from Jory's mount and drag him to the earth, swords rising and failing as they closed in around him. When Ned's horse lurched back to its feet, he tried to rise, only to fall again, choking on his scream. He could see the splintered bone poking through his calf. It was the last thing he saw for a time. The rain came down and down and down. When he opened his eyes again, Lord Eddard Stark was alone with his dead. His horse moved closer, caught the rank scent of blood, and galloped away. Ned began to drag himself through the mud, gritting his teeth at the agony in his leg. It seemed to take years. Faces watched from candle-lit windows, and people began to emerge from alleys and doors, but no one moved to help. Littlefinger and the city watch found him there in the street, cradling Jory Castle's body in his arms. Somewhere, the gold cloaks found a litter, but the trip back to the castle was a blur of agony, and Ned lost consciousness more than once. He remembered seeing the Red Keep looming ahead of him in the first grey light of dawn. The rain had darkened the pale pink stone of the massive walls to the color of blood. Then Grandmaster Purcell was looming over him, holding a cup, whispering, "Drink, my lord, here, the milk of the poppy, for your pain." He remembered swallowing, and Purcell was telling someone to heat the wine to boiling and fetch him clean silk, and that was the last he knew. Chapter 36. Daenerys. The horse gate of vast Dothrak was made of 2 gigantic bronze stallions, rearing, their hoofs meeting 100 feet above the roadway to form a pointed arch. Dany could not have said why the city needed a gate when it had no walls, and no buildings that she could see. Yet there it stood, immense and beautiful, the great horses framing the distant purple mountain beyond. The bronze stallions threw long shadows across the waving grasses as Khal Drogo led the Khalasar under their hoofs and down the God's Way, his blood riders beside him. Dany followed on her silver, escorted by Ser Jorah Mormont and her brother Viserys, mounted once more. After the day in the grass when she had left him to walk back to the Khalasar, the Dothraki had laughingly called him Khal Rhaimar, the Sorefoot King. Khal Drogo had offered him a place in a cart the next day, and Viserys had accepted. In his stubborn ignorance he had not even known he was being mocked. The carts were for eunuchs, cripples, women giving birth, the very young and the very old. That won him yet another name, Khal Rhaegar, the Cart King. Her brother had thought it was the Khal's way of apologizing for the wrong Dany had done him. She had begged Ser Jorah not to tell him the truth, lest he be shamed. The knight had replied that a king could well do with a bit of shame, yet he had done as she bid. It had taken much pleading and all the pillow tricks Dorea had taught her before Dany had been able to make Drogo relent and allow Viserys to rejoin them at the head of the column. "Where's the city?" she asked as they passed beneath the bronze arch. There was no buildings to be seen, no people, only the grass and the road, lined with ancient monuments from all the lands the Dothraki had sacked over the centuries. "Ahead," Ser Jorah answered. "Under the mountain." Beyond the Horse Gate, plundered gods and stolen heroes loomed to either side of them. The forgotten deities of dead cities brandished their broken thunderbolts at the sky as Dany rode her silver past their feet. Stone kings looked down on her from their thrones, their faces chipped and stained, even their names lost in the mists of time. Lithe young maidens danced on marble plinths, draped only in flowers, or poured air from shattered jars. Monsters stood in the grass beside the road, black iron dragons with jewels for eyes, roaring griffins, manticores with their barbed tails poised to strike, and other beasts she could not name. Some of the statues were so lovely they took her breath away, others so misshapen and terrible that Dany could scarcely bear to look at them. Those, Ser Jorah said, had likely come from the Shadowlands beyond Asshai. "So many," she said, as her silver stepped slowly onward, "and from so many lands." Viserys was less impressed. "The trash of dead cities," he sneered. He was careful to speak in the common tongue, which few Dothraki could understand, yet even so Dany found herself glancing back at the man of her cause to make certain he had not been overheard. He went on blithely. "All these savages know how to do is steal the things better men have built. And kill." He laughed. "They do know how to kill. Otherwise I'd have no use for them at all." "They are my people now," Dany said. "You should not call them savages, brother." "The dragon speaks as he likes," Viserys said, in the common tongue. He glanced over his shoulder at Aggo and Dracarro, riding behind him, and favored them with a mocking smile. "See, the savages lack the wit to understand the speech of civilized men." A moss-eaten stone monolith loomed over the road, 50 feet tall. Viserys gazed at it with boredom in his eyes. "How long must we linger amidst these ruins before Drogo gives me my army? I grow tired of waiting." "The princess must be presented to the Dosh Khaleen." "The crones, yes," her brother interrupted. "And there's to be some mummer's show of a prophecy for the whelp in her belly, you told me. What is that to me? I'm tired of eating horse meat, and I'm sick of the stink of these savages." He sniffed at the wide, floppy sleeve of his tunic, where it was his custom to keep his sachet. It could not have helped much. This tunic was filthy. All the silk and heavy wools that Viserys had worn out of Pentos were stained by hard travel and rotted from sweat. Ser Jorah Mormont said, "The Western Market will have food more to your taste, your grace. The traders from the free cities come there to sell their wares. The Khal will honor his promise in his own time." "He had better," Viserys said grimly. "I was promised a crown and I mean to have it. The dragon is not mocked." Spying on an obscene likeness of a woman with 6 breasts and a ferret's head, he rode off to inspect it more closely. Dany was relieved, yet no less anxious. "I pray that my sun and stars will not keep him waiting too long," she told Ser Jorah when her brother was out of earshot. The knight looked after Viserys doubtfully. "Your brother should have bided his time in Pentos. There is no place for him in a khalasar. Illyrio tried to warn him." "He will go as soon as he has his 10,000. My lord husband promised a golden crown." Ser Jorah grunted. "Yes, Khaleesi, but the Dothraki look on these things differently than we do in the West. I have told him as much as Illyrio told him, but your brother does not listen. The horse lords are no traders. Viserys thinks he sold you, and now he wants his price. Yet Khal Drogo would say he had you as a gift. He will give Viserys a gift in return, yes, in his own time. You do not demand a gift, not of a Khal. You do not demand anything of a Khal." "It is not right to make him wait." Dany did not know why she was defending her brother, yet she was. "Viserys says he could sweep the 7 kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers." Ser Jorah snorted. "Viserys could not sweep a stable with 10,000 brooms." Dany could not pretend to surprise at the disdain in his tone. What if it were not Viserys?" she asked. "If it were someone else who led them, someone stronger? Could the Dothraki truly conquer the 7 kingdoms?" Ser Jorah's face grew thoughtful as their horses trod together down the God's Way. "When I first went into exile, I looked at the Dothraki and saw half-naked barbarians, as wild as their horses. If you had asked me then, princess, I should have told you that 1,000 good knights would have no trouble putting to fight 100 times as many Dothraki.
What if I asked you now?
Now, the knight said, I am less certain. They are better riders than any knight, utterly fearless, and their bows outrange ours. In the 7 kingdoms most archers fight on foot, from behind a shield wall or a barricade of sharpened stakes. The Dothraki fire from horseback, charging or retreating, it makes no matter, they are full as deadly, and there are so many of them, my lady. Your lord husband alone counts 40,000 mounted warriors in his Khalasar.
Is that truly so many?
Your brother Rhaegar brought as many men to the Trident, Sir Jorah admitted, but of that number no more than 1/10 were knights. The rest were archers, free riders, and foot soldiers armed with spears and pikes. When Rhaegar fell, many threw down their weapons and fled the field. How long do you imagine such a rebel would stand against a charge of 40,000 screamers howling for blood? How well would boiled leather jerkins and mailed shirts protect him when the arrows fell like rain?
Not long, she said. Not well. He nodded.
Mind you, princess, if the lords of the 7 kingdoms have the wit the gods gave a goose, it will never come to that. The riders have no taste for siegecraft. I doubt they could take even the weakest castle in the 7 kingdoms, but if Robert Baratheon were fool enough to give them battle—
Is he? Dany asked. A fool, I mean.
Sir Jorah considered that for a moment. Robert should have been born Dothraki, he said at last. Your Khal would tell you that only a coward hides behind stone walls instead of facing his enemy with a blade in hand. The usurper would agree. He's a strong man, brave, and rash enough to meet a Dothraki horde in the open field. But the men around him, well, their pipers play a different tune. His brother Stannis, Lord Tywin Lannister, Eddard Stark. He spat.
You hate this Lord Stark, Dany said.
He took from me all I loved for the sake of a few lice-ridden poachers and his precious honor,
Sir Jorah said bitterly. From his tone, she could tell the loss still pained him. He changed the subject quickly.
There, he announced, pointing. Vaz Dothrak, the city of the horse lords.
Khal Drogo and his blood riders led them through the great bazaar of the western market, down the broad ways beyond. Dany followed close on her silver, staring at the strangeness about her. Vaz Dothrak was at once the largest city and the smallest that she had ever known. She thought it must be 10 times as large as Pentos, a vastness without walls or limits, its broad windswept streets paved in grass and mud, and carpeted with wild flowers. In the free cities of the west, towers and manses and hovels, and bridges and shops and halls all crowded in on one another, but Vaz Dothrak sprawled languorously, baking in the warm sun, ancient, arrogant, and empty. Even the buildings were so queer to her eyes. She saw carved stone pavilions, manses of woven grass as large as castles, rickety wooden towers, stepped pyramids faced with marble, log halls open to the sky. In place of walls, some palaces were surrounded by thorny hedges. None of them are alike, she said.
Your brother had part of the truth, Sir Jorah admitted. The Dothraki do not build. 1,000 years ago, to make a house, they would dig a hole in the earth and cover it with a woven grass roof. The buildings you see were made by slaves brought here from lands they've plundered, and they built each after the fashion of their own peoples.
Most of the halls, even the largest, seemed deserted. Where are the people who live here? Dany asked. The bazaar had been full of running children and men shouting, but elsewhere she had seen only a few eunuchs going about their business. Only the crowns of the Dosh Khaleen dwell permanently in the sacred city, them and their slaves and servants, Sir Jorah replied. Yet Vaz Dothrak is large enough to house every man of every Khalasar, should all the Khals return to the mother at once. The crones have prophesied that one day that will come to pass, and so Vaz Dothrak must be ready to embrace all its children. Khal Drogo finally called a halt near the eastern market, where the caravans from Yi Ti and Asshai and the Shadowlands came to trade, with the mother of mountains looming overhead. Dany smiled as she recalled Majesty Illyria's slave girl and heard talk of a palace with 200 rooms and doors of solid silver. The palace was a cavernous wooden feasting hall, its rough-hewn timbered walls rising 40 feet, its roof soon silk, a vast billowing tent that could be raised to keep out the rare rains, or lowered to admit the endless sky.
Around the hall were broad grassy horseyards, fenced with high hedges, fire pits, and hundreds of round earthen houses that bulged from the ground like miniature hills, covered with grass. A small army of slaves had gone ahead to prepare for Khal Drogo's arrival. As each rider swung down from his saddle, he unbelted his arak and handed it to a waiting slave, and any other weapons he carried as well. Even Khal Drogo himself was not exempt. Ser Jorah had explained that it was forbidden to carry a blade in Vast Dothrak, or to shed a free man's blood. Even warring Khalasars put aside their feuds and shared meat and mead together when they were in sight of the Mother of Mountains. In this place, the crones of the Dosh Khaleen had decreed, all the Thraki were one blood, one Khalasar, one herd. Kaholo came to Dany as Irri and Jiki were helping her down of her silver. He was the oldest of Drogo's 3 blood riders, a squat, bald man with a crooked nose and a mouth full of broken teeth, shattered by a mace 20 years before when he saved a young Kalaka from sellswords who hoped to sell him to his father's enemies. His life had been bound to Drogo's the day her lord husband was born. Every Khal had his blood riders. At first, Dany had thought of them as a kind of Dothraki Kingsguard, sworn to protect their lord, but it went further than that. Jiki had taught her that a blood rider was more than a guard. They were the Khal's brothers, his shadows, his fiercest friends. Blood of my blood, Drogo called them, and so it was. They shared a single life. The ancient traditions of the Horse Lords demanded that when the Khal died, his blood riders died with him, to ride at his side in the night lands. If the Khal died at the hands of some enemy, they lived only long enough to avenge him, and then followed him joyfully into the grave. In some Khalasars, Jiki said, the blood riders shared the Khal's wine, his tent, and even his wife's, though never his horses. A man's mount was his own. Daenerys was glad that Khal Drogo did not hold to those ancient ways. She should not have liked being shared. And while old Khal Hollow treated her kindly enough, the others frightened her. Haggo, huge and silent, often glowered as if he had forgotten who she was, and Kroto had cruel eyes and quick hands that liked to hurt. He left bruises on Doreah's soft white skin whenever he touched her, and sometimes made Irri sob in the night. Even his horses seemed to fear him. Yet they were bound to Drogo for life and death, so Daenerys had no choice but to accept them. And sometimes she found herself wishing her father had been protected by such men. In the songs, the White Knights of the King's Guard were ever noble, valiant, and true, and yet King Aerys had been murdered by one of them, the handsome boy they now called the Kingslayer, and the second, Sir Barristan the Bold, had gone over to the usurper. She wondered if all men were as false in the 7 kingdoms. When her son set the Iron Throne, she would see that he had blood riders of his own to protect him against treachery in his Kingsguard. "Khaleesi," Kaholo said to her in Dothraki, "Drogo, who is blood of my blood, commands me to tell you that you must ascend the Mother of Mountains this night, to sacrifice to the gods for his safe return." Only men were allowed to set foot on the Mother, Dany knew. The Khal's blood riders would go with him and return at dawn. "Tell my son and stars that I dream of him, and wait anxious for his return," she replied, thankful. Dany tired more easily as the child grew within her. In truth, a night of rest would be most welcome. Her pregnancy only seemed to have inflamed Drogo's desire for her, and of late his embraces left her exhausted. Doreah led her to the hollow hill that had been prepared for her and her Khal. It was cool and dim within, like a tent made of earth. "Jiki, a bath, please," she commanded, to wash the dust of travel from her skin and soak her weary bones. It was pleasant to know that they would linger here for a while, that she would not need to climb back on her silver on the morrow. The water was scalding hot as she liked it. "I will give my brother his gifts tonight," she decided as Jiki was washing her hair. "He should look a king in the sacred city. Doreah, run and find him and invite him to sup with me." Viserys was nicer to the Lysene girl than to her Dothraki handmaids, perhaps because Majesty Illyria had let him bed her back in Pentos. "Irri, go to the bazaar and buy fruit and meat, anything but horseflesh." "Horse is best," Irri said. "Horse makes a man strong." "Viserys hates horse meat." "As you say, Khaleesi." She brought back a haunch of goat and a basket of fruits and vegetables. Jiki roasted the meat with sweetgrass and firepots, basting it with honey as it cooked, and there were melons and pomegranates and plums and some queer Eastern fruit Danny did not know. While her handmaids prepared the meal, Danny laid out the clothing she had made to her brother's measure, a tunic and leggings of crisp white linen, leather sandals that laced up to the knee, a bronze medallion belt, a leather vest painted with fire-breathing dragons. The Dothraki would respect him more if he looked less a beggar, she hoped, and perhaps he would forgive her for shaming him that day in the grass. He was still her king, after all, and her brother. They were both blood of the dragon. She was arranging the last of his gifts, a sand-silk cloak, green as grass, with a pale grey border that would bring out the silver in his hair, when Viserys arrived, dragging Doreah by the arm. Her eye was red where he'd hit her. "How dare you send this whore to give me commands?" he said. He shoved the handmaid roughly to the carpet. The anger took Danny utterly by surprise. "I only wanted... Doreah, what did you say?" "Khaleesi, pardons, forgive me. I went to him as you bid, and told him you commanded him to join for supper." "No one commands the dragon," Viserys snarled. "I am your king. I should have sent you back her head." The Lysine girl quailed, but Danny calmed her with a touch. "Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you. Sweet brother, please, forgive her. The girl misspoke herself. I told her to ask you to sup with me, if it pleases your grace." She took him by the hand and drew him across the room. "Look, these are for you." Viserys frowned suspiciously. "What is all this?" "New raiment. I had made it for you." Danny smiled shyly. He looked at her and sneered. "Dothraki Rex, do you presume to dress me now?" "Please, you'll be cooler and more comfortable, and I thought, maybe if you dressed like them, the Dothraki." Danny did not know how to say it without waking his dragon. "Next you'll want to braid my hair." "I'd never—" Why was he always so cruel? She had only wanted to help. "You have no right to a braid. You have won no victories yet." It was the wrong thing to say. Fury shone from his lilac eyes, yet he dared not strike her, not with her handmaids watching, and the warriors of her cause outside. Viserys picked up the cloak and sniffed at it. "This stinks of manure. Perhaps I shall use it as a horse blanket." "I had Doreah sew it specially for you," she told him, wounded. "These are garments fit for a khal." "I am the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, not some grass-stained savage with bells in his hair." Viserys spat back at her. He grabbed her arm. "You forget yourself, slut. Do you think that big belly will protect you if you wake the dragon?" His fingers dug into her arm painfully, and for an instant Danny felt like a child again, quailing in the face of his rage. She reached out with her other hand and grabbed the first thing she touched, the belt she'd hoped to give him, a heavy chain of ornate bronze medallions. She swung it with all her strength. It caught him full in the face. Viserys let go of her. Blood ran down his cheek where the edge of one of the medallions had sliced it open. "You are the one who forgets himself," Danny said to him. "Didn't you learn anything that day in the grass? Leave me now, before I summon my cast to drag you out. And pray that Khal Drogo does not hear of this, or he will cut open your belly and feed you your own entrails." Viserys scrambled back to his feet. "When I come into my kingdom, you will rue this day, slut." He walked off, holding his torn face, leaving her gifts behind him. Drops of his blood had spattered the beautiful sand-silk cloak. Danny clutched the soft cloth to her cheek and sat cross-legged on her sleeping mats. "Your supper is ready, Khaleesi," Cheeky announced. "I'm not hungry," Danny said sadly. She was suddenly very tired. "Share the food among yourselves and send some to Ser Jorah if you would." After a moment she added, "Please, bring me one of the dragon's eggs." Irri fetched the egg with a deep green shell, bronze flecks shining amid its scales as she turned it in her small hands. Danny curled up on her side, pulling the sand-silk cloak across her and cradling the egg in the hollow between her swollen belly and small, tender breasts. She liked to hold them. They were so beautiful, and sometimes just being close to them made her feel stronger, braver, as if somehow she were drawing strength from the stone dragons locked inside. She was lying there, holding the egg, when she felt the child move within her, as if he were reaching out, brother to brother, blood to blood. "You are the dragon," Danny whispered to him. "The true dragon. I know it. I know it." And she smiled and went to sleep dreaming of home. Chapter 37. Bran. A light snow was falling. Bran could feel the flakes on his face, melting as they touched his skin like the gentlest of rains. He sat straight atop his horse, watching as the iron portcullis was winched upward. Try as he might to keep calm, his heart was fluttering in his chest. "Are you ready?" Robb asked. Bran nodded, trying not to let his fears show. He had not been outside Winterfell since his fall, but he was determined to ride out as proud as any knight. "Let's ride, then." Robb put his heels into his big grey and white gelding, and the horse walked under the portcullis. "Go," Bran whispered to his own horse. He touched her neck lightly, and the small chestnut filly started forward. Bran had named her Dancer. She was 2 years old, and Joseph said she was smarter than any horse had a right to be. They had trained her special, to respond to rein and voice and touch. Up to now, Bran had only ridden her around the yard. At first, Joseph or Hoda would lead her, while Bran sat strapped to her back in the oversized saddle the imp had drawn up for him, but for the past fortnight he had been riding her on his own, trotting her round and round, and growing bolder with every circuit. They passed beneath the gatehouse, over the drawbridge, through the outer walls. Summer and Grey Wind came loping beside them, sniffing at the wind. Close behind came Theon Greyjoy, with his long bow and a quiver of broadheads. He had a mind to take a deer, he had told them. He was followed by 4 guardsmen in mailed shirts and coifs, and Joseph, a stick-thin stableman whom Robb had named Master of Horse while Hullen was away. Master Lewin brought up the rear, riding on a donkey. Bran would have liked it better if he and Robb had gone off alone, just the 2 of them, but Hal Mollin would not hear of it, and Master Lewin backed him. If Bran fell off his horse or injured himself, the master was determined to be with him. Beyond the castle lay the market square, its wooden stalls deserted now. They rode down the muddy streets of the village, past rows of small neat houses of log and undressed stone. Less than 1 in 5 were occupied, thin tendrils of wood smoke curling up from their chimneys. The rest would fill up one by one as it grew colder. When the snow fell and the ice winds howled down out of the north, old Nan said, farmers left their frozen fields and distant holdfasts, loaded up their wagons, and then the winter town came alive. Bran had never seen it happen, but Master Lewin said the day was looming closer. The end of the long summer was near at hand. Winter is coming. A few villagers eyed the dire wolves anxiously as the riders went past, and one man dropped the wood he was carrying as he shrank away in fear, but most of the town folk had grown used to the sight. They bent the knee when they saw the boys, and Robb greeted each of them with a lordly nod. With his legs unable to grip, the swaying motion of the horse made Bran feel unsteady at first, but the huge saddle with its thick horn and high back cradled him comfortingly, and the straps around his chest and thighs would not allow him to fall. After a time, the rhythm began to feel almost natural. His anxiety faded, and a tremulous smile crept across his face. 2 serving wenches stood beneath the sign of the Smoking Lock, the local alehouse. When Theon Greyjoy called out to them, the younger girl turned red and covered her face. Theon spurred his mount to move up beside Robb. "Sweet Kira," he said with a laugh. "She squirms like a weasel in bed, but say a word to her on the street, and she blushes pink as a maid. Did I ever tell you about the night that she and Bessa—" "Not where my brother can hear, Theon," Robb warned him with a glance at Bran. Bran looked away and pretended not to have heard, but he could feel Greyjoy's eyes on him. No doubt he was smiling. He smiled a lot, as if the world were a secret joke that only he was clever enough to understand. Robb seemed to admire Theon and enjoy his company, but Bran had never warmed to his father's ward. Robb rode closer. "You're doing well, Bran." "I want to go faster," Bran replied. Robb smiled. "As you will." He sent his gelding into a trot. The wolves raced after him. Bran snapped the rein sharply, and Dancer picked up her pace. He heard a shout from Theon Greyjoy and the hoofbeats of the other horses behind him. Bran's cloak billowed out, rippling in the wind, and the snow seemed to rush at his face. Robb was well ahead, glancing back over his shoulder from time to make sure Bran and the others were following. He snapped the reins again. Smooth as silk, Dancer slid into a gallop. The distance closed. By the time he caught Robb on the edge of the Wolfswood, 2 miles beyond the winter town, they had left the others well behind. "I can ride!" Bran shouted, grinning. It felt almost as good as flying. "I'd race you, but I fear you'd win." Robb's tone was light and joking, yet Bran could tell that something was troubling his brother underneath the smile.
I don't want to race. Bran looked around for the dire wolves. Both had vanished into the wood. Did you hear Summer howling last night?
Greywind was restless too,
Robb said. His auburn hair had grown shaggy and unkempt, and a reddish stubble covered his jaw, making him look older than his 15 years.
Sometimes I think they know things, sense things.
Robb sighed.
I never know how much to tell you, Bran. I wish you were older.
I'm 8 now, Bran said. 8 isn't so much younger than 15, and I'm the heir to Winterfell after you.
So you are.
Robb sounded sad and even a little scared.
Bran, I need to tell you something. There was a bird last night, from King's Landing. Master Luwin woke me.
Bran felt a sudden dread. Dark wings, dark words, old Nan always said, and of late the messenger ravens had been proving the truth of the proverb. When Robb wrote to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the bird that came back brought word that Uncle Benjen was still missing. Then, a message had arrived from the Eyrie, from Mother, but that had not been good news either. She did not say when she meant to return, only that she had taken the imp as prisoner. Bran had sort of liked the little man, yet the name Lannister sent cold fingers creeping up his spine. There was something about the Lannisters, something he ought to remember, but when he tried to think what, he felt dizzy and his stomach clenched hard as a stone. Robb spent most of that day locked behind closed doors with Master Luwin, Theon Greyjoy, and Hallis Mullen. Afterward, riders were sent out on fast horses, carrying Robb's commands throughout the north. Bran heard talk of Moat Cailin, the ancient stronghold the first man had built atop of the Neck. No one ever told him what was happening, yet he knew it was not good. And now another raven, another message. Bran clung to hope. Was the bird from Mother? Is she coming home?
The message was from Aelin in the King's Landing. Jory Castle is dead, and Will and Heward as well, murdered by the Kingslayer.
Robb lifted his face to the snow, and the flakes melted on his cheeks.
May the gods give them rest.
Bran did not know what to say. He felt as if he'd been punched. Jory had been captain of the household guard at Winterfell since before Bran was born. They killed Jory? He remembered all the times Jory had chased him over the roofs. He could picture him striding across the yard in mail and plate, or sitting at his accustomed place on a bench in the great hall, joking as he ate. Why would anyone kill Jory? Robb shook his head numbly, the pain plain in his eyes.
I don't know, and... Bran, that's not the worst of it. Father was caught beneath a falling horse in the fight. Ellen says his leg was shattered and... Master Pycelle has given him the milk of the poppy, but they aren't sure when he... The sound of hoofbeats made him glance down the road, to where Theon and the others were coming up. When he will wake, Robb finished. He laid his hand on the pommel of his sword then, and went on in the solemn voice of Robb the Lord. Bran, I promise you, whatever might happen, I will not let this be forgotten. Something in his tone made Bran even more fearful. What will you do? He asked as Theon Greyjoy reined in beside him. Theon thinks I should call the banners, Robb said. Blood for blood. For once Greyjoy did not smile. His lean dark face had a hungry look to it, and black hair fell down across his eyes. Only the Lord can call the banners, Bran said as the snow drifted down around him. If your father dies, Theon said, Robb will be Lord of Winterfell. He won't die, Bran screamed at him. Robb took his hand. He won't die, not father, he said calmly. Still, the honour of the North is in my hands now. When our Lord Father took his leave of us, he told me to be strong for you and for Rickon. I'm almost a man grown, Bran. Bran shivered. I wish Mother was back, he said miserably. He looked around for Master Luwin. His donkey was visible in the far distance, trotting over a rise. Does Master Luwin say to call the banners too? The master is timid as an old woman, said Theon. Father always listened to his counsel, Bran reminded his brother. Mother too. I listened to him, Robb insisted. I listened to everyone. The joy Bran had felt at the ride was gone, melted away like the snowflakes on his face. Not so long ago, the thought of Robb calling the banners and riding off to war would have filled him with excitement, but now he felt only dread. Can we go back now? He asked. I'm cold. Robb glanced around. We need to fight the wolves. Can you stand to go a bit longer? I can go as long as you can. Master Lewin had warned him to keep the ride short, for fear of saddle sores, but Bran would not admit to weakness in front of his brother. He was sick of the way everyone was always fussing over him and asking how he was. "Let's hunt down the hunters, then," Robb said. Side by side they urged their mounts off the King's Road and struck out into the Wolfswood. Theon dropped back and followed well behind them, talking and joking with the guardsmen. It was nice under the trees. Bran kept Dancer to a walk, holding the reins lightly and looking all around him as they went. He knew this wood, but he had been so long confined to Winterfell that he felt as though he were seeing it for the first time. The smells filled his nostrils, the sharp fresh tang of pine needles, the earthy odour of wet rotting leaves, the hints of animal musk and distant cooking fires. He caught a glimpse of a black squirrel moving through the snow-covered branches of an oak, and paused to study the silvery web of an empress spider. Theon and the others fell farther and farther behind, until Bran could no longer hear their voices. From ahead came the faint sound of rushing waters. It grew louder until they reached the stream. Tears stung his eyes. "Bran," Robb asked, "what's wrong?" Bran shook his head. "I was just remembering," he said. "Jory brought us here once, to fish for trout. You and me and Jon. Do you remember?" "I remember," Robb said, his voice quiet and sad. "I didn't catch anything," Bran said, "but Jon gave me his fish on the way back to Winterfell. Will we ever see Jon again?" "We saw Uncle Benjen when the king came to visit," Robb pointed out. "Jon will visit too, you'll see." The stream was running high and fast. Robb dismounted and led his gelding across the ford. In the deepest part of the crossing the water came up to mid-thigh. He tied his horse to a tree on the far side and waded back across for Bran and Dancer. The current foamed around rock and root, and Bran could feel the spray on his face as Robb led him over. It made him smile. For a moment he felt strong again, and whole. He looked up at the trees and dreamed of climbing them, right up to the very top, with the whole forest spread out beneath him. They were on the far side when they heard the howl, a long rising wail that moved through the trees like a cold wind. Bran raised his head to listen. "Summer," he said. No sooner had he spoken than a second voice joined the first. "They've made a kill," Robb said as he remounted. "I'd best go and bring them back. Wait here. Theon and the others should be along shortly." "I want to go with you," Bran said. "I'll find them faster by myself." Robb spurred his gelding and vanished into the trees. Once he was gone, the woods seemed to close in around Bran. The snow was falling more heavily now. Where it touched the ground it melted, but all about him rock and root and branch wore a thin blanket of white. As he waited he was conscious of how uncomfortable he felt. He could not feel his legs, hanging useless in the stirrups, but the strap around his chest was tight and chafing, and the melting snow had soaked through his gloves to chill his hands. He wondered what was keeping Theon and Master Lewin and Jarlath and the rest. When he heard the rustle of leaves, Bran used the reins to make Dancer turn, expecting to see his friends, but the wrecked men who stepped out onto the bank of the stream were strangers. "Good day to you," he said nervously. One look and Bran knew they were neither foresters nor farmers. He was suddenly conscious of how richly he was dressed. His surcoat was new, dark grey wool with silver buttons, and a heavy silver pin fastened his fur-trimmed cloak at the shoulders. His boots and gloves were lined with fur as well. "All alone, are you?" said the biggest of them, a bald man with a raw wind-burnt face. "Lost in the wolf's wood, poor lad." "I'm not lost." Bran did not like the way the strangers were looking at him. He counted 4, but when he turned his head, he saw 2 others behind him. "My brother rode off just a moment ago, and my guard will be here shortly." "Your guard, is it?" a second man said. Grey stubble covered his gaunt face. "And what would they be guarding, my little lord? Is that a silver pin I see there on your cloak?" "Pretty," said a woman's voice. She scarcely looked like a woman, tall and lean, with the same hard face as the others, her hair hidden beneath a bowl-shaped half-helm. The spear she held was 8 feet of black oak, tipped in rusted steel. "Let's have a look," said the big, bald man. Bran watched him anxiously. The man's clothes were filthy, fallen almost to pieces, patched here with brown and here with blue, and there with a dark green, and faded everywhere to grey, but once that cloak might have been black. The grey stubbly man wore black rags too, he saw with a sudden start. Suddenly Bran remembered the oath-breaker his father had beheaded, the day they had found the wolf pups. That man had worn black as well, and father said he had been a deserter from the Night's Watch. No man is more dangerous, he remembered Lord Eddard saying. The deserter knows his life is forfeit if he is taken, so he will not flinch from any crime, no matter how vile or cruel. "The pin, lad," the big man said. He held out his hand. "We'll take the horse too," said another of them, a woman shorter than Rob, with a broad-fired face and lank yellow hair. "Get down and be quick about it." A knife slid from her sleeve into her hand, its edge jagged as a saw. "No," Bran blurted. "I can't." The big man grabbed his reins before Bran could think to wheel Dancer around and gallop off. "You can, lordling, and will, if you know what's good for you." "Stiff, look how he's strapped on." The tall woman pointed with her spear. "Might be it's the truth he's telling." "Straps, is it?" Stiff said. He drew a dagger from a sheath at his belt. "There's a way to deal with straps." "You some kind of cripple?" asked the short woman. Bran flared. "I'm Brandon Stark of Winterfell, and you better let go of my horse or I'll see you all dead." The gaunt man with the grey stubbled face laughed. "The boy's a Stark, true enough. Only a Stark would be fool enough to threaten where smarter men would beg." "Cut his little cock off and stuff it in his mouth," suggested the short woman. "That should shut him up." "You're as stupid as you're ugly, Hallie," said the tall woman. "The boy's worth nothing dead, but alive. Gods be damned, think what Mance would give to have Benjen Stark's own blood to hostage." "Mance be damned," the big man cursed. "You want to go back there, Osha? More fool you. Think the White Walkers will care if you have a hostage?" He turned back to Bran and slashed at a strap around his thigh. The leather parted with a sigh. The stroke had been quick and careless, biting deep. Looking down, Bran glimpsed pale flesh where the wool of his leggings had parted. Then the blood began to flow. He watched the red stain spread, feeling light-headed, curiously apart. There had been no pain, not even a hint of feeling. The big man grunted in surprise. "Put down your steel now, and I promise you shall have a quick and painless death," Robb called out. Bran looked up in desperate hope, and there he was. The strength of the words were undercut by the way his voice cracked with strain. He was mounted, the bloody carcass of an elk slung across the back of his horse, his sword in gloved hand. "The brother," said the man with the grey stubbly face. "He's a fierce one, is he?" mocked the short woman. Hallie, they called her. "You mean to fight us, boy?" "Don't be a fool, lad. You're 1 against 6. The tall woman, Osha, levelled her spear. "Off the horse and throw down the sword. We'll thank you kindly for the mount and for the venison, and you and your brother can be on your way." Robb whistled. They heard the faint sound of soft feet on wet leaves. The undergrowth parted, low-hanging branches giving up their accumulation of snow, and Greywind and Summer emerged from the green. Summer sniffed the air and growled. "Wolves!" gasped Hallie. "Dire wolves," Bran said. Still half-grown, they were as large as any wolf he had ever seen, but the differences were easy to spot if you knew what to look for. Master Luwin and Farlin the Kennel Master had taught him. A dire wolf had a bigger head and longer legs in proportion to its body, and its snout and jaw were markedly leaner and more pronounced. There was something gaunt and terrible about them as they stood there amid the gently falling snow. Fresh blood spotted Greywind's muzzle. "Dogs!" the big bald man said contemptuously. "Yet I'm told there's nothing like a wolfskin cloak to warm a man by night." He made a sharp gesture. "Take them!" Robb shouted, "Winterfell!" and kicked his horse. The gelding plunged down the bank as the ragged man closed. A man with an axe rushed in, shouting and heedless. Robb's sword caught him full in the face with a sickening crunch in the spray of bright blood. The man with the gaunt, stubbly face made a grab for the reins, and for half a second he had them. And then Greywind was on him, bearing him down. He fell back into the stream with a splash and a shout, flailing wildly with his knife as his head went under. The dire wolf plunged in after him, and the white water turned red where they had vanished. Robb and Osha matched blows in midstream. Her long spear was a steel-headed serpent, flashing out at his chest, once, twice, 3 times. But Robb parried every thrust with his long sword, turning the point aside. On the 4th or 5th thrust, the tall woman overextended herself and lost her balance, just for a second. Robb charged, riding her down. A few feet away, Summer darted in and snapped at Hallie. The knife bit at his flank. Summer slid away, snarling, and came rushing in again. This time his jaws closed around her calf. Holding the knife with both hands, the small woman stabbed down, but the dire wolf seemed to sense the blade coming. He pulled free for an instant, his mouth full of leather and cloth and bloody flesh. When Hallie stumbled and fell, he came at her again, slamming her backward, teeth tearing at her belly. The sixth man ran from the carnage, but not far. As he went scrambling up the far side of the bank, grey wind emerged from the stream, dripping wet. He shook the water off and bounded after the running man, hamstringing him with a single snap of his teeth, and going for the throat as the screaming man slid back down toward the water. And then there was no one left but the big man, Stiv. He slashed at Bran's chest strap, grabbed his arm, and yanked. Suddenly Bran was falling. He sprawled on the ground, his legs tangled under him, one foot in the stream. He could not feel the cold of the water, but he felt the steel when Stiv pressed his dagger to his throat. "Back away," the man warned, "or I'll open the boy's windpipe, I swear it." Robb reined his horse in, breathing hard. The fury went out of his eyes, and his sword arm dropped. In that moment Bran saw everything. Summer was savaging Hallie, pulling glistening blue snakes from her belly. Her eyes were wide and staring. Bran could not tell whether she was alive or dead. The grey stubbly man and the one with the axe lay unmoving, but Asha was on her knees, crawling toward her fallen spear. Grey wind padded toward her, dripping wet. "Call him off!" the big man shouted. "Call them both off or the cripple boy dies now!" "Greywind, Summer, to me!" Robb said. The dire wolves stopped, turned their heads. Greywind loped back to Robb. Summer stayed where he was, his eyes on Bran and the man beside him. He growled. His muzzle was wet and red, but his eyes burned. Asha used the butt end of her spear to lever herself back to her feet. Blood leaked from a wound on the upper arm where Robb had cut her. Bran could see sweat trickling down the big man's face. Stiv was as scared as he was, he realized. "Starks," the man muttered. "Bloody Starks." He raised his voice. "Asha, kill the wolves and get his sword." "Kill them yourself," she replied. "I'll not be getting near those monsters." For a moment Stiv was at a loss. His hand trembled. Bran felt a trickle of blood where the knife pressed against his neck. The stench of the man filled his nose. He smelled of fear. "You," he called out to Robb. "You have a name?" "I'm Robb Stark, the heir to Winterfell." "This is your brother?" "Yes." "You want him alive? You do what I say. Off the horse." Robb hesitated a moment. Then, slowly and deliberately, he dismounted and stood with his sword in hand. "Now, kill the wolves." Robb did not move. "You do it! The wolves or the boy?" "No!" Bran screamed. If Robb did as they asked, Stiv would kill them both anyway once the direwolves were dead. The bald man took hold of his hair with his free hand and twisted it cruelly, till Bran sobbed in pain. "You shut your mouth, cripple, you hear me?" He twisted harder. "You hear me?" A low thrum came from the woods behind them. Stiv gave a choked gasp as a half-foot of razor-tipped broadhead suddenly exploded out of his chest. The arrow was bright red, as if it had been painted in blood. The dagger fell away from Bran's throat. The big man swayed and collapsed, face down in the stream. The arrow broke beneath him. Bran watched his life go swirling off in the water. Asha glanced around as Father's guardsman appeared from beneath the trees, steel in hand. She threw down her spear. "Mercy, my lord!" she called to Robb. The guardsmen had a strange, pale look to their faces as they took in the scene of slaughter. They eyed the wolves uncertainly, and when Summer returned to Hallie's corpse to feed, Joseph dropped his knife and scrambled for the bush, heaving. Even Master Lewin seemed shocked as he stepped from behind a tree, but only for an instant. Then he shook his head and waded across the stream to Bran's side. "Are you hurt?" "He cut my leg," Bran said, "but I couldn't feel it." As the master knelt to examine the wound, Bran turned his head. Theon Greyjoy stood beside a sentinel tree, his bow in hand. He was smiling, ever smiling. 6 arrows were thrust into the soft ground at his feet, but it had taken only one. "A dead enemy is a thing of beauty," he announced. "Jon always said you were an ass, Greyjoy," Robb said loudly. I ought to chain you up in the yard and let Bran take a few practice shots at you. You should be thanking me for saving your brother's life. What if you had missed the shot? Robb said. What if you'd only wounded him? What if you had made his hand jump or hit Bran instead? For all you knew, the man might have been wearing a breastplate. All you could see was the back of his cloak. What would have happened to my brother then? Did you ever think of that, Greyjoy? Theon's smile was gone. He gave a sullen shrug and began to pull his arrows from the ground, one by one. Robb glared at his guardsmen. Where were you? He demanded of them. I was sure you were close behind us. The men traded unhappy glances. We were following, my lord, said Quent, the youngest of them, his beard a soft brown fuzz. Only first we waited for Master Luwin and his ass, begging your pardons, and then, well, as it were... He glanced over at Theon and quickly looked away, abashed. I spied a turkey, Theon said, annoyed by the question. How was I to know that you'd leave the boy alone? Robb turned his head to look at Theon once more. Bran had never seen him so angry, yet he said nothing. Finally he knelt beside Master Luwin. How badly is my brother wounded? No more than a scratch, the master said. He wet a cloth in the stream to clean the cut. 2 of them wear the black, he told Robb as he worked. Robb glanced over at where Stiff lay sprawled in a stream, his ragged black cloak moving fitfully as the rushing waters tugged at it. Deserters from the Night's Watch, he said grimly. They must have been fools to come so close to Winterfell. Folly and desperation are ofttimes hard to tell apart, said Master Luwin. Shall we bury them, my lord? Asked Quent. They would not have buried us, Robb said. Hack off their heads. We'll send them back to the wall. Leave the rest for the carrion crows. And this one? Quent jerked a thumb toward Osha. Robb walked over to her. She was a head taller than he was, but she dropped to her knees at his approach. Give me my life, my lord of Stark, and I'm yours. Mine? What would I do with an oath-breaker? I broke no oaths. Stiff and Wallen flew down off the wall, not me. The Black Crow's got no place for women. Theon Greyjoy sauntered closer. Give her to the wolves, he urged Robb. The woman's eyes went to what was left of Hallie, and just as quickly away. She shuddered. Even the guardsmen looked queasy. She's a woman, Robb said. A wildling, Bran told him. She said they should keep me alive so they could take me to Mance Rayder. Do you have a name? Robb asked her. Asha, as it pleased the lord, she muttered sourly. Master Luwin stood. We might do well question her. Bran could see the relief on his brother's face. As you say, master. Wayne, bind her hands. She'll come back to Winterfell with us, and live or die by the truths she gives us. Chapter 38. Tyrion. You won't eat? Mord asked, glowering. He had a plate of boiled beans in one thick, stub-fingered hand. Tyrion Lannister was starved, but he refused to let this brute see him cringe. A leg of lamb would be pleasant, he said, from the heap of soiled straw in the corner of his cell. Perhaps a dish of peas and onions, some fresh baked bread with butter, and a flagon of mulled wine to wash it down, or beer, if that's easier. I try not to be overly particular. There's beans, Mort said. Here. He held out the plate. Tyrion sighed. The turnkey was 20 stone of gross stupidity, with brown rotting teeth and small dark eyes. The left side of his face was slick with scar, where an axe had cut off his ear and part of his cheek. He was as predictable as he was ugly, but Tyrion was hungry. He reached up for the plate. Mord jerked it away, grinning. Is here, he said, holding out beyond Tyrion's reach. The dwarf climbed stiffly to his feet, every joint aching. Must we play the same fool's game with every meal? He made another grab for the beans. Mord shambled backward, grinning through his rotten teeth. Is here, dwarf man? He held the plate out at arm's length, over the edge where the cell ended and the sky began. You want not eat? Here, come take. Tyrion's arms were too short to reach the plate, and he was not about to step that close to the edge. All it would take would be a quick shove of Mord's heavy white belly, and he would end up a sickening red splotch on the stones of sky, like so many other prisoners of the Eyrie over the centuries. Come to think on it, I'm not hungry after all, he declared, retreating to the corner of his cell. Mort grunted and opened his thick fingers. The wind took the plate, flipping it over as it fell. A handful of beans sprayed back at them as the food tumbled out of sight. The turnkey laughed, his gut shaking like a bowl of pudding. Tyrion felt a pang of rage. "You fucking son of a pox-ridden ass," he spat. "I hope you die of a bloody flux." For that, Mort gave him a kick, driving a steel-toed boot hard into Tyrion's ribs on the way out. "I take it back," he gasped as he doubled over on the straw. "I'll kill you myself, I swear it." The heavy iron-bound door slammed shut. Tyrion heard the rattle of keys. For a small man, he had been cursed with a dangerously big mouth, he reflected as he crawled back to his corner of what the Arryns laughably called their dungeon. He huddled beneath the thin blanket that was his only bedding, staring out at a blaze of empty blue sky and distant mountains that seemed to go on forever, wishing he still had the shadow-skin cloak he'd won from Marillion at dice after the singer had stolen it off the body of that brigand chief. The skin had smelled of blood and mold, but it was warm and thick. Mort had taken it the moment he laid eyes on it. The wind tugged at his blanket with gusts sharp as talons. His cell was miserably small, even for a dwarf. Not 5 feet away, where a wall ought to have been, where a wall would be in proper dungeon, the floor ended and the sky began. He had plenty of fresh air and sunshine, and the moon and stars by night, but Tyrion would have traded it all in an instant for the dankest, gloomiest pit in the bowels of the Casterly Rock. "You fly," Mort had promised him when he'd shoved him into the cell. 20 days, 30, 50 maybe, then you fly." The Arryns kept the only dungeon in the realm where the prisoners were welcome to escape at will. That first day, after girding up his courage for hours, Tyrion had lain flat on his stomach and squirmed to the edge to poke out his head and look down. Sky was 600 feet below, with nothing between but empty air. If he craned his neck out as far as it could go, he could see other cells to his right and left and above him. He was a bee in a stone honeycomb, and someone had torn off his wings. It was cold in his cell, the wind screamed night and day, and worst of all, the floor sloped. Ever so slightly, yet it was enough. He was afraid to close his eyes, afraid that he might roll over in his sleep and wake in sudden terror as he went sliding off the edge. Small wonder the sky cells drove man mad. "God save me," some previous tenant had written on the wall in something that looked suspiciously like blood. "The blue is calling." At first Tyrion wondered who he'd been, and what had become of him. Later, he decided that he would rather not know. If only he had shut his mouth. The wretched boy had started it, looking down on him from a throne of carved weirwood beneath the moon and falcon banners of House Arryn. Tyrion Lannister had been looked down on all his life, but seldom by roomy-eyed 6-year-olds who needed to stuff fat cushions under their cheeks to lift him to the height of a man.
"Is he the Batman?"
the boy had asked, clutching his doll.
"He is,"
the Lady Lisa had said from the lesser throne beside him. She was all in blue, powdered and perfumed for the suitors who filled her court.
"He's so small,"
the Lord of the Eyrie said, giggling.
"This is Tyrion the Imp of House Lannister, who murdered your father."
She raised her voice so it carried down the length of high hall of the Eyrie, ringing off the milk-white walls and the slender pillars, so every man could hear it.
"He slew the Hand of the King."
"Oh, did I kill him too?" Tyrion had said, like a fool. That would have been a very good time to have kept his mouth closed and his head bowed. He could see that now. 7 hells, he had seen it then. The high hall of the Arryns was long and austere, with a forbidding coldness to its walls of blue-veined white marble, but the faces around him had been colder by far. The power of Casterly Rock was far away, and there were no friends of the Lannisters in the Vale of Arryn. Submission and silence would have been his best defences. But Tyrion's mood had been too foul for sense. To his shame, he had faltered during the last leg of their day-long climb up to the Eyrie, his stunted legs unable to take him any higher. Bronn had carried him the rest of the way, and the humiliation poured oil on the flames of his anger. "It would seem I've been a busy little fellow," he said with bitter sarcasm. "I wonder when I found the time to do all this slaying and murdering." He ought to have remembered who he was dealing with. Lisa Arryn and her half-sane weakling son had not been known at court for their love of wit, especially when it was directed at them.
"Imp," Lisa said coldly, "you will guard that mocking tongue of yours and speak to my son politely, or I promise you will have cause to regret it. Remember where you are. This is the Eyrie, and these are knights of the Vale you see around you, true men who love Jon Arryn well. Every one of them would die for me."
"Lady Arryn, should any harm come to me, my brother Jaime will be pleased to see that they do." Even as he spat out the words, Tyrion knew they were folly.
"Can you fly, my lord of Lannister?" Lady Lisa asked. "Does a dwarf have wings? If not, you would be wiser to swallow the next threat that comes to mind."
"I made no threats," Tyrion said. "That was a promise."
Little Lord Robert hopped to his feet at that, so upset he dropped his doll. "You can't hurt us!" he screamed. "No one can hurt us here. Tell him, Mother. Tell him he can't hurt us here." The boy began to twitch.
"The Eyrie is impregnable," Lisa Arryn declared calmly. She drew her son close, holding him safe in the circle of her plump white arms.
"The imp is trying to frighten us, sweet baby. The Lannisters are all liars. No one will hurt my sweet boy."
The hell of it was, she was no doubt right. Having seen what it took to get here, Tyrion could well imagine how it would be for a knight trying to fight his way up in armor, while stones and arrows poured down from above, and enemies contested with him for every step. Nightmare did not begin to describe it. Small wonder the Eyrie had never been taken. Still, Tyrion had been unable to silence himself. "Not impregnable," he said. "Merely inconvenient."
Young Robert pointed down, his hand trembling. "You're a liar! Mother, I want to see him fly!"
Two guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks seized Tyrion by the arms, lifting him off his floor. The gods only know what might have happened then were it not for Catelyn Stark.
"Sister," she called out from where she stood below the thrones, "I beg you to remember, this man is my prisoner. I will not have him harmed."
Lisa Arryn glanced at her sister coolly for a moment, then rose and swept down on Tyrion, her long skirts trailing after her. For an instant he feared she would strike him, but instead she commanded him to release him. Her man shoved him to the floor, his legs went out from under him, and Tyrion fell. He must have made quite a sight as he struggled to his knees, only to feel his right leg spasm, sending him sprawling once more. Laughter boomed up and down the high hall of the Arryns.
"My sister's little guest is too weary to stand," Lady Lisa announced. "Savardis, take him down to the dungeon. A rest in one of our sky cells will do him much good."
The guardsman jerked him upright. Tyrion Lannister dangled between them, kicking feebly, his face red with shame. "I will remember this," he told them all as they carried him off. And so he did, for all the good it did him. At first he had consoled himself that this imprisonment could not last long. Lisa Arryn wanted to humble him, that was all. She would send for him again, and soon. If not her, then Catelyn Stark would want to question him. This time he would guard his tongue more closely. They dare not kill him out of hand. He was still a Lannister of Casterly Rock, and if they shed his blood, it would mean war. Or so he had told himself. Now he was not so certain. Perhaps his captors only meant to let him rot here, but he feared he did not have the strength to rot for long. He was growing weaker every day, and it was only a matter of time until Mort's kicks and blows did him serious harm, provided the Gowler did not starve him to death first. A few more nights of cold and hunger, and the blue would start calling to him too. He wondered what was happening beyond the walls, such as they were, of his cell. Lord Tywin would surely have sent out riders when the word reached him. Jaime might be leading a host through the mountains of the moon even now, unless he was riding north against Winterfell instead. Did anyone outside the Vale even suspect where Catelyn Stark had taken him? He wondered what Cersei would do when she heard. The king could order him freed, but would Robert listen to his queen or his hand? Tyrion had no illusions about the king's love for his sister. If Cersei kept her wits about her, she would insist the king sit in judgment of Tyrion himself. Even Ned Stark could scarcely object to that, not without impugning the honor of the king. And Tyrion would be only too glad to take his chances in a trial. Whatever murders they might lay at his door, the Starks had no proof of anything so far as he could see. Let them make their case before the Iron Throne and the lords of the land. It would be the end of them. If only Cersei were clever enough to see that. Tyrion Lannister sighed. His sister was not without a certain low cunning, but her pride blinded her. She would see the insult in this, not the opportunity. And Jaime was even worse, rash and headstrong and quick to anger. His brother never untied a knot when he could slash it in two with his sword. He wondered which of them had sent the footpad to silence the Stark boy, and whether they had truly conspired at the death of Lord Arryn. If the old hand had been murdered, it was deftly and subtly done. Men of his age died of sudden illness all the time. In contrast, sending some oaf with a stolen knife after Brennan Stark struck him as unbelievably clumsy. And wasn't that peculiar, come to think on it? Tyrion shivered. Now there was a nasty suspicion. Perhaps the dire wolf and the lion were not the only beasts in the woods. And if that was true, someone was using him as a cat's paw. Tyrion Lannister hated being used. He would have to get out of here, and soon. His chances of overpowering Maud were small to none, and no one was about to smuggle him a 600-foot-long rope, so he would have to talk himself free. His mouth had got him into this cell. It could damn well get him out. Tyrion pushed himself to his feet, doing his best to ignore the slope of the floor beneath him with its ever so subtle talk toward the edge. He hammered on the door with a fist. "Mort!" he shouted. "Turnkey! Mort, I want you!" He had to keep it up a good 10 minutes before he heard footsteps. Tyrion stepped back an instant before the door opened with a crash. "Making noise," Mort growled, with blood in his eyes. Dangling from one meaty hand was a leather strap, wide and thick, doubled over in his fist. "Never show them you're afraid," Tyrion reminded himself. "How would you like to be rich?" he asked. Mort hit him. He swung the strap backhand, lazily, but the leather caught Tyrion high on the arm. The force of it staggered him, and the pain made him grit his teeth. "No mouth, dwarf man," Mort warned him. "Gold," Tyrion said, miming a smile. "Casterly Rock is full of gold. Ah!" This time the blow was a forehand, and Mort put more of his arm into the swing, making the leather crack and jump. It caught Tyrion in the ribs and dropped him to his knees, whimpering. He forced himself to look up at the gaoler. "As rich as the Lannisters," he wheezed. "That's what they say, Mort." Mort grunted. The strap whistled through the air and smashed Tyrion full in the face. The pain was so bad he did not remember falling, but when he opened his eyes again he was on the floor of his cell. His ear was ringing, and his mouth was full of blood. He groped for purchase, to push himself up, and his fingers brushed against nothing. Tyrion snatched his hand back as fast as if it had been scaled, and tried his best to stop breathing. He had fallen right on the edge, inches from the blue. "More to say?" Mort held the strap between his fists and gave it a sharp pull. The snap made Tyrion jump. The turnkey laughed. "He won't push me over," Tyrion told himself desperately as he crawled away from the edge. "Catelyn Stark wants me alive. He doesn't dare kill me." He wiped the blood off his lips with the back of his hand, grinned, and said, "That was a stiff one, Mort." The gaoler squinted at him, trying to decide if he was being mocked. "I could make good use of a strong man like you." The strap flew at him, but this time Tyrion was able to cringe away from it. He took a glancing blow to the shoulder, nothing more. "Gold," he repeated, scrambling backward like a crab. "More gold than you'll see here in a lifetime. Enough to buy land, women, horses. You could be a lord. Lord Mord." Tyrion hawked up a glob of blood and phlegm and spat it out into the sky. "Is no gold," Mord said. "He's listening," Tyrion thought. "They relieved me of my purse when they captured me, but the gold is still mine. Catelyn Stark might take a man prisoner, but she'd never stoop to rob him. That wouldn't be honorable. Help me, and all the gold is yours." Mort's strap licked out, but it was a half-hearted, desultory swing, slow and contemptuous. Tyrion caught the letter in his hand and held it prisoned. "There will be no risk to you. All you need to do is deliver a message." The gaoler yanked his leather strap free of Tyrion's grasp. "Message," he said, as if he had never heard the word before. His roan made deep creases in his brow. "You heard me, my lord. Only carry my word to your lady. Tell her—" "What?" What would possibly make Lysa Arryn relent? The inspiration came to Tyrion Lannister suddenly. "Tell her that I wish to confess my crimes." Maud raised his arm, and Tyrion braced himself for another blow, but the turnkey hesitated. Suspicion and greed whirred in his eyes. He wanted that gold, yet he feared a trick. He had the look of a man who had often been tricked. "Is lie," he muttered darkly. "Dwarf man cheat me." "I will put my promise in writing," Tyrion vowed. Some illiterates held writing in disdain. Others seemed to have a superstitious reverence for the written words, as if it were some sort of magic. Fortunately, Maud was one of the latter. The turnkey lowered the strap. "Writing down gold, much gold." "Oh, much gold," Tyrion assured him. "The purse is just a taste, my friend. My brother wears armor of solid gold plate." In truth, Jaime's armor was gilded steel, but this oaf would never know the difference. Mord fingered his strap thoughtfully, but in the end he relented and went to fetch paper and ink. When the letter was written, the Gaoler frowned at it suspiciously. "Now, deliver my message," Tyrion urged. He was shivering in his sleep when they came for him, late that night. Mord opened the door, but kept his silence. Sir Vardis Egan woke Tyrion with the point of his boot. "On your feet, imp! My lady wants to see you." Tyrion rubbed the sleep from his eyes and put on a grimace he scarcely felt. "No doubt she does, but what makes you think I wish to see her?" Sir Vardis frowned. Tyrion remembered him well from the years he had spent at King's Landing as the captain of the Hand's household guard. A square, plain face, silver hair, a heavy build, and no humour whatsoever. "Your wishes are not my concern. On your feet, or I'll have you carried." Tyrion clambered awkwardly to his feet. "A cold night," he said casually, "and the high hall is so draughty. I don't wish to catch a chill. Mord, if you would be so good, fetch my cloak." The Gaoler squinted at him, face dull with suspicion. "My cloak," Tyrion repeated. "The shadow skin you took from me for safekeeping. You recall?" "Get him the damnable cloak," Sir Vardis said. Mord did not dare grumble. He gave Tyrion a glare that promised future retribution, yet he went for the cloak. When he draped it around his prisoner's neck, Tyrion smiled. "My thanks. I shall think of you whenever I wear it." He flung the trailing end of the long fur over his right shoulder, and felt warm for the first time in days. "Lead on, Sir Vardis." The high hall of the Arryns was aglow with the light of 50 torches, burning in the sconces along the walls. The Lady Lysa wore black silk, with the moon and falcon sewn on her breast in pearls. Since she did not look the sort to join the night's watch, Tyrion could only imagine that she had decided mourning clothes were appropriate garb for a confession. Her long auburn hair, woven into an elaborate braid, fell across her left shoulder. The taller throne beside her was empty. No doubt the little Lord of the Eyrie was off shaking in his sleep. Tyrion was thankful for that, at least. He bowed deeply and took a moment to glance around the hall. Lady Arryn had summoned her knights and retainers to hear his confession, as he had hoped. He saw Sir Brynden Tully's craggy face, and Lord Nestor Royce's bluff one. Beside Nestor stood a younger man with fierce black-side whiskers who could only be his heir, Sir Alba. Most of the principal houses of the Vale were represented. Tyrion noted Sir Lyn Corbray, slender as a sword, Lord Hunter with his gouty legs, the widowed Lady Waynwood surrounded by her sons. Others sported sigils he did not know: broken lance, green viper, burning tower, winged chalice. Among the lords of the Vale were several of his companions from the high road. Sir Roderick Castle, pale from half-healed wounds, stood with Sir Willis Rode beside him. Marillion the singer had found a new wood harp. Tyrion smiled. Whatever happened here tonight, he did not wish it to happen in secret, and there was no one like a singer for spreading a story near and far. In the rear of the hall, Bronn lounged beneath a pillar. The free rider's black eyes were fixed on Tyrion, and his hand lay lightly on the pommel of his sword. Tyrion gave him a long look, wondering. Catelyn Stark spoke first. "You wish to confess your crimes, we are told." "I do, my lady," Tyrion answered. Lysa Arryn smiled at her sister. "The sky cells always break them.
The gods can see them there, and there is no darkness to hide in."
"He does not look broken to me," Lady Caitlin said. Lady Lisa paid her no mind.
"Say what you will,"
she commanded Tyrion. And now to roll the dice, he thought with another quick glance back at Bronn. "Where to begin? I'm a wild little man, I confess it. My crimes and sins are beyond counting, my lords and ladies. I have lain with horse, not once but hundreds of times. I have wished my own lord father dead, and my sister, our gracious queen, as well." Behind him someone chuckled. "I have not always treated my servants with kindness. I have gambled. I have even cheated, I blush to admit. I have said many cruel and malicious things about the noble lords and ladies of the court." That drew outright laughter. "Once
"Silence!"
Lisa Arryn's pale round face had turned a burning pink.
"What do you imagine you're doing, dwarf?"
Tyrion cocked his head to one side. "Why, confessing my crimes, my lady." Catelyn Stark took a step forward.
"You are accused of sending a hired knife to slay my son Bran in his bed, and of conspiring to murder Lord John Arryn, the Hand of the King."
Tyrion gave a helpless shrug. "Those crimes I cannot confess, I fear. I know nothing of any murders." Lady Lisa rose from her weirwood throne.
"I will not be made mock of. You have had your little jay-imp. I trust you enjoyed it. Savardis, take him back to the dungeon, but this time find him a smaller cell with a floor more sharply sloped."
"Is this how justice is done in the Vale?" Tyrion roared, so loudly that Savardis froze for an instant. "Does honor stop at the bloody gate? You accuse me of crimes I denied them, so you throw me into an open cell to freeze and starve." He lifted his head to give them all a good look at the bruises Mort had left on his face. "Where is the king's justice? Is the Eyrie not part of the Seven Kingdoms? I stand accused, you say. Very well. I demand a trial. Let me speak, and let my truth or falsehood be judged openly, in the sight of gods and men." A low murmuring filled the high hall. He had her, Tyrion knew. He was high-born, the son of the most powerful lord in the realm, the brother of the queen. He could not be denied a trial. Guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks had started toward Tyrion, but Savardis bid them halt and look to Lady Lisa. Her small mouth twitched in a petulant smile.
"If you are tried and found to be guilty of the crimes for which you stand accused, then by the king's own laws you must pay with your life's blood. We keep no headsman in the Eyrie, my lord of Lannister. Open the moon door." The press of spectators parted. A narrow weirwood door stood between two slender marble pillars, a crescent moon carved in the white wood. Those standing closest edged backward as a pair of guardsmen marched through. One man removed the heavy bronze bars. The second pulled the door inward. Their blue cloaks rose snapping from their shoulders, caught in a sudden gust of wind that came howling through the open door. Beyond was the emptiness of the night sky, speckled with cold, uncaring stars. "Behold the king's justice,"
Lisa Arryn said. Torch flames fluttered like pennons along the walls, and here and there the odd torch guttered out.
"Lisa, I think this is unwise,"
Catelyn Stark said as the black wind swirled around the hall. Her sister ignored her.
"You want a trial, my lord of Lannister? Very well, a trial you shall have. My son will listen to whatever you care to say, and you shall hear his judgment. Then you may leave, by one door or the other."
She looked so pleased with herself, Tyrion thought, and small wonder. How could a trial threaten her when her weaking son was the Lord Judge? Tyrion glanced at her moon door. "Mother, I want to see him fly," the boy had said. How many men had the snot-nosed little wretch sent through that door already? "I thank you, my good lady, but I see no need to trouble Lord Robert," Tyrion said politely. "The gods know the truth of my innocence. I will have their verdict, not the judgment of men. I demand trial by combat." A storm of sudden laughter filled the high hall of the Arryns. Lord Nestor Royce snorted, Sir Willis chuckled, Sir Lyn Corbray guffawed, and others threw back their heads and howled until tears ran down their faces. Marillion clumsily plucked a gay note on his new woodharp with the fingers of his broken hand. Even the wind seemed to whistle with derision as it came skirling through the moon door. Lisa Arryn's watery blue eyes looked uncertain. He had caught her off balance.
"You have that right, to be sure." The young knight with the green viper embroidered on his surcoat stepped forward and went to one knee.
"My lady, I beg the boon of championing your cause." "The honor should be mine," old Lord Hunter said. "For the love I bore your lord husband, let me avenge his death." "My father served Lord John faithfully as High Steward of the Whale," Sir Alba Royce boomed. "Let me serve his son in this."
"The gods favor the man with the just cause," said Sir Lyn Corbray. "Yet often that turns out to be the man with the surest sword. We all know who that is." He smiled modestly. A dozen other men all spoke at once, clamoring to be heard. Tyrion found it disheartening to realize so many strangers were eager to kill him. Perhaps this had not been such a clever plan after all. Lady Lisa raised a hand for silence. "I thank you, my lords, as I know my son would thank you if he were among us. No man in the 7 kingdoms are as bold and true as the Knights of the Whale. Would that I could grant you all this honor, yet I can choose only one." She gestured. "Sir Vardis Egan, you were ever my lord husband's good right hand. You shall be our champion."
Sir Vardis had been singularly silent. "My lady," he said gravely, sinking to one knee, "pray give this burden to another. I have no taste for it. The man is no warrior. Look at him. A dwarf, half my size and lame in the legs. It would be shameful to slaughter such a man and call it justice." "Oh, excellent," Tyrion thought. "I agree."
Lisa glared at him. "You demanded a trial by combat."
"And now I demand a champion such as you have chosen for yourself. My brother Jaime will gladly take my part, I know."
"Your precious Kingslayer is hundreds of leagues from here," snapped Lisa Arryn.
"Send a bird for him. I will gladly await his arrival."
"You will face Sir Vardis on the morrow."
"Singer," Tyrion said, turning to Marillion, "when you make a ballad of this, be certain you tell them how Lady Arryn denied the dwarf the right to a champion, and sent him forth lame and bruised and hobbling to face her finest knight."
"I deny you nothing," Lisa Arryn said, her voice peeved and shrill with irritation. "Name your champion, imp, if you think you can find a man to die for you."
"If it is all the same to you, I'd sooner find one to kill for me." Tyrion looked over the long hall. No one moved. For a long moment he wondered if it had been all a colossal blunder. Then there was a stirring in the rear of the chamber. "I'll stand for the dwarf," Bronn called out. Chapter 39. Eddard. He dreamt an old dream of 3 knights in white cloaks and a tower long fallen, and Lyanna in her bed of blood. In the dream his friend rode with him as they had in life. Proud Martin Castle, Jory's father, faithful Theowool, Ethan Glower, who had been Brandon's squire, Sir Mark Risball, soft of speech and gentle of heart, the Cranagman, Howland Reed, Lord Dustin on his great red stallion. Ned had known their faces as well as he knew his own once, but the years leech at a man's memories, even those he has vowed never to forget. In the dream they were only shadows, grey wraiths on horses made of mist. They were 7, facing 3, in the dream as it had been in life. Yet these were no ordinary 3. They waited before the round tower, the red mountains of Dorne at their backs, their white cloaks blowing in the wind. And these were no shadows. Their faces burned clear, even now. Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, had a sad smile on his lips. The hilt of the great sword Dawn poked up over his right shoulder. Sir Oswald Went was on one knee, sharpening his blade with a whetstone. Across his white enamelled helm, the black bat of his house spread its wings. Between them stood fierce old Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. "I looked for you in the Trident," Ned said to them. "We were not there," Sir Gerald answered. "Woe to the usurper if we had been," said Sir Oswald. "When King's Landing fell, Sir Jaime slew your king with a golden sword, and I wondered where you were." "Far away," Sir Gerald said. "Or Aerys would yet sit the Iron Throne, and our false brother would burn in 7 hells." "I came down on Storm's End to lift the siege," Ned told them. And the lords Tyrell and Redwyne dipped their banners, and all their knights bent the knee to pledge us fealty. I was certain you would be among them." "Our knees do not bend easily," said Sir Arthur Dane. "Sir Willem Darries fled to Dragonstone with your queen and Prince Viserys. I thought you might have sailed with him." "Sir Willem is a good man and true," said Sir Oswald. "But not of the Kingsguard," Sir Gerald pointed out. "The Kingsguard does not flee." "Then or now," said Sir Arthur. He donned his helm. "We swore a vow," explained old Sir Gerald. Ned's wraiths moved up beside him, with shadow swords in hand. They were 7 against 3. "And now it begins," said Sir Arthur Dane, the sword of the morning. He unsheathed Dawn and held it with both hands. The blade was pale as milk glass, alive with light. "No," Ned said with sadness in his voice. "Now it ends." As they came together in a rush of steel and shadow, he could hear Lyanna screaming. "Eddard!" she called. A storm of rose petals blew across a blood-streaked sky, as blue as the eyes of death. "Lord Eddard!" Lyanna called again. "I promise," he whispered. "Leah, I promise." "Lord Eddard!" a man echoed from the dark. Groaning, Eddard Stark opened his eyes. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows of the Tower of the Hand. "Lord Eddard?" A shadow stood over the bed. How long?" The sheets were tangled, his legs splintered and plastered. A dull throb of pain shot up his side. 6 days and 7 nights. The voice was Vayen Poole's. The steward held a cup to Ned's lips. "Drink, my lord." "What?" "Only water. Master Pycelle said you would be thirsty." Ned drank. His lips were parched and cracked. The water tasted sweet as honey. "The king left orders," Vayen Poole told him when the cup was empty. "He would speak with you, my lord." "On the morrow," Ned said, "when I'm stronger." He could not face Robert now. The dream had left him weak as a kitten. "My lord," Poole said, "he commanded us to send you to him the moment you opened your eyes." The steward busied himself lighting a bedside candle. Ned cursed softly. Robert was never known for his patience. "Tell him I'm too weak to come to him. If he wishes to speak with me, I should be pleased to receive him here. I hope you wake him from a sound sleep, and summon—" He was about to say Jory when he remembered. "Summon the captain of my guard." Alan stepped into the bedchamber a few moments after the steward had taken his leave. "My lord?" "Poole tells me it has been 6 days," Ned said. "I must know how things stand." "The King's Slayers fled the city," Alan told him. "The talk is he's ridden back to Casterly Rock to join his father. The story of how Lady Caitlin took the imp is on every lip. I've put on extra guards, if it please you." "It does," Ned assured him. "My daughters?" "They've been with you every day, my lord. Sansa prays quietly, but Arya—" He hesitated. "She has not said a word since they brought you back. She's a fierce little thing, my lord. I've never seen such anger in a girl." "Whatever happens," Ned said, "I want my daughters kept safe. I fear this is only the beginning." "No harm will come to them, Lord Eddard," Alan said. "I stake my life on that." "Jory and the others?" "I gave them over to the Silent Sisters, to be sent north to Winterfell. Jory would want to lie beside his grandfather." It would have to be his grandfather, for Jory's father was buried far to the south. Martin Castle had perished with the rest. Ned had pulled the tower down afterward, and used its bloody stones to build 8 cairns upon the ridge. It was said that Rhaegar had named that place the Tower of Joy, but for Ned it was a bitter memory. They had been 7 against 3, yet only 2 had lived to ride away. Eddard Stark himself and the little Crannog man, Howland Reed. He did not think it omened well that he should dream that dream again after so many years. "You've done well, Alan," Ned was saying when Vayen Poole returned. The steward bowed low. "His grace is without, my lord, and the queen with him." Ned pushed himself up higher, wincing as his leg trembled with pain. He had not expected Cersei to come. It did not bode well that she had. "Send them in and leave us. What we have to say should not go beyond these walls." Poole withdrew quietly. Robert had taken time to dress. He wore a black velvet doublet with a crowned stag of Baratheon worked upon the breast in golden thread, and a golden mantle with a cloak of black and gold squares. A flagon of wine was in his hand, his face already flushed from drink. Cersei Lannister entered behind him, a jeweled tiara in her hair.
"Your Grace," Ned said. "Your pardons, I cannot rise." "No matter," the king said gruffly. "Some wine? From the arbor, a good vintage." "A small cup," Ned said. "My head is still heavy from the milk of the poppy."
"A man in your place should count himself fortunate that his head is still on his shoulders," the queen declared.
"Quiet, woman,"
Robert snapped. He brought Ned a cup of wine.
"Does the leg still pain you?"
"Some," Ned said. His head was swimming, but it would not do to admit to weakness in front of the queen.
"Pycelle swears it will heal clean," Robert frowned. "I take it you know what Catelyn has done?" "I do."
Ned took a small swallow of wine.
"My lady wife is blameless, your grace. All she did at my command."
"I am not pleased, Ned," Robert grumbled. "By what right do you dare lay hands on my blood?" Cersei demanded. "Who do you think you are?"
"The hand of the king,"
Ned told her with icy courtesy.
"Charged by your own lord husband to keep the king's peace and enforce the king's justice."
"You were the hand," Cersei began. "But now—"
"Silence!" the king roared. "You asked him a question and he answered it."
Cersei subsided, cold with anger, and Robert turned back to Ned.
"Keep the king's peace, you say? Is this how you keep my peace, Ned? 7 men are dead."
8, the queen corrected. "Traeger died this morning of the blow Lord Stark gave him."
"Abductions on the King's Road and drunken slaughter in my streets," the king said. "I will not have it, Ned." "Catelyn had good reason for taking the imp."
"I said I will not have it. To hell with her reasons. You will command her to release the dwarf at once, and you will make your peace with Jaime."
3 of my men were butchered before my eyes because Jaime Lannister wished to chasten me. Am I to forget that?
"My brother was not the cause of this quarrel," Cersei told the king. "Lord Stark was returning drunk from a brothel. His men attacked Jaime and his guards, even as his wife attacked Tyrion on the King's Road."
"You know me better than that, Robert," Ned said. "Ask Lord Baelish if you doubt me. He was there." "I've talked to Littlefinger," Robert said. "He claims he rode off to bring the gold cloaks before the fighting began, but he admits you were returning from some whore house." "Some whore house! Damn your eyes, Robert, I went there to have a look at your daughter. Her mother has named her Bara. She looks like that first girl you fathered when we were boys together in the Vale." He watched the queen as he spoke. Her face was a mask, still and pale, betraying nothing. Robert flushed. "Bara," he grumbled. "Is that supposed to please me? Damn the girl. I thought she had more sense." "She cannot be more than 15 and a whore, and you thought she had sense," Ned said, incredulous. His leg was beginning to pain him sorely. It was hard to keep his temper. "The fool child is in love with you, Robert." The king glanced at Cersei. "This is no fit subject for the queen's ears. Her grace will have no liking for anything I have to say," Ned replied. "I'm told the Kingslayer has fled the city. Give me leave to bring him back to justice." The king swallowed the wine in his cup, brooding. He took a swallow. "No," he said. "I want no more of this. Jaime slew 3 of your men, and you 5 of his. Now it ends." "Is that your notion of justice?" Ned flared. "If so, I'm pleased that I'm no longer your hand." The queen looked to her husband. "If any man had dared speak to a Targaryen as he has spoken to you—" "Do you take me for Aerys?" Robert interrupted. "I took you for a king. Jaime and Tyrion are your own brothers, by all the laws of marriage and the bonds we share. The Starks have driven off the one and seized the other. This man dishonors you with every breath he takes, and yet you stand there meekly, asking if his leg pains him and would he like some wine." Robert's face was dark with anger. "How many times must I tell you to hold your tongue, woman?" Cersei's face was a study in contempt. "What a jape the gods have made of us two," she said. "By all rights, you ought to be in skirts and me in mail." Purple with rage, the king lashed out, a vicious backhand blow to the side of the head.
She stumbled against the table and fell hard, yet Cersei Lannister did not cry out. Her slender fingers brushed her cheek, where the pale smooth skin was already reddening. On the morrow the bruise would cover half her face.
"I shall wear this as a badge of honor," she announced.
"Wear it in silence or I'll honor you again," Robert vowed. He shouted for a guard. Sir Meryn Trant stepped into the room, tall and somber in his white armor. "The queen is tired. See her to her bedchamber." The knight helped Cersei to her feet and led her out without a word. Robert reached for the flagon and refilled his cup. "You see what she does to me, Ned?" The king seated himself, cradling his wine cup. "My loving wife, the mother of my children." The rage was gone from him now. In his eyes Ned saw something sad and scared. "I should not have hit her. That was not kingly." He stared down at his hands as if he did not quite know what they were. "I was always strong. No one could stand before me, no one. How do you fight someone if you can't hit them?" Confused, the king shook his head. Rhaegar won, damn him. I killed him, Ned. I drove the spike right through that black armor into his black heart, and he died at my feet. They made up songs about it, yet somehow he still won. He has Lyanna now, and I have her." The king drained his cup. "Your Grace," Ned Stark said, "we must talk." Robert pressed his fingertips against his temples. "I'm sick unto death of talk. On the morrow I'm going to the Kingswood to hunt. Whatever you have to say can wait until I return." "If the gods are good, I shall not be here on your return. You commanded me to return to Winterfell, remember?" Robert stood up, grasping one of the bedposts to steady himself. "The gods are seldom good, Ned. Here, this is yours." He pulled the heavy silver hand clasp from a pocket in the lining of his cloak and tossed it on the bed. "Like it or not, you are my hand, damn you. I forbid you to leave." Ned picked up the silver clasp. He was being given no choice, it seemed. His leg throbbed, and he felt as helpless as a child. "The Targaryen girl," the king groaned. "7 hells, don't start with her again. That's done. I'll hear no more of it. Why would you want me as your hand if you refuse to listen to my counsel?" "Why?" Robert laughed. "Why not? Someone has to rule this damnable kingdom. Put on the badge, Ned. It suits you. And if you ever throw it in my face again, I swear to you, I'll pin the damned thing on Jaime Lannister." Chapter 40. Catelyn. The eastern sky was rose and gold as the sun broke over the Vale of Arryn. Catelyn Stark watched the light spread, her hands resting on the delicate carved stone of the balustrade outside her window. Below her, the world turned from black to indigo to green as dawn crept across fields and forests. Pale white mists rose off Alyssa's Tears, where the ghost waters plunged over the shoulder of the mountain to begin their long tumble down the face of the Giant's Lands. Catelyn could feel the faint touch of spray on her face. Alyssa Arryn had seen her husband, her brothers, and all her children slain, and yet in life she had never shed a tear. So in death, the gods had decreed that she would know no rest until her weeping watered the black earth of the Vale, where the men she had loved were buried. Alyssa had been dead 6,000 years now, and still no drop of the torrent had ever reached the valley floor far below. Catelyn wondered how large a waterfall her own tears would make when she died. "Tell me the rest of it," she said. "The Kingslayer is massing a host at Casterly Rock," Sir Roderick Cassel answered from the room behind her. "Your brother writes that he has sent riders to the rock, demanding that Lord Tywin proclaims his intent, but he has had no answer. Edmure has commanded Lord Vance and Lord Piper to guard the pass below the Golden Tooth. He vows to you that he will yield no foot of Tully land without first watering it with Lannister blood." Catelyn turned away from the sunrise. Its beauty did little to lighten her mood. It seemed cruel for a day to dawn so fair and end so foul as this one promised to. "Edmure has sent riders and made vows," she said. "But Edmure is not the Lord of Riverrun. What of my Lord Father?" "The message made no mention of Lord Hoster, my lady." Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers. They had grown in white as snow and bristly as a thorn bush while he was recovering from his wounds. He looked almost himself again.
"My father would not have given the defense of Riverrun over to Edmure unless he was very sick," she said, worried. "I should have been woken as soon as this bird arrived."
"Your lady sister thought it better to let you sleep, Master Coleman told me."
"I should have been woken," she insisted.
"The master tells me your sister planned to speak with you after the combat," Sir Roderick said.
"Then she still plans to go through with this mammoth farce," Caitlin grimaced. "The dwarf has played her like a set of pipes, and she's too deaf to hear the tune. Whatever happens this morning, Sir Roderick, it is past time we took our leave. My place is at Winterfell with my sons. If you are strong enough to travel, I shall ask Lisa for an escort to see us to Gulltown. We can take ship from there."
"Another ship?" Sir Roderick looked a shade green, yet he managed not to shudder. "As you say, my lady." The old knight waited outside her door as Caitlin summoned the servants Lisa had given her. If she spoke to her sister before the duel, perhaps she could change her mind, she thought as they dressed her. Lisa's policies varied with her moods, and her moods changed hourly. The shy girl she had known at Riverrun had grown into a woman who was by turns proud, fearful, cruel, dreamy, reckless, timid, stubborn, vain, and, above all, inconstant. When that wild turnkey of hers had come crawling to tell them that Tyrion Lannister wished to confess, Caitlin had urged Lisa to have the dwarf brought to them privately, but no, nothing would do better that her sister must make a show of him before half the Vale. And now this. "Lannister is my prisoner," she told Sir Roderick as they descended the tower stairs and made their way through the Erie's cold white halls. Caitlin wore plain grey wool with a silvered belt. "My sister must be reminded of that." At the doors to Lisa's apartments, they met her uncle storming out. "Going to join the Fool's Festival?" Sir Brynden snapped. "I'd tell you to slap some sense into your sister if I thought it would do any good, but you'd only bruise your hand."
"There was a bird from Riverrun," Caitlin began. "A letter from Edmure."
"I know, child." The black fish that fastened his cloak was Brynden's only concession to ornament. "I had to hear it from Master Coleman. I asked your sister for leave to take 1,000 seasoned men and ride for Riverrun with all haste. Do you know what she told me? 'The Vale cannot spare 1,000 swords, nor even one, uncle,' she said. 'You're the Knight of the Gate, your place is here.'" A gust of childish laughter drifted through the open doors behind him, and her uncle glanced darkly over his shoulder. "Well, I told her she could bloody well find herself a new Knight of the Gate. Blackfish or no, I'm still a Tully. I shall leave for Riverrun by evenfall." Caitlin could not pretend to surprise.
"Alone? You know as well as I that you will never survive the high road. Sir Roderick and I are returning to Winterfell. Come with us, uncle. I will give you your 1,000 men. Riverrun will not fight alone."
Brynden thought a moment, then nodded a brisk agreement. "As you say. It's the long way home, but I'm more like to get there. I'll wait for you below." He went striding off, his cloak swirling behind him. Caitlin exchanged a look with Sir Roderick. They went through the doors to the high, nervous sound of a child's giggles. Lisa's apartments opened over a small garden, a circle of dirt and grass planted with blue flowers, and ringed on all sides by tall white towers. The builders had intended it as a godswood, but the Eyrie rested on the hard stone of the mountain, and no matter how much soil was hauled up from the Vale, they could not get a weirwood to take root here. So the lords of the Eyrie planted grass and scattered statuary amidst low, flowering shrubs. It was there the two champions would meet to place their lives, and that of Tyrion Lannister, into the hands of the gods. Lisa, freshly scrubbed and garbed in cream velvet with a robe of sapphires and moonsters around her milk-white neck, was holding court on a terrace overlooking the scene of the combat, surrounded by her knights, retainers, and lords high and low. Most of them still hoped to wed her, bat her, and rule the Vale of Arryn by her side. From what Caitlin had seen during her stay at the Eyrie, it was a vain hope. A wooden platform had been built to elevate Robert's chair. There the Lord of the Eyrie sat, giggling and clapping his hands as a humpbacked puppeteer in blue and white motley made two wooden knights hack and slash each other. Pitchers of thick cream and baskets of blackberries had been set out, and the guests were sipping a sweet orange-scented wine from engraved silver cups. A fool's festival, Brynden had called it, and small wonder. Across the terrace, Lisa laughed gaily at some jest of Lord Hunter's, and nibbled a blackberry from the point of Sir Lyn Corbray's dagger. They were the suitors who stood highest in Lisa's favour, today at least. Caitlin would have been hard-pressed to say which man was more unsuitable. Ian Hunter was even older than Jon Arryn had been, half crippled by gout and cursed with 3 quarrelsome sons, each more grasping than the last. Sir Lyn was a different sort of folly, lean and handsome, heir to an ancient but impoverished house, but vain, reckless, hot-tempered, and, it was whispered, notoriously uninterested in the intimate charms of women. When Lisa espied Caitlin, she welcomed her with a sisterly embrace and a moist kiss on the cheek.
"Isn't it a lovely morning? The gods are smiling on us. Do try a cup of the wine, sweet sister. Lord Hunter was kind enough to send for it from his own cellars."
"Thank you, no. Lisa, we must talk."
"After,"
her sister promised, already beginning to turn away from her. "Now." Caitlin spoke more loudly than she'd intended. Men were turning to look. "Lisa, you cannot mean to go ahead with this folly. Alive, the imp has value. Dead, he is only food for crows. And if his champion should prevail here—" "Small chance of that, my lady," Lord Hunter assured her, patting her shoulder with a liver-spotted hand. "Sir Vardis is a doughty fighter. He will make short work of the sellsword." "Will he, my lord?" Caitlin said coolly. "I wonder." She had seen Bronn fight on the high road. It was no accident that he had survived the journey while other men had died. He moved like a panther, and that ugly sword of his seemed a part of his arm. Lisa's suitors were gathering around them like bees around a blossom. "Women understand little of these things," Sir Morton Waynwood said. "Sir Vardis is a knight, sweet lady. This other fellow, well, his sort are all cowards at heart, useful enough in a battle with thousands of their fellows around them, but stand them up alone and the manhood leaks right out of them." "Say you have the truth of it, then," Caitlin said with a curtsy that made her mouth ache. "What will we gain by the dwarf's death? Do you imagine that Jaime will care a fig that we gave his brother a trial before we flung him off a mountain?" "Behead the man," Sir Lyn Corbray suggested. "When the Kingslayer receives the imp's head, it will be a warning to him." Lisa gave an impatient shake of her waist-long auburn hair.
"Lord Robert wants to see him fly,"
she said, as if that settled the matter.
"And the imp has only himself to blame. It was he who demanded a trial by combat."
"Lady Lisa had no honourable way to deny him, even if she'd wished to," Lord Hunter intoned ponderously. Ignoring them all, Caitlin turned all her force on her sister. "I remind you, Tyrion Lannister is my prisoner."
"And I remind you the dwarf murdered my lord husband."
Her voice rose.
"He poisoned the hand of the king and left my sweet baby fatherless, and now I mean to see him pay."
Whirling, her skirts swinging around her, Lisa stalked across the terrace. Sir Lyn and Sir Morton and the other suitors excused themselves with cool nods and trailed after her. "Do you think he did it?" Sir Roderick asked her quietly when they were alone again. "Murder Lord Jon, that is. The imp still denies it, and most fiercely." "I believe the Lannisters murdered Lord Arryn," Caitlin replied. "But whether it was Tyrion or Sir Jaime, or the Queen, or all of them together, I could not begin to say." Lisa had named Cersei the letter she had sent to Winterfell, but now she seemed certain that Tyrion was the killer. Perhaps because the dwarf was here, while the Queen was safe behind the walls of the Red Keep, hundreds of leagues to the south. Caitlin almost wished she had burned her sister's letter before reading it. Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers. "Poison, well, that could be the dwarf's work, true enough. Or Cersei's. It's said poison is a woman's weapon, begging your pardons, my lady. The Kingslayer, now. I have no great liking for the man, but he's not that sort. Too fond of the sight of blood on that golden sword of his. Was it poison, my lady?" Caitlin frowned, vaguely uneasy. How else could they make it look a natural death? Behind her, Lord Robert shrieked with delight as one of the puppet knights sliced the other in half, spilling a fluid of red sawdust into the terrace. She glanced at her nephew and sighed. The boy is utterly without discipline. He will never be strong enough to rule unless he is taken away from his mother for a time. Is Lord Father agreed with you? Said a voice at her elbow. She turned to behold Master Coleman, a cup of wine in his hand. He was planning to send the boy to Dragonstone for fostering, you know. Oh, but I'm speaking out of turn. The apple of his throat bobbed anxiously beneath the loose master's chain. I fear I've had too much of Lord Hunter's excellent wine. The prospect of bloodshed has my nerves all afray. You are mistaken, master, Caitlin said. It was Casterly Rock, not Dragonstone, and those arrangements were made after the hen's death, without my sister's consent. The master's head jerked so vigorously at the end of his absurdly long neck that he looked half a puppet himself. No, begging your forgiveness, my lady, but it was Lord John who— A bell tolled loudly below them. High lords and serving girls alike broke off what they were doing and moved to the balustrade. Below, 2 guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks led forth Tyrion Lannister. The Eyrie's plump Septon escorted him to the statue in the centre of the garden, a weeping woman carved in veined white marble, no doubt meant to be Alyssa.
"The bad little man,"
Lord Robert said, giggling.
"Mother, can I make him fly? I want to see him fly." "Later, my sweet baby,"
Lisa promised him. "Trial first," drawled Sir Lyn Corbray. "Then execution." A moment later the 2 champions appeared from opposite sides of the garden. The knight was attended by 2 young squires, the sellsword by the Eyrie's master-at-arms. Sir Vardis Egan was steel from head to heel, encased in heavy plate armor over mail and padded surcoat. Large circular rondels, enamelled cream and blue in the moon and falcon sigil of House Arryn, protected the vulnerable juncture of arm and breast. A skirt of lobstered metal covered him from waist to mid-thigh, while a solid gorget encircled his throat. Falcon's wings sprouted from the temples of his helm, and his visor was a pointed metal beak with a narrow slit for vision. Bronn was so lightly armored he looked almost naked beside the knight. He wore only a shirt of black oiled ringmail over boiled leather, a round steel half-helm with a nose-guard, and a mail coif. High leather boots with steel shin guards gave some protection to his legs, and discs of black iron were sewn into the fingers of his gloves. Yet Caitlin noted that the sellsword stood half a hand taller than his foe, with a longer reach, and Bronn was 15 years younger, if she was any judge. They knelt in the grass beneath the weeping woman, facing each other, with Lannister between them. The Septon removed a faced crystal sphere from the soft cloth bag at his waist. He lifted it high above his head, and the light shattered. Rainbows danced across the imp's face. In a high, solemn sing-song voice, the Septon asked the gods to look down and bear witness, to find the truth in this man's soul, to grant him life and freedom if he was innocent, death if he was guilty. His voice echoed of the surrounding towers. When the last echo had died away, the Septon lowered his crystal and made a hasty departure. Tyrion leaned over and whispered something in Bronn's ear before the guardsman led him away. The sellsword rose laughing and brushed a blade of grass from his knee. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale, was fidgeting impatiently in his elevated chair.
"When are they going to fight?"
he asked plaintively. Sir Vardis was held back to his feet by one of his squires. The other brought him a triangular shield almost 4 feet tall, heavy oak dotted with iron studs. They strapped it to his left forearm. When Lisa's master-at-arms offered Bronn a similar shield, the sellsword spat and waved it away. 3 days' growth of coarse black beard covered his joined cheeks, but if he did not shave it was not for want of a razor. The edge of his sword had the dangerous glimmer of steel that had been honed every day for hours, until it was too sharp to touch. Sir Vardis held out a gauntleted hand, and his squire placed a handsome double-edged longsword in his grasp. The blade was engraved with a delicate silver tracery of a mountain sky. Its pommel was a falcon's head, its crossguard fashioned into the shape of wings.
"I had that sword crafted for John in King's Landing,"
Lisa told her guests proudly as they watched Sir Vardis try a practice cut.
"He wore it whenever he sat the Iron Throne in King Robert's place. Isn't it a lovely thing? I thought it only fitting that our champion avenged John with his own blade."
The engraved silver blade was beautiful beyond a doubt, but it seemed to Caitlin that Sir Vardis might have been more comfortable with his own sword. Yet she said nothing. She was weary of futile arguments with her sister.
"Make them fight!"
Lord Robert called out. Sir Vardis faced the Lord of the Eyrie and lifted his sword in salute. "For the Eyrie and the Vale!" Tyrion Lannister had been seated on a balcony across the garden, flanked by his own guards. It was to him that Bronn turned with a cursory salute.
"They await your command,"
Lady Lysa said to her lord's son.
"Fight!"
the boy screamed, his arms trembling as they clutched at his chair. Sir Vardis swiveled, bringing up his heavy shield. Bronn turned to face him. Their swords rang together, once, twice, attesting. The sellsword backed off a step. The knight came after, holding his shield before him. He tried a slash, but Bronn jogged back, just out of reach, and the silver blade cut only air. Bronn circled to his right. Sir Vardis turned to follow, keeping his shield between them. The knight pressed forward, placing each foot carefully on the uneven ground. The sellsword gave way, a faint smile playing over his lips. Sir Vardis attacked, slashing, but Bronn leapt away from him, hopping lightly over a low moss-covered stone. Now the sellsword circled left, away from the shield, toward the knight's unprotected side. Sir Vardis tried a hack at his legs, but he did not have the reach. Bronn danced farther to his left. Sir Vardis turned in place. "The man is craven," Lord Hunter declared. "Stand and fight, coward!" Other voices echoed the sentiment. Caitlin looked to Sir Roderick. Her master-at-arms gave a curt shake of his head. "He wants to make Sir Vardis chase him. The weight of armor and shield will tire even the strongest man." She had seen men practice at their swordplay near every day of her life, had viewed 100 tourneys in her time, but this was something different and deadlier. A dance where the smallest misstep meant death. And as she watched, the memory of another duel in another time came back to Caitlin Stark, as vivid as if it had been yesterday. They met in the lower bailey of Riverrun. When Brandon saw that Petyr wore only helm and breastplate and mail, he took off most of his armor. Petyr had begged her for a favor he might wear, but she had turned him away. Her lord father promised her to Brandon Stark, and so it was to him that she gave her token, a pale blue handscarf she had embroidered with the leaping trout of Riverrun. As she pressed it into his hand, she pleaded with him.
"He's only a foolish boy, but I have loved him like a brother. It would grieve me to see him die."
And her betrothed looked at her with the cool grey eyes of a stork, and promised to spare the boy who loved her. That fight was over almost as soon as it began. Brandon was a man grown, and he drove Littlefinger all the way across the bailey and down the water stair, raining steel on him with every step, until the boy was staggering and bleeding from a dozen wounds. "Yield!" he called, more than once, but Petyr would only shake his head and fight on, grimly. When the river was lapping at their ankles, Brandon finally ended it, with a brutal backhand cut that bit through Petyr's rings and leather into the soft flesh below the ribs, so deep that Caitlin was certain that the wound was mortal. He looked at her as he fell and murmured, "Cat," as the bright blood came flowing out between his mailed fingers. She thought she had forgotten that. That was the last time she had seen his face, until the day she was brought before him in King's Landing. A fortnight passed before Littlefinger was strong enough to leave Riverrun, but her lord father forbade her to visit him in a tower where he lay abed. Lysa helped her master nurse him. She had been softer and shyer in those days. Edmure had called on him as well, but Petyr had sent him away. Her brother had acted as Brandon's squire at the duel, and Littlefinger would not forgive that. As soon as he was strong enough to be moved, Lord Hoster Tully sent Petyr Baelish away in a closed litter to finish his healing on the fingers upon the windswept jut of rock where he had been born. The ringing clash of steel on steel jarred Caitlin back to the present. Sir Vardis was coming hard at Bronn, driving into him with shield and sword. The sellsword scrambled backward, checking each blow, stepping lightly over rock and root, his eyes never leaving his foe. He was quicker, Caitlin saw. The knight's silvered sword never came near to touching him, but his own ugly grey blade hacked a notch from Sir Vardis' shoulder plate. The brief flurry of fighting ended as swiftly as it had begun, when Bronn sidestepped and slid behind the statue of the weeping woman. Sir Vardis lunged at where he had been, striking a spark off the pale marble of Alyssa's thigh.
"They're not fighting good, Mother,"
the Lord of the Eyrie complained.
"I want them to fight."
"They will, sweet baby," his mother soothed him. "The sellsword can't run all day." Some of the lords on Lysa's terrace were making wry jests as they refilled their wine cups, but across the garden, Tyrion Lannister's mismatched eyes watched the champions dance as if there were nothing else in the world. Bronn came out from behind a statue hard and fast, still moving left, aiming a two-handed cut at the knight's unshielded right side. Sir Vardis blocked, but clumsily, and the sellsword's blade flashed upward at his head. Metal rang and the falcon's wing collapsed with a crunch. Sir Vardis took a half-step back to brace himself, raised his shield. Oak chips flew as Bronn's sword hacked at the wooden wall. The sellsword stepped left again, away from the shield, and caught Sir Vardis across the stomach, the razor edge of his blade leaving a bright gash when it bit into the knight's plate. Sir Vardis drove forward off his back foot, his own silver blade descending in a savage arc. Bronn slammed it aside and danced away. The knight crashed into the weeping woman, rocking her on her plinth. Staggered, he stepped backward, his head turning this way and that as he searched for his foe. The slit visor of his helm narrowed his vision. "Behind you, sir!" Lord Hunter shouted, too late. Bronn brought his sword down with both hands, catching Sir Vardis in the elbow of his sword arm. The thin lobstered metal that protected the joint crunched. The knight grunted, turning, wrenching his weapon up. This time Bronn stood his ground. The swords flew at each other, and their steel song filled the garden and rang off the white towers of the Eyrie. "Sir Vardis is hurt," Sir Roderick said, his voice grave. Catelyn did not need to be told. She had eyes. She could see the bright finger of blood running along the knight's forearm, the wetness inside the elbow joint. Every parry was a little slow and a little lower than the one before. Sir Vardis turned his side to his foe, trying to use his shield to block instead, but Bronn slid around him, quick as a cat. The sellsword seemed to be getting stronger. His cuts were leaving their marks now. Deep, shiny gashes gleamed all over the knight's armor, on his right thigh, his beaked visor, crossing on his breastplate, a long one along the front of his gorget. The moon and falcon rondel over Sir Vardis' right arm was sheared clean in half, hanging by its strap. They could hear his labored breath, rattling through the air holes in his visor. Blind with arrogance as they were, even the knights and lords of the Vale could see what was happening below them, yet her sister could not.
"Enough, Sir Vardis," Lady Lysa called down. "Finish him now, my baby's growing tired."
And it must be said of Sir Vardis Egan that he was true to his lady's command, even to the last. One moment he was reeling backward, half crouched behind a scared shield. The next he charged. The sudden bull rush caught Bronn off balance. Sir Vardis crashed into him and slammed the lip of his shield into the sellsword's face. Almost, Bronn lost his feet. He staggered back, tripped over a rock, and caught hold of the weeping woman to keep his balance. Throwing aside his shield, Sir Vardis lurched after him, using both hands to raise his sword. His right arm was blood from elbow to fingers now, yet his last desperate blow would have opened Bronn from neck to navel, if the sellsword had stood to receive it. But Bronn jerked back. Jon Arryn's beautiful engraved silver sword glanced off the marble elbow of the weeping woman, and snapped clean a third of the way up the blade. Bronn put his shoulder into the statue's back. The weathered likeness of Alyssa Arryn tottered and fell with a great crash, and Sir Vardis Egan went down beneath her. Bronn was on him in a heartbeat, kicking what was left of his shattered rondel aside to expose the weak spot between arm and breastplate. Sir Vardis was lying on his side, pinned beneath the broken torso of the weeping woman. Catelyn heard the knight groan as the sellsword lifted his blade with both hands, and drove it down and in with all his weight behind it, under the arm and through the ribs. Sir Vardis Egan shuddered and lay still. Silence hung over the Eyrie. Bronn yanked off his half-helm and let it fall to the grass. His lip was smashed and bloody where the shield had caught him, and his coal-black hair was soaked with sweat. He spit out a broken tooth.
"Is it over, Mother?"
the Lord of the Eyrie asked. "No," Catelyn wanted to tell him. "It's only now beginning."
"Yes,"
Lisa said glumly, her voice as cold and dead as the captain of her guard.
"Can I make the little man fly now?"
Across the garden, Tyrion Lannister got to his feet. "Not this little man," he said. "This little man is going down in the turnip hoist, thank you very much."
"You presume," Lisa began.
"I presume that House Arryn remembers its own words," the imp said. "As high as honor."
"You promised I could make him fly!"
The Lord of the Eyrie screamed at his mother. He began to shake. Lady Lisa's face was flushed with fury.
"The gods have seen fit to proclaim him innocent, child. We have no choice but to free him."
She lifted her voice.
"Guards, take my Lord of Lannister and his creature here out of my sight. Escort them to the Bloody Gate and set them free. See that they have horses and supplies sufficient to reach the Trident, and make certain all their goods and weapons are returned to them. They shall need them on the high road."
"The high road," Tyrion Lannister said. Lisa allowed herself a faint, satisfied smile. It was another sort of death sentence, Catelyn realized. Tyrion Lannister must know that as well, yet the dwarf favored Lady Arryn with a mocking bow. "As you command, my lady," he said. "I believe we know the way." Chapter 41. Jon. "You are as hopeless as any boys I've ever trained," Sir Alistair Thorne announced when they had all assembled in the yard. "Your hands were made for manure shovels, not for swords, and if it were up to me, the lot of you would be set to herding swine. But last night I was told that Garren is marching 5 new boys up the King's Road. 1 or 2 may even be worth the price of piss. To make room for them, I have decided to pass 8 of you on to the Lord Commander to do with as he will." He called out the names one by one. "Toad, Stonehead, Aurochs, Lover, Pimple, Monkey, Sirloon." Last, he looked at Jon. "And the bastard." Pip let fly a whoop and thrust his sword into the air. Sir Alistair fixed him with a reptile stare. "They will call you men of Night's Watch now, but you are bigger fools than the mummer's monkey here if you believe that. You are boys still, green and stinking of summer, and when the winter comes you will die like flies." And with that, Sir Alistair Thorne took his leave of them. The other boys gathered round the 8 who had been named, laughing and cursing and offering congratulations. Halder smacked Toad in the butt with the flat of his sword and shouted, "Toad of the Night's Watch!" Yelling that the Black Brother needed a horse, Pip leapt onto Gren's shoulders, and they tumbled to the ground, rolling and punching and hooting. Darion dashed inside the armory and returned with a skin of sow red. As they passed the wine from hand to hand, grinning like fools, Jon noticed Samwell Tarly standing by himself beneath a bare dead tree in the corner of the yard. Jon offered him the skin. "A swallow of wine?" Sam shook his head. "No, thank you, Jon." "Are you well?" "Very well, truly," the fat boy lied. "I'm so happy for all of you." His round face quivered as he forced a smile. "You will be first ranger some day, just as your uncle was." "Is," Jon corrected. He would not accept that Benjen Stark was dead. Before he could say more, Hader cried, "Here, you planning to drink that all yourself?" Pip snatched the skin from his hand and danced away, laughing. While Gren seized his arm, Pip gave the skin a squeeze, and a thin stream of red squirted Jon in the face. Hader howled in protest at the waste of good wine. Jon sputtered and struggled. Matar and Jaren climbed the wall and began pelting them all with snowballs. By the time he wrenched free, with snow in his hair and wine stains on his surcoat, Samwell Tarly had gone. That night, Three Finger Hop cooked the boys a special meal to mark the occasion. When Jon arrived at the common hall, the Lord Steward himself led him to the bench near the fire. The older men clapped him on the arm in passing. The 8 soon-to-be brothers feasted on rack of lamb baked in a crust of garlic and herbs, garnished with sprigs of mint and surrounded by mashed yellow turnips swimming in butter. "From the Lord Commander's own table," Bowen Marsh told them. There were salads of spinach and chickpeas and turnip greens, and afterward bowls of iced blueberries and sweet cream. "Do you think they'll keep us together?" Pip wondered as they gorged themselves happily. Toad made a face. "I hope not. I'm sick of looking at those ears of yours." "Ho!" said Pip. "Listen to the crow call the Raven Black. You're certain to be a ranger, Toad. They'll want you as far from the castle as they can. If man's raider attacks, lift your visor and show your face, and he'll run off screaming." Everyone laughed but Gren. "I hope I'm a ranger." "You and everyone else," said Mutter. Every man who wore the black walked the wall, and every man was expected to take up steel in its defense, but the rangers were the true fighting heart of the Night's Watch. It was they who dared ride beyond the wall, sweeping through the haunted forest and the icy mountain heights west of the Shadow Tower, fighting wildlings and giants and monstrous snow bears. "Not everyone," said Halder. "It's the builders for me. What use would rangers be if the wall fell down?" The Order of Builders provided the masons and carpenters to repair keeps and towers, the miners to dig tunnels and crush stone for roads and footpaths, the woodsmen to clear away new growth wherever the forest pressed too close to the wall. Once, it was said, they had quarried immense blocks of ice from frozen lakes deep in a haunted forest, dragging them south on sledges so the wall might be raised ever higher. Those days were centuries gone, however. Now, it was all they could do to ride the wall from East Watch to the Shadow Tower, watching for cracks or signs of melt and making what repairs they could. "The old bear's no fool," Darien observed. "You're certain to be a builder, and John's certain to be a ranger. He's the best sword and the best rider among us, and his uncle was the first before he—" His voice trailed off awkwardly as he realized what he had almost said. "Benjamin Stark is still first ranger," Jon Snow told him, toying with his bowl of blueberries. "The rest might have given up all hope of his uncle's safe return, but not him." He pushed away the berries, scarcely touched, and rose from the bench. "Aren't you going to eat those?" Toad asked. "They're yours." Jon had hardly tasted Hob's great feast. "I could not eat another bite." He took his cloak from its hook near the door and shouldered his way out. Pip followed him. "Jon, what is it?" "Sam," he admitted. "He was not at the table tonight." "It's not like him to miss a meal," Pip said thoughtfully. "Do you suppose he's taken ill?" "He's frightened. We're leaving him." He remembered the day he had left Winterfell, all the bittersweet farewells. Bran lying broken, Robb with snow in his hair, Arya raining kisses on him after he'd given her needle. "Once we say our words, we'll all have duties to attend to. Some of us may be sent away, to Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower. Sam will remain in training, with the likes of Rast and Cougar and these new boys who are coming up the King's Road. Gods only know what they'll be like, but you can bet Sir Alliser will send them against him, first chance he gets." Pip made a grimace. "You did all you could." "All we could wasn't enough," Jon said. A deep restlessness was on him as he went back to Hardin's Tower for Ghost. The dire wolf walked beside him to the stables. Some of the more skittish horses kicked at their stalls and laid back their ears as they entered. Jon saddled his mare, mounted, and rode out from Castle Black, south across the moonlit night. Ghost raced ahead of him, flying over the ground, gone in the blink of an eye. Jon let him go. A wolf needed to hunt. He had no destination in mind. He wanted only to ride. He followed the creek for a time, listening to the icy trickle of water over rock, then cut across the fields to the King's Road. It stretched out before him, narrow and stony and pocked with weeds, a road of no particular promise, yet the sight of it filled Jon Snow with a vast longing. Winterfell was down that road, and beyond it Riverrun and King's Landing and Deary and so many other places. Casterly Rock, the Isle of Faces, the Red Mountains of Dorne, the 100 islands of Bravos in the sea, the smoking ruins of old Valyria. All the places that Jon would never see. The world was down that road, and he was here. Once he swore his vow, the wall would be his home until he was old as Master Aemon. "I have not sworn yet," he muttered. He was no outlaw, bound to take the black or pay the penalty for his crimes. He had come here freely, and he might leave freely, until he said the words. He need only ride on, and he could leave it all behind. By the time the moon was full again, he would be back in Winterfell with his brothers. "Your half-brothers," a voice inside reminded him, "and Lady Stark, who will not welcome you." There was no place for him in Winterfell, no place in King's Landing either. Even his own mother had not had a place for him. The thought of her made him sad. He wondered who she had been, what she had looked like, why his father had left her. Because she was a whore, or an adulteress, fool. Something dark and dishonourable, or else why was Lord Eddard too ashamed to speak of her? Jon Snow turned away from the King's Road to look behind him. The fires of Castle Black were hidden behind a hill, but the wall was there, pale beneath the moon, vast and cold, running from horizon to horizon. He wheeled his horse around and started for home. Ghost returned as he crested a rise and saw the distant glow of lamplight from the Lord Commander's tower. The direwolf's muzzle was red with blood as he trotted beside the horse. Jon found himself thinking of Samwell Tarly again on the ride back. By the time he reached the stables, he knew what he must do. Master Aemon's apartments were in a stout wooden keep below the rookery. Aged and frail, the master shared his chambers with two of the younger stewards, who tended to his needs and helped him in his duties. The brothers joked that he had been given the two ugliest men in the night's watch. Being blind, he was spared having to look at them. Clydus was short, bald and chinless, with small pink eyes like a mole. Chat had a wen on his neck the size of a pigeon's egg, and a face red with boils and pimples. Perhaps that was why he was always so angry. It was Chat who answered Jon's knock. "I need to speak to Master Aemon," Jon told him. "The master is abed, as you should be. Come back on the morrow and maybe he'll see you." He began to shut the door. Jon jammed it open with his boot. "I need to speak to him now. The morning will be too late." Chat scowled. "The master is not accustomed to being woken in the night. Do you know how old he is?" "Old enough to treat visitors with more courtesy than you," Jon said. "Give him my pardons. I would not disturb his rest if it were not important." "And if I refuse?" Jon had his boot wedged solidly in the door. "I can stand here all night if I must." The Black Brother made a disgusted noise and opened the door to admit him. "Wait in the library. There's wood. Start the fire. I won't have the master catching a chill on account of you." Jon had the logs crackling merrily by the time Chat led in Master Aemon. The old man was clad in his bad robe, but around his throat was the chain collar of his order. A master did not remove it even to sleep. "The chair beside the fire would be pleasant," he said when he felt the warmth on his face. When he was settled comfortably, Chat covered his legs with a fur and went to stand by the door. "I'm sorry to have woken you, master," Jon Snow said. "You did not wake me," Master Aemon replied. "I find I need less sleep as I grow older, and I'm grown very old. I often spend half the night with ghosts, remembering times 50 years past as if they were yesterday. The mystery of a midnight visitor is a welcome diversion. So tell me, Jon Snow, why have you come calling at this strange hour?" "To ask that Samwell Tarly be taken from training and accepted as a brother of the Night's Watch." "This is no concern of Master Aemon," Chat complained. "Our Lord Commander has given the training of recruits into the hands of Sir Alistair Thorne," the master said gently. "Only he may say when a boy is ready to swear his vow, as you surely know. Why then come to me?" "The Lord Commander listens to you," Jon told him, "and the wounded and the sick of the Night's Watch are in your charge." "And is your friend Samwell wounded or sick?" "He will be," Jon promised, "unless you help." He told them all of it, even the part where he'd set Ghost at Rast's throat. Master Aemon listened silently, blind eyes fixed on the fire, but Chat's face darkened with each word. "Without us to keep him safe, Sam will have no chance," Jon finished. "He's hopeless with a sword. My sister Arya could tear him apart, and she's not yet 10. If Sir Alistair makes him fight, it's only a matter of time before he's hurt or killed." Chat could stand no more. "I've seen this fat boy in the common hall," he said. "He's a pig and a hopeless craven as well, if what you say is true." "Maybe it is so," Master Aemon said. "Tell me, Chat, what would you have us do with such a boy?" "Leave him where he is," Chat said. "The ward is no place for the weak. Let him train until he's ready, no matter how many years that takes. Sir Alistair shall make a man of him or kill him, as the gods will." "That's stupid," Jon said. He took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. I remember once I asked Master Lewin why he wore a chain around his throat."
Master Aemon touched his own collar lightly, his bony, wrinkled finger stroking the heavy metal links.
"Go on."
"He told me that a master's collar is made of chain to remind him that he's sworn to serve," Jon said, remembering.
"I asked why each link was a different metal. A silver chain would look much finer with his grey ropes, I said. Master Lewin laughed. A master forges his chain with study, he told me. The different metals are each a different kind of learning, gold for the study of money and accounts, silver for healing, iron for warcraft. And he said there were other meanings as well. The collar is supposed to remind a master of the realm he serves, isn't that so? Lords are gold and knights steel, but two links can't make a chain. You also need silver and iron and lead, tin and copper and bronze and all the rest, and those are farmers and smiths and merchants and the like. A chain needs all sorts of metals, and a land needs all sorts of people."
Master Aemon smiled.
"And so?" "The Night's Watch needs all sorts too. Why else have rangers and stewards and builders? Lord Rendell couldn't make Sam a warrior, and Sir Alistair won't either. You can't hammer tin into iron, no matter how hard you beat it, but that doesn't mean tin is useless. Why shouldn't Sam be a steward?"
Chat gave an angry scowl.
"I'm a steward. You think it's easy work, fit for cowards. The order of steward keeps the watch alive. We hunt and farm, tend the horses, milk the cows, gather firewood, cook the meals. Who do you think makes your clothing? Who brings up supplies from the south? The stewards."
Master Aemon was gentler.
"Is your friend a hunter?"
"He hates hunting," Jon had to admit.
"Can he plough a field?" the master asked. "Can he drive a wagon or sail a ship? Could he butcher a cow?"
"No."
Chat gave a nasty laugh. "I've seen what happens to soft lordlings when they're put to work. Set them to churning butter and their hands blister and bleed. Give them an axe to split logs and they cut off their own foot."
"I know one thing Sam could do better than anyone."
"Yes?"
Master Aemon prompted. Jon glanced warily at Chat, standing beside the door, his balls red and angry.
"He could help you," he said quickly. "He can do sums, and he knows how to read and write. I know Chat can't read, and Clitus has weak eyes. Sam read every book in his father's library. He'd be good with ravens too. Animals seem to like him. Ghost took to him straight off. There's a lot he could do besides fighting. The Night's Watch needs every man. Why kill one to no end? Make use of him instead."
Master Aemon closed his eyes, and for a brief moment Jon was afraid that he had gone to sleep. Finally he said,
"Master Lewin taught you well, Jon Snow. Your mind is as deft as your blade, it would seem."
"Does that mean—"
"It means I shall think on what you have said," the master told him firmly. "And now, I believe I'm ready to sleep. Chet, show our young brother to the door."
Chapter 42. Tyrion. They had taken shelter beneath a copse of aspens just off the high road. Tyrion was gathering dadwood while their horses took water from a mountain stream. He stooped to pick up a splintered branch and examined it critically.
"Will this do? I'm not practiced at starting fires. Morik did that for me." "A fire," Bronn said, spitting. "Are you so hungry to die, dwarf? Or have you taken leave of your senses? A fire will bring the clansmen down on us from miles around. I mean to survive this journey, Lannister." "And how do you hope to do that?" Tyrion asked. He tucked a branch under his arm and poked around through the sparse undergrowth, looking for more. His back ached from the effort of bending. They had been riding since daybreak, when stone-faced Sir Lyn Corbray had ushered them through the bloody gate and commanded them never to return. "We have no chance of fighting our way back," Bronn said. "But two can cover more ground than 10 and attract less notice. The fewer days we spend in these mountains, the more like we are to reach the Riverlands. Ride hard and fast, I say. Travel by night and hole up by day. Avoid the road where we can, make no noise and light no fires."
Tyrion Lannister sighed.
"A splendid plan, Bronn. Try it as you like. And forgive me if I do not linger to bury you." "You think to outlive me, dwarf?" The sellsword grinned. He had a dark gap in his smile where the edge of Sir Vardis Egan's shield had cracked a tooth in half. Tyrion shrugged. Riding hard and fast by night is a sure way to tumble down a mountain and crack your skull. I prefer to make my crossing slow and easy. I know you love the taste of horse, Bronn, but if our mounts die under us this time, we'll be trying to settle shadow cats. And if truth be told, I think the clans will find us no matter what we do. Their eyes are all around us. He swept a gloved hand over the high, wind-carved cracks that surrounded them. Bronn grimaced. Then we're dead men, Lannister. If so, I prefer to die comfortable, Tyrion replied. We need a fire. The nights are cold up here and hot food will warm our bellies and lift our spirits. Do you suppose there's any game to be had? Lady Lisa has kindly provided us with a veritable feast of salt beef, hard cheese and stale bread, but I would hate to break a tooth so far from the nearest master. I can find meat. Beneath a fall of black hair, Bronn's dark eyes regarded Tyrion suspiciously. I should leave you here with your fool's fire. If I took your horse, I'd have twice the chance to make it through. What would you do then, dwarf? Die, most like. Tyrion stopped to get another stick. You don't think I'd do it? You'd do it in an instant if it meant your life. You were quick enough to silence your friend Chicken when he caught that arrow in his belly. Bronn had yanked back the man's head by the hair and driven the point of his dirk in under the ear, and afterward told Catelyn Stark that the other sellsword had died of his wound. He was as good as dead, Bronn said, and his moaning was bringing them down on us. Chicken would have done the same for me, and he was no friend, only a man I rode with. Make no mistake, dwarf, I fought for you, but I do not love you. It was your blade I needed, Tyrion said, not your love. He dumped his armful of wood on the ground. Bronn grinned. You're bold as any sellsword, I'll give you that. How did you know I'd take your part? No? Tyrion squatted awkwardly on his stunted legs to build the fire. I tossed the dice. Back at the inn, you and Chicken helped take me captive. Why? The others saw it as their duty for the honor of the lords they served, but not you too. You had no lord, no duty, and precious little honor, so why trouble to involve yourselves? He took out his knife and whittled some thin strips of bark off one of the sticks he'd gathered, to serve as kindling. Well, why do sellswords do anything? For gold. You were thinking Lady Catelyn would reward you for your help, perhaps even take you into her service. Here, that should do, I hope. Do you have a flint? Bronn slid 2 fingers into the pouch at his belt and tossed down a flint. Tyrion caught it in the air. My thanks, he said. The thing is, you did not know the Starks. Lord Eddard is a proud, honourable, and honest man, and his lady wife is worse. Oh, no doubt she would have found a coin or two for you when this was all over, and press it in your hand with a polite word and a look of distaste, but that's the most you could have hoped for. The Starks look for courage and loyalty and honour in the men they choose to serve them, and if truth be told, you and Chicken were low-born scum. Tyrion struck the flint against his dagger, trying for a spark. Nothing. Bronn snorted. You have a bald tongue, little man. One day someone is like to cut it out and make you eat it. Everyone tells me that. Tyrion glanced up at the sellsword. Did I offend you? My pardons. But you are scum, Bronn, make no mistake. Duty, honor, friendship, what's that to you? No, don't trouble yourself, we both know the answer. Still, you're not stupid. Once we reached the Vale, Lady Stark had no more need of you, but I did, and the one thing the Lannisters have never lacked for is gold. When the moment came to toss the dice, I was counting on your being smart enough to know where your best interest lay. Happily for me, you did. He slammed stone and steel together again, fruitlessly. Here, said Bronn, squatting. I'll do it. He took the knife and flint from Tyrion's hands and struck sparks on his first try. A curl of bark began to smoulder. Well done, Tyrion said. Scum you may be, but you're undeniably useful, and with a sword in your hand you're almost as good as my brother Jaime. What do you want, Bronn? Gold, land, women? Keep me alive and you'll have it. Bronn blew gently on the fire, and the flames leapt up higher. And if you die? Why then, I'll have one mourner whose grief is sincere, Tyrion said, grinning. The gold ends when I do. The fire was blazing up nicely. Bronn stood, tucked the flint back into his pouch, and tossed Tyrion his dagger. "Fair enough," he said. "My sword's yours then. But don't go looking for me to bend the knee and my lord you every time you take a shit. I'm no man's toady." "Nor any man's friend," Tyrion said. "I've no doubt you'd betray me as quick as you did Lady Stark if you saw profit in it. If the day ever comes when you're tempted to sell me out, remember this, Bronn. I'll match your price, whatever it is. I like living. And now, do you think you could do something about finding us some supper?" "Take care of the horses," Bronn said, unsheathing the long dirk he wore at his hip. He strode into the trees. An hour later the horses had been rubbed down and fed, the fire was crackling away merrily, and the haunch of a young goat was turning above the flames, spitting and hissing. "All we lack now is some good wine to wash down our kid," Tyrion said. "That, a woman, and another dozen swords," Bronn said. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, honing the edge of his long sword with an oiled stone. There was something strangely reassuring about the rasping sound it made when he drew it down to steel. "It will be full dark soon," the sellsword pointed out. "I'll take first watch. For all the good it will do us, it might be kinder to let them kill us in our sleep." "Oh, I imagine they'll be here long before it comes to sleep." The smell of the roasting meat made Tyrion's mouth water. Bronn watched him across the fire. "You have a plan," he said flatly, with a scrape of steel on stone. "A hope, call it," Tyrion said. "Another toss of the dice." "With our lives as a stake?" Tyrion shrugged. "What choice do we have?" He leaned over the fire and saw the thin slice of meat from the kid. "Ah!" He sighed happily as he chewed. Grease ran down his chin. "A bit tougher than I'd like, and in want of spicing, but I'll not complain too loudly. If I were back at the Eyrie, I'd be dancing on a precipice in hopes of a boiled bean." "And yet you gave the turnkey a purse of gold," Bronn said. "A Lannister always pays his debts." Even Mord had scarcely believed it when Tyrion tossed him the leather purse. The Gauler's eyes had gone big as boiled eggs as he yanked open the drawstring and beheld the glint of gold. "I kept the silver," Tyrion had told him with a crooked smile. "But you were promised the gold, and there it is." It was more than a man like Mord could hope to earn in a lifetime of abusing prisoners. "And remember what I said, this is only a taste. If you ever grow tired of Lady Erin's service, present yourself at Casterly Rock, and I'll pay you the rest of what I owe you." With golden dragons spilling out of both hands, Mord had fallen to his knees and promised that he would do just that. Bronn yanked out his dirk and pulled the meat from the fire. He began to carve thick chunks of charred meat off the bone, as Tyrion hollowed out 2 heels of stale bread to serve as trenches. "If we do reach the river, what will you do then?" the sellsword asked as he cut. "Oh, a whore and a feather bed and a flagon of wine for a start." Tyrion had owled his trencher, and Bronn filled it with meat. "And then to Casterly Rock or King's Landing, I think. I have some questions that want answering, concerning a certain dagger." The sellsword chewed and swallowed. "So you were telling it true? It was not your knife?" Tyrion smiled thinly. "Do I look like a liar to you?" By the time their bellies were full, the stars had come out and a half-moon was rising over the mountains. Tyrion spread his shadow-skin cloak on the ground and stretched out with his saddle for a pillow. "Our friends are taking their sweet time." "If I were them, I'd fear a trap," Bronn said. "Why else would we be so open if not to lure them in?" Tyrion chuckled. "Then we ought to sing and send them fleeing in terror." He began to whistle a tune. "You're mad, dwarf," Bronn said as he cleaned the grease out from under his nails with his dirk. "Where's your love of music, Bronn?" "If it was music you wanted, you should have gotten the singer to champion you." Tyrion grinned. "That would have been amusing. I can just see him fanning off Sir Vardis with his wood harp." He resumed his whistling. "Do you know this song?" he asked. "You hear it here and there in inns and whore houses. Mirish, the seasons of my love. Sweet and sad if you understand the words. The first girl I ever batted used to sing it, and I've never been able to put it out of my head." Tyrion gazed up at the sky. It was a clear, cold night, and the stars shone down upon the mountains as bright and merciless as truth. I met her on a night like this," he heard himself saying. "Jamie and I were riding back from Lennisport when he heard a scream, and she came running out into the road with 2 men dogging her heels, shouting threats. My brother unsheathed his sword and went after them while I dismounted to protect the girl. She was scarcely a year older than I was, dark-haired, slender, with a face that would break your heart. It certainly broke mine. Low-born, half-starved, unwashed, yet lovely. They'd torn the rags she was wearing half off her back, so I wrapped her in my cloak while Jamie chased the man into the woods. By the time he came trotting back, I'd gotten the name out of her, and the story. She was a crofter's child, orphaned when her father died of fever on her way to, well, nowhere really. Jamie was all in leather to hunt down the men. It was not often outlaws dared prey on travellers so near to Castle Rock, and he took it as an insult. The girl was too frightened to send off by herself, though, so I offered to take her to the closest inn and feed her while my brother rode back to the rock for help. She was hungrier than I would have believed. We finished 2 whole chickens and part of a third, and drank a flagon of wine, talking. I was only 13, and the wine went to my head, I fear. The next thing I knew, I was sharing her bed. If she was shy, I was shyer. I'll never know where I found the courage. When I broke her maidenhead, she wept, but afterward she kissed me and sang her little song, and by morning I was in love." "You?" Bron's voice was amused. "Absurd, isn't it?" Tyrion began to whistle the song again. "I married her," he finally admitted. "A Lannister of Castle Rock wed to a crofter's daughter," Bronn said. "How did you manage that?" "Oh, you'd be astonished at what a boy can make of a few lies, 50 pieces of silver and a drunken septon. I dared not bring my bride home to Castle Rock, so I set her up in a cottage of her own, and for a fortnight we played at being man and wife. And then the septon sobered and confessed all to my lord father." Tyrion was surprised at how desolate it made him feel to say it, even after all these years. Perhaps he was just tired. "That was the end of my marriage." He sat up and stared at the dying fire, blinking at the light. "He sent the girl away?" "He did better than that," Tyrion said. "First he made my brother tell me the truth. The girl was a whore, you see. Jamie arranged the whole affair, the road, the outlaws, all of it. He thought it was time I had a woman. He paid double for a maiden, knowing it would be my first time. After Jamie had made his confession to drive home the lesson, Lord Tywin brought my wife in and gave her to his guards. They paid her fair enough. A silver for each man. How many whores command that high a price? He set me down in the corner of the barracks and bade me watch, and at the end she had so many silvers the coins were slipping through her fingers and rolling on the floor. The smoke was stinging his eyes. Tyrion cleared his throat and turned away from the fire to gaze out into the darkness. "Lord Tywin had me go last," he said in a quiet voice, "and he gave me a gold coin to pay her, because I was a Lannister, and worth more." After a time he heard the noise again, the rasp of steel on stone as Bronn sharpened his sword. 13 or 30 or 3, I would have killed the man who did that to me. Tyrion swung around to face him. "You may get that chance one day. Remember what I told you. A Lannister always pays his debts." He yawned. "I think I will try and sleep. Wake me if we're about to die." He rolled himself up in the shadow's skin and shut his eyes. The ground was stony and cold, but after a time Tyrion Lannister did sleep. He dreamt of the Sky Cell. This time he was the gaoler, not the prisoner, big, with a strap in his hand, and he was hitting his father, driving him back, toward the abyss. "Tyrion!" Bronn's warning was low and urgent. Tyrion was awake in the blink of an eye. The fire had burned down to embers, and the shadows were creeping in all around them. Bronn had raised himself to one knee, his sword in one hand and his dirk in the other. Tyrion held up a hand. "Stay still," it said. "Come share our fire, the night is cold," he called out to the creeping shadows. "I fear we've no wine to offer you, but you're welcome to some of our goat." All movement stopped. Tyrion saw the glint of moonlight on metal. "Our mountain!" a voice called out from the trees, deep and hard and unfriendly. "Our goat!" "Your goat," Tyrion agreed. Who are you? When you meet your gods, a different voice replied, say it was Gunther, son of Gurn of the Stone Crows, who sent you to them. A branch cracked underfoot as he stepped into the light, a thin man in a horned helmet, armed with a long knife. And Shagga, son of Dolph. That was the first voice, deep and deadly. A boulder shifted to the left and stood and became a man. Massive and slow and strong he seemed, dressed all in skins, with a club in his right hand and an axe in his left. He smashed them together as he lumbered closer. Other voices called other names, Conn and Torek and Jagged, and more that Tyrion forgot the instant he heard them. 10 at least. A few had swords and knives. Others brandished pitchforks and scythes and wooden spears. He waited until they were done shouting out their names before he gave them answer. I'm Tyrion, son of Tywin, of the clan Lannister, the Lions of the Rock. We will gladly pay you for the goat we ate. What do you have to give us, Tyrion, son of Tywin? Asked the one who named himself Gunther, who seemed to be their chief. There is silver in my purse, Tyrion told them. This hauberk I wear is large for me, but it should fit Conn nicely, and the battle axe I carry would suit Shagga's mighty hand far better than that wood axe he holds. The half-men would pay us with our own coin, said Conn. Conn speaks truly, Gunther said. Your silver is ours, your horses are ours, your hauberk and your battle-axe and the knife at your belt, those are ours too. You have nothing to give us but your lives. How would you like to die, Tyrion, son of Tywin? In my own bed, with a belly full of wine and a maiden's mouth around my cock, at the age of 80, he replied. The huge one, Shagga, laughed first and loudest. The others seemed less amused. Conn, take their horses, Gunther commanded. Kill the other and seize the Harkonnen. He can milk the goats and make the mothers love. Bronn sprang to his feet. Who dies first? No, Tyrion said sharply. Gunther, son of Gurn, hear me. My house is rich and powerful. If the Stone Crows will see us safely through these mountains, my lord father will shower you with gold. The gold of a lowland lord is as worthless as a half-man's promises, Gunther said. Half a man I may be, Tyrion said, yet I have the courage to face my enemies. What do the Stone Crows do but hide behind rocks and shiver with fear as the knights of the Vale ride by? Shagga gave a roar of anger and clashed club against axe. Jagged poked at Tyrion's face with the fire-hardened point of a long wooden spear. He did his best not to flinch. Are these the best weapons you could steal? He said. Good enough for killing sheep, perhaps, if the sheep do not fight back. My father's smiths should better steal. Little boy man, Shagga roared. Will you mock my axe after I chop off your manhood and feed it to the goats? But Gunther raised a hand. No, I would hear his words. The mothers go hungry and steel fills more mouths than gold. What would you give us for your lives, Tyrion, son of Tywin? Swords, lances, mail? All that and more, Gunther, son of Gurn, Tyrion Lannister replied, smiling. I will give you the Vale of Arryn. Chapter 43. Eddard. Through the high narrow windows of the Red Keep's cavernous throne room, the light of sunset spilled across the floor, laying dark red stripes upon the walls where the heads of dragons had once hung. Now the stone was covered with hunting tapestries, vivid with greens and browns and blues, and yet still it seemed to Ned Stark that the only color in the hall was the red of blood. He sat high upon the immense ancient seat of Aegon the Conqueror, an ironwork monstrosity of spikes and jagged edges and grotesquely twisted metal. It was, as Robert had warned him, a hellishly uncomfortable chair, and never more so than now, with his shattered leg throbbing more sharply every minute. The metal beneath him had grown harder by the hour, and the fanged steel behind made it impossible to lean back. A king should never sit easy, Aegon the Conqueror had said, when he commanded his armorers to forge a great seat from the swords laid down by his enemies. Damn Aegon for his arrogance, Ned thought sullenly, and damn Robert and his hunting as well. You are quite certain these were more than brigands? Varys asked softly from the council table beneath the throne. Grandmaster Pycelle stirred uneasily beside him, while Littlefinger toyed with a pen. They were the only councillors in attendance. A White Hart had been sighted in the Kingswood, and Lord Renly and Sir Barristan had joined the king to hunt it, along with Prince Joffrey, Sandor Clegane, Balon Swan, and half the court. So Ned must needs sit the Iron Throne in his absence. At least he could sit. Save the council, the rest must stand respectfully or kneel. The petitioners clustered near the tall doors, the knights and high lords and ladies beneath the tapestries, the small folk in the gallery, the mailed guards in their cloaks, gold or grey, all stood. The villagers were kneeling, men, women, and children alike tattered and bloody, their faces drawn by fear. The 3 knights who had brought them here to bear witness stood behind them. "Brigands, Lord Varys?" Sir Raymond Darry's voice dripped scorn. "Oh, they were brigands, beyond a doubt. Lannister brigands." Ned could feel the unease in the hall, as high lords and servants alike strained to listen. He could not pretend to surprise. The West had been a tinder box since Catelyn had seized Tyrion Lannister. Both Riverrun and Casterly Rock had called their banners, and armies were massing in the pass below the Golden Tooth. It had only been a matter of time until the blood began to flow. The sole question that remained was how best to stanch the wound. Sad-eyed Sir Carol Vance, who would have been handsome but for the wine-stained birthmark that discoloured his face, gestured at the kneeling villagers. "This is all that remains of the holdfast of Shara, Lord Eddard. The rest are dead, along with the people of Wendish Town and the Mummer's Ford." "Rise," Ned commanded the villagers. He never trusted what a man told him from his knees. "All of you, up." In ones and twos, the holdfast of Shara struggled to its feet. One ancient needed to be helped, and a young girl in a bloody dress stayed on her knees, staring blankly at Sir Aerys Oakheart, who stood by the foot of the throne in the white armour of the Kingsguard, ready to protect and defend the king. Or, Ned supposed, the king's hand. "Joss," Sir Raymond Darry said to a plump balding man in a brewer's apron. "Tell the hand what happened at Shara." Joss nodded. "If it please his grace." "His grace is hunting across the Black Water," Ned said, wondering how a man could live his whole life a few days' ride from the Red Keep and still have no notion what his king looked like. Ned was clad in a white linen doublet with the direwolf of Stark on the breast. His black wool cloak was fastened at the collar by his silver hand of office. Black and white and grey, all the shades of truth. "I am Lord Eddard Stark, the king's hand. Tell me who you are and what you know of these raiders." I kept an alehouse, my lord, in Shara, by the stone bridge. The finest ale south of the neck, everyone said so, begging your pardons, my lord. It's gone now, like all the rest, my lord. They come and drank their fill and spilled the rest before they fired my roof, and they would have spilled my blood too if they'd caught me, my lord." "They burnt us out," a farmer beside him said. "Come riding in the dark, up from the south, and fired the fields and the houses alike, killing them as tried to stop them. They weren't no raiders though, my lord. They had no mind to steal our stock, not these. They butchered my milk cow where she stood and left her to the flies and the crows." "They rode down my prentice boy," said a squat man with the smith's muscles and a bandage around his head. He had put on his finest clothes to come to the court, but his breeches were patched, his cloak travel-stained and dusty. "Chased him back and forth across the fields on their horses, poking at him with their lances like it was a game. Them laughing and the boy stumbling and screaming till the big one pierced him clean through." The girl on her knees craned her head up at Ned, high above her on the throne. "They killed my mother too, your grace, and they... Her voice trailed off, as if she had forgotten what she was about to say. She began to sob. Sir Raymond Darry took up the tale. "At Wendish Town, the people sought shelter in the holdfast, but the walls were timbered. The raiders piled straw against the wood and burned them all alive. When the Wendish folk opened their gates to flee the fire, they shot them down with arrows as they came running out, even women with suckling babies." "Oh, dreadful," murmured Varys. "How cruel can men be?" "They would have done the same for us, but the Shara holdfast made of stone," Joss said. "Some wanted to smoke us out, but the big one said there was riper fruit upriver, and they made for the Mummer's Ford." Ned could feel cold steel against his fingers as he leaned forward. Between each finger was a blade, the points of twisted swords fanning out like talons from arms of the throne. Even after 3 centuries, some were still sharp enough to cut. The Iron Throne was full of traps for the unwary. The song said it had taken 1,000 blades to make it, heated white-hot in the furnace breath of Beleriand the Black Dread. The hammering had taken 59 days. The end of it was this hunched black beast made of razor edges and barbs and ribbons of sharp metal. A chair that could kill a man, and had, if the stories could be believed. What Eddard Stark was doing sitting there he would never comprehend, yet there he sat, and these people looked to him for justice. "What proof do you have that these were Lannisters?" he asked, trying to keep his fury under control. "Did they wear crimson cloaks or fly a lion banner?"
"Even Lannisters are not so blind stupid as that," Sir Mark Piper snapped. He was a swaggering bantam rooster of a youth, too young and too hot-blooded for Ned's taste, though a fast friend of Caitlyn's brother, Edmure Tully.
"Every man among them was mounted and mailed, my lord,"
Sir Carol answered calmly.
"They were armed with steel-tipped lances and long swords, with battle-axes for the butchering."
He gestured toward one of the wrecked survivors.
"You. Yes, you. No one's going to hurt you. Tell the hand what you told me."
The old man bobbed his head.
"Concerning their horses," he said. "It were war horses they rode. Many a year I worked on old Sir Willem's stables, so I knows the difference. Not a one of these ever pulled a plough, God's bear witness if I'm wrong."
"Well-mounted brigands," observed Littlefinger. "Perhaps they stole the horses from the last place they raided."
"How many men were there in this raiding party?" Ned asked. 100 at the least," Joss answered, in the same instant as the bandaged smith said, 50,
and the grandmother behind him, "Hundreds and hundreds, my lord, an army they was."
"You are more right than you know, good woman," Lord Eddard told her. "You say they flew no banners. What of the armor they wore? Did any of you note ornaments or decorations, devices on shield or helm?"
The brewer, Joss, shook his head.
"It grieves me, my lord, but no. The armor they showed us was plain, only the one who led them, he was armored like the rest, but there was no mistaking him all the same. It was the size of him, my lord. Those who say the giants are all dead never saw this one, I swear. Big as an ox he was, and a voice like stone breaking."
"The mountain!" Sir Mark said loudly.
"Can any man doubt it? This was Gregor Clegane's work."
Ned heard muttering from beneath the windows in the far end of the hall. Even in the galley, nervous whispers were exchanged. High lords and small folk alike knew what it could mean if Sir Mark was proved right. Sir Gregor Clegane stood bannerman to Lord Tywin Lannister. He studied the frightened faces of the villagers. Small wonder they had been so fearful. They had thought they were being dragged here to name Lord Tywin a red-handed butcher before a king who was his son by marriage. He wondered if the knights had given them a choice. Grandmaster Pycelle rose ponderously from the council table, his chain of office clinking.
"Sir Mark, with respect, you cannot know that this outlaw was Sir Gregor. There are many large men in the realm." "As large as the mountain that rides?" Sir Carol said. "I have never met one."
"Nor has any man here," Sir Raymond added hotly. "Even his brother is a pup beside him. My lords, open your eyes. Do you need to see his seal on the corpses? It was Gregor."
"Why should Sir Gregor turn brigand?" Pycelle asked. "By the grace of his liege lord, he holds a stout keep and lands of his own. The man is an anointed knight."
"A false knight," Sir Mark said. "Lord Tywin's mad dog."
"My Lord Hand," Pycelle declared in a stiff voice, "I urge you to remind this good knight that Lord Tywin Lannister is the father of our own gracious queen." "Thank you, Grandmaster Pycelle," Ned said. "I fear we might have forgotten that if you had not pointed it out."
From his vantage point atop the throne, he could see men slipping out a door at the far end of the hall. Hares going to the ground, he supposed, or rats off to nibble the queen's cheese. He caught a glimpse of Septim Ordain in the gallery, with his daughter Sansa beside her. Ned felt a flash of anger. This was no place for a girl. But the scepter could not have known that today's court would be anything but the usual tedious business of hearing petitions, settling disputes between rival holdfasts, and adjudicating the placement of boundary stones. At the council table below, Petyr Baelish lost interest in his quill and leaned forward. "Sir Mark, Sir Carol, Sir Raymond, perhaps I might ask you a question. These holdfasts were under your protection. Where were you when all this slaughtering and burning was going on?" Sir Carol Vance answered.
I was attending my lord father in the pass below the Golden Tooth, as was Sir Mark. When the word of these outrages reached Sir Edmure Tully, he sent word that we should take a small force of men to find what survivors we could, and bring them to the king."
Sir Raymond Darry spoke up.
"Sir Edmure had summoned me to Riverrun with all my strength. I was camped across the river from his walls, awaiting his commands, when the word reached me. By the time I could return to my own lands, Clegane and his vermin were back across the Red Fork, riding for Lannister's Hill."
Littlefinger stroked the point of his beard thoughtfully. "And if they come again, sir?"
"If they come again, we'll use their blood to water the fields they burnt,"
Sir Mark Piper declared hotly.
"Sir Edmure has sent men to every village and holdfast within a day's ride of the border,"
Sir Carroll explained.
"The next raider will not have such an easy time of it."
"And that may be precisely what Lord Tywin wants," Ned thought to himself, "to bleed off strength from Riverrun, goad the boy into scattering his swords. His wife's brother was young and more gallant than wise. He would try to hold every inch of his soil, to defend every man, woman, and child who named him lord, and Tywin Lannister was shrewd enough to know that."
"If your fields and holdfasts are safe from harm," Lord Pattier was saying, "what then do you ask of the throne?" "The lords of the Trident keep the king's peace," Sir Raymond Darry said. "The Lannisters have broken it. We ask leave to answer them, steel for steel. We ask justice for the small folk of Shera and Wendish Town and the Mama's Ford." "Edmure agrees. We must pay Gregor Clegane back his bloody coin," Sir Mark declared. "But old Lord Hoster commanded us to come here and beg the king's leave before we strike."
"Thank the gods for old Lord Hoster, then. Tywin Lannister was as much fox as lion. If indeed he'd sent Sir Gregor to burn and pillage, and Ned did not doubt that he had, he'd taken care to see that he rode under cover of night, without banners, in the guise of a common brigand. Should Riverrun strike back, Cersei and her father would insist that it had been the Tullys who broke the king's peace, not the Lannisters. The gods only knew what Robert would believe." Grandmaster Pycelle was on his feet again.
"My lord Hand, if these good folk believe that Sir Gregor has forsaken his holy vows for plunder and rape, let them go to his liege lord and make their complaint. These crimes are no concern of the throne. Let them seek Lord Tywin's justice." "It is all the king's justice," Ned told him. "North, south, east, or west, all we do in Robert's name." "The king's justice," Grandmaster Pycelle said. "So it is, and so we should defer this matter until the king—" "The king is hunting across the river and may not return for days," Lord Eddard said. "Robert bid me to sit here in his place, to listen with his ears and to speak with his voice. I mean to do just that, though I agree that he must be told." He saw a familiar face beneath the tapestries. "Sir Robert."
Sir Robert Royce stepped forward and bowed.
"My lord." "Your father is hunting with the king," Ned said. "Will you bring them word of what was said and done here today?"
"At once, my lord." "Do we have your leave to take our vengeance against Sir Gregor, then?" Mark Piper asked the throne.
"Vengeance," Ned said. "I thought we were speaking of justice. Burning Clegane's fields and slaughtering his people will not restore the king's peace, only your injured pride."
He glanced away before the young knight could voice his outraged protest and address the villagers.
"People of Shera, I cannot give you back your homes or your crops, nor can I restore your dead to life. But perhaps I can give you some small measure of justice in the name of our king, Robert."
Every eye in the hall was fixed on him, waiting. Slowly, Ned struggled to his feet, pushing himself up from the throne with the strength of his arms, his shattered leg screaming inside its cast. He did his best to ignore the pain. It was no moment to let them see his weakness.
"The first man believed that the judge who called for death should wield the sword, and in the north we hold to that still. I must like sending another to do my killing, yet it seems I have no choice."
He gestured at his broken leg.
"Lord Eddard!"
The shout came from the west side of the hall as a handsome stripling of a boy strode forth boldly. Out of his armor, Sir Loras Tyrell looked even younger than his 16 years. He wore pale blue silk, his belt a linked chain of golden roses, the sigil of his house.
"I beg you the honor of acting in your place. Give this task to me, my lord, and I swear I shall not fail you."
Littlefinger chuckled. Sir Loras, if we send you off alone, Sir Gregor will send us back your head with a plum stuffed in that pretty mouth of yours. The mountain is not the sort to bend his neck to any man's justice.
I do not fear Gregor Clegane, Sir Loras said haughtily. Ned eased himself slowly back onto the hard iron seat of Aegon's misshapen throne. His eyes searched the faces along the wall. "Lord Beric," he called out. "Taurus of Myr, Sir Gledon, Lord Lothar." The men named stepped forward one by one. "Each of you is to assemble 20 men to bring my word to Gregor's keep. 20 of my own guard shall go with you. Lord Beric Dondarrion, you shall have the command, as befits your rank." The young lord with the red gold hair bowed. "As you command, Lord Eddard." Ned raised his voice so it carried to the far end of the throne room. "In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, by the word of Eddard of the House Stark, his hand, I charge you to ride to the Westlands with all haste, to cross the red fork of the Trident under the King's flag, and there bring the King's justice to the false knight Gregor Clegane, and to all those who shared in his crimes. I denounce him, and attaint him, and strip him of all rank and titles, of all lands and incomes and holdings, and do sentence him to death. May the gods take pity on his soul." When the echo of his words had died away, the Knight of Flowers seemed perplexed. "Lord Eddard, what of me?" Ned looked down on him. From on high, Loras Tyrell seemed almost as young as Robb. "No one doubts your valor, Sir Loras, but we are about justice here, and what you seek is vengeance." He looked back to Lord Beric. "Ride at first light. These things are best done quickly." He held up a hand. "The throne will hear no more petitions today." Alan and Porther climbed the steep iron steps to help him back down. As they made their descent, he could feel Loras Tyrell's sullen stare, but the boy had stalked away before Ned reached the floor of the throne room. At the base of the iron throne, Varys was gathering papers from the council table. Littlefinger and Grandmaster Pycelle had already taken their leave. "You are a bolder man than I, my lord," the eunuch said softly. "How so, Lord Varys?" Ned asked briskly. His leg was throbbing, and he was in no mood for word games. "Had it been me up there, I should have sent Sir Loras. He so wanted to go, and a man who has the Lannisters for his enemies would do well to make the Tyrells his friends." "Sir Loras is young," said Ned. "I dare say he will outgrow the disappointment." "And Sir Ilyn," the eunuch stroked a plump powdered cheek. "He is the king's justice after all, sending other men to do his office. Some might construe that as a grave insult." "No slight was intended." In truth, Ned did not trust the mute knight, though perhaps that was only because he misliked executioners. "I remind you, the Paynes are bannermen to House Lannister. I thought it best to choose men who owed Lord Tywin no fealty." "Very prudent, no doubt," Varys said. "Still, I chanced to see Sir Ilyn in the back of the hall, staring at us with those pale eyes of his, and I must say he did not look pleased, though to be sure it is hard to tell with our silent knight. I hope he outgrows his disappointment as well. He does so love his work." Chapter 44. Sansa. "He wouldn't send Sir Loras," Sansa told Janie Poole that night as they shared a cold supper by lamplight. "I think it was because of his leg." Lord Eddard had taken his supper in his bedchamber with Ellen, Harwin, and Wayan Poole, the better to rest his broken leg, and Septa Modane had complained of sore feet after standing in the gallery all day. Arya was supposed to join them, but she was late coming back from her dancing lesson. "His leg?" Janie said uncertainly. She was a pretty, dark-haired girl of Sansa's own age. "Did Sir Loras hurt his leg?" "Not his leg," Sansa said, nibbling delicately at a chicken leg. "Father's leg, silly. It hurts him ever so much, it makes him cross. Otherwise I'm certain he would have sent Sir Loras." Her father's decision still bewildered her. When the Knight of Flowers had spoken up, she had been sure she was about to see one of old Nan's stories come to life. Sir Gregor was the monster, and Sir Loras the true hero who would slay him. He even looked a true hero, so slim and beautiful, with golden roses around his slender waist, and his rich brown hair tumbling down into his eyes. And then father had refused him. It had upset her more than she could tell. She had said as much to Septim Ordain as they descended the stairs from the gallery, but the Septa had only told her it was not her place to question her Lord Father's decisions. That was when Lord Baelish had said, "Oh, I don't know, Septa. Some of our Lord Father's decisions could do with a bit of questioning. The young lady is as wise as she is lovely." He made a sweeping bow to Sansa, so deep she was not quite sure if she was being complimented or mocked. Septim Ordain had been very upset to realize that Lord Baelish had overheard them. "The girl was just talking, my lord," she'd said. "Foolish chatter. She meant nothing by the comment." Lord Baelish stroked his little pointed beard and said, "Nothing. Tell me, child, why would you have sent Sir Loras?" Sansa had no choice but to explain about heroes and monsters. The king's counsellor smiled. "Well, those are not the reasons I'd have given, but—" He had touched her cheek, his thumb lightly tracing the line of a cheekbone. "Life is not a song, sweetling. You may learn that one day to your sorrow." Sansa did not feel like telling all that to Janey, however. It made her uneasy just to think back on it. "Sir Ilyn's the king's justice, not Sir Loras," Janey said. "Lord Eddard should have sent him." Sansa shuddered. Every time she looked at Sir Ilyn Payne, she shivered. He made her feel as though something dead was slithering over her naked skin. "Sir Ilyn's almost like a second monster. I'm glad father didn't pick him." "Lord Beric is as much a hero as Sir Loras. He's ever so brave and gallant." "I suppose," Sansa said doubtfully. Beric Dondarrion was handsome enough, but he was awfully old, almost 22. The Knight of Flowers would have been much better. Of course, Janey had been in love with Lord Beric ever since she had first glimpsed him in the lists. Sansa thought she was being silly. Janey was only a steward's daughter after all, and no matter how much she mooned after him, Lord Beric would never look at someone so far beneath him, even if she hadn't been half his age. It would have been unkind to say so, however, so Sansa took a sip of milk and changed the subject. "I had a dream that Joffrey would be the one to take the White Hart," she said. It had been more of a wish, actually, but it sounded better to call it a dream. Everyone knew that dreams were prophetic. White Harts were supposed to be very rare and magical, and in her heart she knew her gallant prince was worthier than his drunken father. "A dream, truly. Did Prince Joffrey just go up to it and touch it with his bare hand and do it no harm?" "No," Sansa said. "He shot it with a golden arrow and brought it back for me." In the songs, the knights never killed magical beasts. They just went up to them and touched them and did them no harm, but she knew Joffrey liked hunting, especially the killing part. Only animals, though. Sansa was certain her prince had no part in murdering Jory and those other poor men. That had been his wicked uncle, the Kingslayer. She knew her father was still angry about that, but it wasn't fair to blame Joff. That would be like blaming her for something that Arya had done. "I saw your sister this afternoon," Janey blurted out, as if she'd been reading Sansa's thoughts. "She was walking through the stables on her hands. Why would she do a thing like that?" "I'm sure I don't know why Arya does anything." Sansa hated stables, smelly places full of manure and flies. Even when she went riding, she liked the boy to saddle the horse and bring it to her in the yard. "Do you want to hear about the court or not?" "I do," Janey said. "There was a Black Brother," Sansa said, "begging men for the wall, only he was kind of old and smelly." She hadn't liked that at all. She'd always imagined the Night's Watch to be men like Uncle Benjen. In the songs they were called the Black Knights of the Wall. But this man had been crock-baked and hideous, and he looked as though he might have lice. If this was what the Night's Watch was truly like, she felt sorry for her bastard half-brother, Jon. Father asked if there were any knights in the hall who would do honor to their houses by taking the black, but no one came forward, so he gave this Yoren his pick of the king's dungeons and sent him on his way. And later these two brothers came before him, free riders from the Dornish marches, and pledged their swords to the service of the king. Father accepted their oaths. Janey yawned. "Are there any lemon cakes?" Sansa did not like being interrupted, but she had to admit lemon cake sounded more interesting than most of what had gone on in the throne room. "Let's see," she said. The kitchen yielded no lemon cakes, but they did find half of a cold strawberry pie, and that was almost as good. They ate it on the tower steps, giggling and gossiping and sharing secrets, and Sansa went to bed that night feeling almost as wicked as Arya. The next morning she woke before first light and crept sleepily to her window to watch Lord Beric form up his men. They rode out as dawn was breaking over the city, with 3 banners going before them. The crowned stag of the king flew from the high staff, the dire wolf of Stark and Lord Beric's own forked lightning standard from shorter poles. It was all so exciting, a song come to life. The clatter of swords, the flicker of torchlight, banners dancing in the wind, horses snorting and whinnying, the golden glow of sunrise slanting through the bars of the portcullis as it jerked upward. The Winterfell men looked especially fine in their silvery mail and long grey cloaks. Alan carried the Stark banner. When she saw him rein in beside Lord Beric to exchange words, it made Sansa feel ever so proud. Alan was handsomer than Jory had been. He was going to be a knight one day. The Tower of the Hand seemed so empty after they left that Sansa was even pleased to see Arya when she went down to break her fast.
"Where is everyone?"
her sister wanted to know as she ripped the skin from a blood orange.
"Did father send him to hunt down Jaime Lannister?"
Sansa sighed.
"They rode with Lord Beric to behead Sir Gregor Clegane."
She turned to Septa Mordane, who was eating porridge with a wooden spoon.
"Septa, will Lord Beric spike Sir Gregor's head on his own gate or bring it back here for the king?"
She and Janie Poole had been arguing over that last night. The Septa was horror-struck.
"A lady does not discuss such things over her porridge. Where are your courtesies, Sansa? I swear of late you've been near as bad as your sister."
"What did Gregor do?" Arya asked.
"He burned down a holdfast and murdered a lot of people, women and children too."
Arya screwed up her face in a scowl.
"Jaime Lannister murdered Jory and Heward and Will, and the Hound murdered Micah. Somebody should have beheaded them."
"It's not the same," Sansa said. "The Hound is Joffrey's sworn shield. Your butcher's boy attacked the prince."
"Liar,"
Arya said. Her hand clenched the blood orange so hard that red juice oozed between her fingers.
"Go ahead, call me all the names you want," Sansa said airily. "You won't dare when I'm married to Joffrey. You'll have to bow to me and call me your grace."
She shrieked as Arya flung the orange across the table. It caught her in the middle of the forehead with a wet squish and plopped down into her lap.
"You have juice on your face, your grace,"
Arya said. It was running down her nose and stinging her eyes. Sansa wiped it away with a napkin. When she saw what the fruit in her lap had done to her beautiful ivory silk dress, she shrieked again.
"You're horrible!"
she screamed at her sister.
"They should have called you instead of lady."
Septa Mordane came lurching to her feet. "Your lord father will hear of this. Go to your chambers at once. At once!"
"Me too?"
Tears welled in Sansa's eyes.
"That's not fair."
"The matter is not subject to discussion. Go!" Sansa stalked away with her head up. She was to be a queen, and queens did not cry. At least not where people could see. When she reached her bedchamber, she barred the door and took off her dress. The blood orange had left a blotchy red stain on the silk.
"I hate her!"
she screamed. She balled up the dress and flung it onto the cold hearth, on top of the ashes of last night's fire. When she saw that the stain had bled through onto her underskirt, she began to sob despite herself. She ripped off the rest of her clothes wildly, threw herself into bed, and cried herself back to sleep. It was midday when Septa Mordane knocked upon her door.
"Sansa, your lord father will see you now."
Sansa sat up.
"Lady,"
she whispered. For a moment it was as if the dire wolf was there in the room, looking at her with those golden eyes, sad and knowing. She had been dreaming, she realized. Lady was with her, and they were running together, and... Trying to remember was like trying to catch the rain with her fingers. The dream faded, and Lady was dead again.
"Sansa!"
The rap came again, sharply. "Do you hear me?"
"Yes, Septa,"
she called out.
"Might I have a moment to dress, please?"
Her eyes were red from crying, but she did her best to make herself beautiful. Lord Eddard was bent over a huge leather-bound book when Septa Modane marched her into the sala, his plaster-wrapped legs stiff beneath the table. "Come here, Sansa," he said, not unkindly, when the Septa had gone for her sister. "Sit beside me." He closed the book. Septa Mordane returned with Arya squirming in her grasp. Sansa had put on a lovely pale green damask gown and a look of remorse, but her sister was still wearing the ratty leathers and rough spun she'd worn at breakfast. "Here is the other one," the Septa announced. "My thanks, Septa Mordane. I would talk to my daughters alone if you would be so kind." The Septa bowed and left.
"Arya started it,"
Sansa said quickly, anxious to have the first word.
"She called me a liar and threw an orange at me and spoilt my dress, the ivory silk, the one Queen Cersei gave me when I was betrothed to Prince Joffrey. She hates that I'm going to marry the prince. She tries to spoil everything, father. She can't stand for anything to be beautiful or nice or splendid."
"Enough, Sansa." Lord Eddard's voice was sharp with impatience. Arya raised her eyes.
"I'm sorry, father. I was wrong, and I beg my sweet sister's forgiveness."
Sansa was so startled that for a moment she was speechless. Finally, she found her voice.
"What about my dress?" "Maybe I could wash it," Arya said doubtfully.
"Washing won't do any good," Sansa said. "Not if you scrubbed all day and all night. The silk is ruined."
"Then I'll make you a new one," Arya said.
Sansa threw back her head in disdain. "You? You couldn't sew a dress fit to clean the pigsties." Their father sighed. "I did not call you here to talk of dresses. I'm sending you both back to Winterfell." For the second time, Sansa found herself too stunned for words. She felt her eyes grow moist again.
"You can't," Arya said.
"Please, father," Sansa managed at last. "Please don't." Eddard Stark favored his daughters with a tired smile. "At last we've found something you agree on."
"I didn't do anything wrong," Sansa pleaded with him. "I don't want to go back."
She loved King's Landing. The pageantry of the court, the high lords and ladies in their velvets and silks and gemstones, the great city with all its people. The tournament had been the most magical time of her whole life, and there was so much she had not seen yet, harvest feasts and masked balls and mummer shows. She could not bear the thought of losing it all.
"Send Arya away. She started it, father. I swear it. I'll be good, you'll see. Just let me stay and I promise to be as fine and noble and courteous as the queen."
Father's mouth twitched strangely. "Sansa, I'm not sending you away for fighting, though the gods know I'm sick of you two squabbling. I want you back in Winterfell for your own safety. 3 of my men were cut down like dogs not a league from where we sit, and what does Robert do? He goes hunting." Arya was chewing at her lip in that disgusting way she had.
"Can we take Syrio back with us?"
"Who cares about your stupid dancing master?" Sansa flared.
"Father, I only just now remembered I can't go away. I'm to marry Prince Joffrey."
She tried to smile bravely for him.
"I love him, father. I truly, truly do. I love him as much as Queen Nerys loved Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, as much as Jonquil loved Sir Florian. I want to be his queen and have his babies."
"Sweet one," her father said gently, "listen to me. When you're old enough, I will make you a match with a high lord who's worthy of you, someone brave and gentle and strong. This match with Joffrey was a terrible mistake. That boy is no Prince Aemon, you must believe me."
"He is,"
Sansa insisted.
"I don't want someone brave and gentle. I want him. We'll be ever so happy, just like in the songs, you'll see. I'll give him a son with golden hair, and one day he'll be the king of all the realm, the greatest king that ever was, as brave as the wolf and as proud as the lion."
Arya made a face.
"Not if Joffrey's his father," she said. "He's a liar and a craven, and anyhow he's a stag, not a lion."
Sansa felt tears in her eyes.
He's not the least bit like that old drunken king," she screamed at her sister, forgetting herself in her grief.
Father looked at her strangely. "Gods," he swore softly. "Out of the mouth of babes." He shouted for Septa Mordane. To the girls he said, "I'm looking for a fast trading galley to take you home. These days the sea is safer than the King's Road. You will sail as soon as I can find a proper ship, with Septim Ordain and a complement of guards. And yes, with Syria Forel, if he agrees to enter my service. But say nothing of this. It's better if no one knows of our plans. We'll talk again tomorrow."
Sansa cried as Septim Ordain marched him down the steps. They were going to take it all away. The tournaments and the court and her prince, everything. They were going to send her back to the bleak grey walls of Winterfell and lock her up forever. Her life was over before it had begun. "Stop that weeping, child," Septim Ordain said sternly. "I am certain your Lord Father knows what is best for you." "It won't be so bad, Sansa," Arya said. "We're going to sail on a galley. It will be an adventure, and then we'll be with Bran and Robb again, and Old Man and Hodor and the rest." She touched her on the arm. "Hodor!" Sansa yelled. "You ought to marry Hodor. You're just like him, stupid and hairy and ugly." She wrenched away from her sister's hand, stormed into her bedchamber, and barred the door behind her. Chapter 45. Eddard.
"Pain is a gift from the gods, Lord Eddard," Grandmaster Pycelle told him. "It means the bone is knitting, the flesh healing itself. Be thankful." "I will be thankful when my leg stops throbbing."
Pycelle set a stoppered flask on the table by the bed.
"The milk of the poppy, for when the pain grows too onerous." "I sleep too much already." "Sleep is the great healer." "I had hoped that was you."
Pycelle smiled wanly.
"It is good to see you in such a fierce humor, my lord."
He leaned close and lowered his voice.
"There was a raven this morning, a letter for the Queen from her Lord Father. I thought you had best know." "Dark wings, dark words," Ned said grimly. "What of it?" "Lord Tywin is greatly wroth about the men you sent after Sir Gregor Clegane," the master confided. "I feared he would be. You will recall I said as much in council." "Let him be wroth," Ned said. Every time his leg throbbed, he remembered Jaime Lannister's smile and Jory dead in his arms. "Let him write all the letters to the Queen he likes. Lord Beric rides beneath the King's own banner. If Lord Tywin attempts to interfere with the King's justice, he will have Robert to answer to. The only thing his grace enjoys more than hunting is making war on lords who defy him."
Pycelle pulled back, his master's chain jangling.
"As you say, I shall visit again on the morrow."
The old man hurriedly gathered up his things and took his leave. Ned had little doubt that he was bound straight for the royal apartments to whisper at the Queen.
"I thought you had best know, indeed," as if Cersei had not instructed him to pass along her father's threats. He hoped his response rattled those perfect teeth of hers. Ned was not near as confident of Robert as he pretended, but there was no reason Cersei need know that. When Pycelle was gone, Ned called for a cup of honeyed wine. That clouded the mind as well, yet not as badly. He needed to be able to think. 1,000 times he asked himself what Jon Arryn might have done had he lived long enough to act on what he learned. Or perhaps he had acted and died for it. It was queer how sometimes a child's innocent eyes can see things that grown men are blind to. Some day, when Sansa was grown, he would have to tell her how she had made it all come clear for him. "He's not the least bit like that old drunken king," she had declared, angry and unknowing, and the simple truth of it had twisted inside him, cold as death. This was the sword that killed Jon Arryn, Ned thought then, and it will kill Robert as well, a slower death but full as certain. Shattered legs may heal in time, but some betrayals fester and poison the soul. Littlefinger came calling an hour after the Grand Master had left, clad in a plum-colored doublet with a mockingbird embroidered on the breast in black thread, and a striped cloak of black and white. "I cannot visit long, my lord," he announced. "Lady Tanda expects me to lunch with her. No doubt she will roast me a fatted calf. If it's near as fatted as her daughter, I'm like to rupture and die. And how is your leg?" "Inflamed and painful, with an itch that is driving me mad." Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow.
"In future, try not to let any horses fall on it. I would urge you to heal quickly. The realm grows restive. Varys has heard ominous whispers from the west. Free riders and sellswords have been flocking to Casterly Rock, and not for the thin pleasure of Lord Tywin's conversation."
"Is there word of the king?" Ned demanded. "Just how long does Robert intend to hunt?"
"Given his preferences, I believe he'd stay in the forest until you and the queen both die of old age," Lord Patier replied with a faint smile. "Lacking that, I imagine he'll return as soon as he's killed something. They found the white hart, it seems. Or rather, what remained of it. Some wolves found it first and left his grace scarcely more than a hoof and a horn. Robert was in a fury until he heard talk of some monstrous boar deeper in the forest. Then nothing would do but he must have it. Prince Joffrey returned this morning with the Royces, Sir Balon Swan, and some 20 others of the party. The rest are still with the king."
"The hound?"
Ned asked, frowning. Of all the Lannister party, Sandor Clegane was the one who concerned him the most, now that Sir Jaime had fled the city to join his father. "Oh, returned with Joffrey and went straight to the queen." Littlefinger smiled. "I would have given 100 silver stacks to have been a roach in the rushes when he learned that Lord Beric was off to behead his brother."
"Even a blind man could see the hound loathed his brother."
"Ah, but Gregor was his to loathe, not yours to kill. Once Dondarrion lops the summit off our mountain, the Clegane lands and incomes will pass to Sandor, but I wouldn't hold my water waiting for his thanks, not that one. And now you must forgive me. Lady Tanda awaits with her fetid calves."
On the way to the door, Lord Patier spied Grandmaster Mallion's massive tome on the table and paused to idly flip open the cover.
"The lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children," he read. "Now there is tedious reading if ever I saw it. A sleeping potion, my lord?"
For a brief moment Ned considered telling him all of it, but there was something in Littlefinger's japes that irked him. The man was too clever by half, a mocking smile never far from his lips. "Jon Arryn was studying this volume when he was taken sick," Ned said in a careful tone, to see how he might respond. And he responded as he always did, with a quip.
"In that case," he said, "death must have come as a blessed relief."
Lord Petier Baelish bowed and took his leave. Eddard Stark allowed himself a curse. Aside from his own retainers, there was scarcely a man in the city he trusted. Littlefinger had concealed Catelyn and helped Ned in his inquiries, yet his haste to save his own skin when Jaime and his swords had come out of the rain still rankled. Varys was worse. For all his protestations of loyalty, the eunuch knew too much and did too little. Grandmaster Pycelle seemed more Cersei's creature with every passing day, and Sir Barristan was an old man, and rigid. He would tell Ned to do his duty. Time was perilously short. The king would return from his hunt soon, and honor would require Ned to go to him with all he had learned. Vayan Poole had arranged for Sansa and Arya to sail on the Wind Witch out of Bravos 3 days hence. They would be back at Winterfell before the harvest. Ned could no longer use his concern for their safety to excuse his delay. Yet last night he had dreamt of Rhaegar's children. Lord Tywin had laid the bodies beneath the Iron Throne, wrapped in the crimson cloaks of his house guard. That was clever of him. The blood did not show so badly against the red cloth. The little princess had been barefoot, still dressed in her bed gown, and the boy... Ned could not let that happen again. The realm could not withstand a second Mad King, another dance of blood and vengeance. He must find some way to save the children. Robert could be merciful. Sir Barristan was scarcely the only man he had pardoned. Grandmaster Pycelle, Varys the Spider, Lord Balon Greyjoy, each had been counted an enemy to Robert once, and each had been welcomed into friendship and allowed to retain honours and office for a pledge of fealty. So long as a man was brave and honest, Robert would treat him with all the honour and respect due a valiant enemy. This was something else. Poison in the dark, a knife thrust to the soul. This he could never forgive, no more than he had forgiven Rhaegar. He will kill them all, Ned realized. And yet he knew he could not keep silent. He had a duty to Robert, to the realm, to the shade of Jon Arryn, and to Bran, who surely must have stumbled on some part of the truth. Why else would they have tried to slay him? Late that afternoon he summoned Tomard, the portly guardsman with the ginger-colored whiskers his children called Fat Tom. With Jory dead and Alyn gone, Fat Tom had command of his household guard. The thought filled Ned with vague disquiet. Tomard was a solid man, Affable, loyal, tireless, capable in a limited way, but he was near 50, and even in his youth he had never been energetic. Perhaps Ned should not have been so quick to send off half his guard, and all his best swords among them. "I shall require your help," Ned said when Tomard appeared, looking faintly apprehensive, as he always did when called before his lord. "Take me to the Godswood." "Is that wise, Lord Eddard? With your leg and all?" "Perhaps not, but necessary." Tomard summoned Varley. With one arm around each man's shoulder, Ned managed to descend the steep tower steps and hobble across the bailey. "I want the guard doubled," he told Fat Tom. "No one enters or leaves the Tower of the Hand without my leave." Tom blinked. "My lord, with Ellen and the others away, we are hard-pressed already." "It will only be a short while. Lengthen the watches." "As you say, my lord," Tom answered. "Might I ask why—" "Best not," Ned answered crisply. The Godswood was empty, as it always was here in the citadel of the Southern gods. Ned's leg was screaming as they lowered him to the grass beside the hard tree. "Thank you." He drew a paper from his sleeve, sealed with the sigil of his house. "Kindly deliver this at once." Tom had looked at the name Ned had written on the paper and licked his lips anxiously. "My lord, do as I bid you, Tom," Ned said. How long he waited in the quiet of the Godswood he could not say. It was peaceful here. The thick walls shut out the clamour of the castle, and he could hear birds singing, the murmur of crickets, leaves rustling in a gentle wind. The hard tree was an oak, brown and faceless, yet Ned Stark still felt the presence of his guards. His leg did not seem to hurt so much. She came to him at sunset, as the clouds reddened above the walls and towers. She came alone, as he had bid her. For once she was dressed simply, in leather boots and hunting greens. When she drew back the hood of her brown cloak, he saw the bruise where the king had struck her. The angry plum colour had faded to yellow, and the swelling was down, but there was no mistaking it for anything but what it was. "Why here?" Cersei Lannister asked as she stood over him. "So the gods can see." She sat beside him on the grass. Her every move was graceful. Her curling blonde hair moved in the wind, and her eyes were green as the leaves of summer. It had been a long time since Ned Stark had seen her beauty, but he saw it now. "I know the truth Jon Arryn died for," he told her. "Do you?" The queen watched his face, wary as a cat. "Is that why you called me here, Lord Stark? To pose me riddles? Or is it your intent to seize me as your wife seized my brother?" "If you truly believed that, you would never have come." Ned touched her cheek gently. "Has he done this before?" "Once or twice." She shied away from his hand. "Never on the face before. Jaime would have killed him, even if it meant his own life." Cersei looked at him defiantly. "My brother is worth 100 of your friend." "Your brother," Ned said. "Or your lover?" "Both." She did not flinch from the truth. "Since we were children together. And why not? The Targaryens wed brother to sister for 300 years to keep the bloodlines pure. And Jaime and I are more than brother and sister. We are one person in 2 bodies. We share the womb together. He came into this world holding my foot, our old master said. When he is in me, I feel whole." The ghost of a smile flitted over her lips. "My son Bran." To her credit, Cersei did not look away. "He saw us. You love your children, do you not?" Robert had asked him the very same question the morning of the melee. He gave her the same answer. "With all my heart." "No less do I love mine." Ned thought, if it came to that, the life of some child I did not know, against Robb and Sansa and Arya and Bran and Rickon, what would I do? Even more so, what would Catelyn do if it were Jon's life against the children of her body? He did not know. He prayed he never would. "All 3 are Jaime's," he said. It was not a question. "Thank the gods." "The seed is strong," Jon Arryn had cried on his deathbed, and so it was. All those bastards, all with hair as black as night. Grandmaster Malian recorded the last mating between stag and lion some 90 years ago, when Tia Lannister wed Gowan Baratheon, third son of the reigning lord. Their only issue, an unnamed boy described in Melian's tome as a large and lusty lad born with a full head of black hair, died in infancy. 30 years before that, a male Lannister had taken a Baratheon maid to wife. She had given him 3 daughters and a son, each black-haired. No matter how far back Ned searched in the brittle yellowed pages, always he found the gold yielding before the coal. "A dozen years," Ned said. "How is it that you have had no children by the king?" She lifted her head, defiant.
"Your Robert got me with child once," she said, her voice thick with contempt. "My brother found a woman to cleanse me. He never knew. If truth be told, I can scarcely bear for him to touch me, and I have not let him inside me for years. I know other ways to pleasure him when he leaves his whores long enough to stagger up to my bedchamber. Whatever we do, the king is usually so drunk that he's forgotten it all by next morning."
How could they have all been so blind? The truth was there in front of them all the time, written on the children's faces. Ned felt sick. "I remember Robert as he was the day he took the throne, every inch a king," he said quietly. "1,000 other women might have loved him with all their hearts. What did he do to make you hate him so?" Her eyes burned, green fire in the dusk, like the lioness that was her sigil.
"The night of our wedding feast, the first time we shared a bed, he called me by your sister's name. He was on top of me, in me, stinking of wine, and he whispered Lyanna."
Ned Stark thought of pale blue roses, and for a moment he wanted to weep. "I do not know which of you I pity most." The Queen seemed amused by that.
"Save your pity for yourself, Lord Stark. I want none of it."
"You know what I must do."
"Must."
She put her hand on his good leg, just above the knee.
"A true man does what he will, not what he must."
Her fingers brushed lightly against his thigh, the gentlest of promises.
"The realm needs a strong hand. Joff will not come of age for years. No one wants war again, least of all me."
Her hand touched his face, his hair.
"If friends can turn to enemies, enemies can become friends. Your wife is 1,000 leagues away, and my brother has fled. Be kind to me, Ned. I swear to you, you shall never regret it."
"Did you make the same offer to Jon Arryn?" She slapped him. "I shall wear that as a badge of honor," Ned said dryly.
"Honor?" she spat. "How dare you play the noble lord with me? What do you take me for? You've a bastard of your own, I've seen him. Who was the mother, I wonder? Some Dornish peasant you raped while her holdfast burned? A whore? Or was it the grieving sister, the Lady Ashara? She threw herself into the sea, I'm told. Why was that? For the brother you slew, or the child you stole? Tell me, my honourable Lord Eddard, how are you any different from Robert, or me, or Jaime?"
"For a start," said Ned, "I do not kill children. You would do well to listen, my lady. I shall say this only once. When the king returns from his hunt, I intend to lay the truth before him. You must be gone by then. You and your children, all 3, and not to Casterly Rock. If I were you, I should take ship for the free cities, or even farther to the Summer Isles or the port of Ibn, as far as the winds blow."
"Exile," she said. "A bitter cup to drink from."
"A sweeter cup than your father served Rhaegar's children," Ned said, "and kinder than you deserve. Your father and your brothers would do well to go with you. Lord Tywin's gold will buy you comfort, and hire swords to keep you safe. You shall need them. I promise you, no matter where you flee, Robert's wrath will follow you, to the back of beyond if need be." The Queen stood.
"And what of my wrath, Lord Stark?" she asked softly. Her eyes searched his face. "You should have taken the realm for yourself. It was there for the taking. Jaime told me how you found him on the Iron Throne the day King's Landing fell, and made him yield it up. That was your moment. All you needed to do was climb those steps and sit. Such a sad mistake."
"I've made more mistakes than you can possibly imagine," Ned said, "but that was not one of them."
"Oh, but it was, my lord,"
Cersei insisted. "When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground." She turned up her hood to hide her swollen face and left him there in the dark beneath the oak, amidst the quiet of the godswood, under a blue-black sky. The stars were coming out. Chapter 46. Daenerys. The heart was steaming in the cold evening air when Khal Drogo set it before her, raw and bloody. His arms were red to the elbow. Behind him, his blood riders knelt in the sand beside the corpse of the wild stallion, stone knives in their hands. The stallion's blood looked black in the flickering orange glare of the torches that ringed the high chalk walls of the pit. Dany touched the soft swell of her belly. Sweat beaded her skin and trickled down her brow. She could feel the old women watching her, the ancient crones of Vas Dothrak, with eyes that shone dark as polished flint in their wrinkled faces. She must not flinch or look afraid. "I am the blood of the dragon," she told herself as she took the stallion's heart in both hands, lifted it to her mouth, and plunged her teeth into the tough, stringy flesh. Warm blood filled her mouth and ran down over her chin. The taste threatened to gag her, but she made herself chew and swallow. The heart of a stallion would make her son strong and swift and fearless, or so the Dothraki believed, but only if the mother could eat it all. If she choked on the blood or retched up the flesh, the omens were less favorable. The child might be stillborn, or come forth weak, deformed, or female. Her handmaids had helped her ready herself for the ceremony. Despite the tender mother's stomach that had afflicted her these past 2 moons, Dany had dined on bowls of half-clotted blood to accustom herself to the taste, and Eerie made her chew strips of dried horseflesh until her jaws were aching. She had starved herself for a day and a night before the ceremony in the hopes that hunger would help her keep down the raw meat. The wild stallion's heart was all muscle, and Dany had to worry it with her teeth and chew each mouthful a long time. No steel was permitted within the sacred confines of Vas Dothrak, beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountains. She had to rip the heart apart with teeth and nails. Her stomach roiled and heaved, yet she kept on, her face smeared with the heart's blood that sometimes seemed to explode against her lips. Khal Drogo stood over her as she ate, his face as hard as a bronze shield. His long black braid was shiny with oil. He wore gold rings in his mustache, gold bells in his braid, and a heavy belt of solid gold medallions around his waist, but his chest was bare. She looked at him whenever she felt her strength failing, looked at him, and chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed. Toward the end, Dany thought she glimpsed a fierce pride in his dark, almond-shaped eyes, but she could not be sure. The Khal's face did not often betray the thoughts within. And finally it was done. Her cheeks and fingers were sticky as she forced down the last of it. Only then did she turn her eyes back to the old women, the crones of the Dosh Khaleen. "Kalaka Dothre Murhanga," she proclaimed in her best Dothraki. "A prince rides inside me." She had practiced the phrase for days with her handmaid Jiki. The oldest of the crones, a bent and shriveled stick of women with a single black eye, raised her arms on high. "Kalaka Dothre!" she shrieked. "The prince is riding." "He's riding," the other women answered. "Rak, Rak, Rakhaj," they proclaimed. A boy, a strong boy." Bells rang, a sudden clangor of bronze birds. A deep-throated warhorn sounded its long, low note. The old women began to chant. Underneath their painted leather vests, their withered dirks swayed back and forth, shiny with oil and sweat. The eunuchs who served them threw bundles of dried grasses into a great bronze brazier, and clouds of fragrant smoke rose up toward the moon and the stars. The Dothraki believed the stars were horses made of fire, a great herd that galloped across the sky by night. As the smoke ascended, the chanting died away, and the ancient crone closed her single eye, the better to peer into the future. The silence that fell was complete. Dany could hear the distant call of night birds, the hiss and crackle of the torches, the gentle lapping of water from the lake. The Dothraki stared at her with eyes of night, waiting. Khal Drogo laid his hand on Dany's arm. She could feel the tension in his fingers. Even a Khal as mighty as Drogo could know fear when the Dosh Khaleen peered into smoke of the future. At her back, her handmaids fluttered anxiously. Finally, the crone opened her eye and lifted her arms. "I have seen his face and heard the thunder of his hoofs," she proclaimed in a thin, wavery voice. "The thunder of his hoofs," the others chorused. "As swift as the wind he rides, and behind him his collassar covers the earth, men without number, with araks shining in their hands like blades of razor grass. Fierce as a storm this prince will be. His enemies will tremble before him, and their wives will weep tears of blood and rend their flesh in grief. The bells in his hair will sing his coming, and the milkmen in the stone tents will fear his name." The old woman trembled and looked at Dany almost as if she were afraid. "The prince is riding, and he shall be the stallion who mounts the world." "The stallion who mounts the world!" the onlookers cried in echo, until the night rang to the sound of their voices. The one-eyed crone peered at Dany. "What shall he be called, the stallion who mounts the world?" She stood to answer. "He shall be called Rhaego," she said, using the words that Cheeky had taught her. Her hands touched the swell beneath her breasts protectively as a roar went up from the Dothraki. "Rhaego!" they screamed. "Rhaego! Rhaego! Rhaego!" The name was still ringing in her ears as Khal Drogo led her from the pit. His blood riders fell in behind them. A procession followed them out into the God's Way, the broad grassy road that ran through the heart of vast Dothrak, from the Horse Gate to the Mother of Mountains. The crones of the Dosh Khaleen came first, with their eunuchs and slaves. Some supported themselves with tall carved staffs as they struggled along on ancient, shaking legs, while others walked as proud as any horse lord. Each of the old women had been a Khaleesi once. When their lord husbands died, and a new Khal took his place at the front of his riders, with a new Khaleesi mounted beside him, they were sent here to reign over the vast Dothraki nation. Even the mightiest of Khals bowed to the wisdom and authority of the Dosh Khaleen. Still, it gave Dany the shivers to think that one day she might be sent to join them, whether she willed it or not. Behind the wise women came the others, Khal Ogo and his son, the Khal Akafogo, Khal Jomo and his wives, the chief man of Drogo's collassar, Dany's handmaids, the Khal's servants and slaves, and more. Bells rang and drums bat a stately cadence as they marched along the God's Way. Stolen heroes and the gods of dead peoples brooded in the darkness beyond the road. Alongside the procession, slaves ran lightly through the grass with torches in their hands, and the flickering flames made the great monuments seem almost alive. "What is meaning, name Rhaego?" Khal Drogo asked as they walked, using the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She had been teaching him a few words when she could. Drogo was quick to learn when he put his mind to it, though his accent was so thick and barbarous that neither Ser Jorah nor Viserys could understand a word he said. "My brother Rhaego was a fierce warrior, my sun and stars," she told him. "He died before I was born. Ser Jorah says that he was the last of the dragons." Khal Drogo looked down at her. His face was a copper mask, yet under the long black mustache, drooping beneath the weight of its gold rings, she thought she glimpsed the shadow of a smile. "Is good name, Dan Aerys wife, moon of my life," he said. They rode to the lake that the Dothraki called the womb of the world, surrounded by a fringe of reeds, its water still and calm. 1,000 years ago, Cheeky told her, the first man had emerged from its depths, riding upon the back of the first horse. The procession waited on a grassy shore as Dany stripped and let her soiled clothing fall to the ground. Naked, she stepped gingerly into the water. Irri said the lake had no bottom, but Dany felt soft mud squishing between her toes as she pushed through the tall reeds. The moon floated on the still black waters, shattering and reforming as her ripples washed over it. Goose pimples rose on her pale skin as the coldness crept up her thighs and kissed her lower lips. The stallion's blood had dried on her hands and around her mouth. Dany cupped her fingers and lifted the sacred waters over her head, cleansing herself and the child inside her, while the Khal and the others looked on. She heard the old women of the Dosh Khaleen muttering to each other as they watched, and wondered what they were saying. When she emerged from the lake, shivering and dripping, her handmaid Doria hurried to her with a robe of painted sand silk, but Khal Drogo waved her away. He was looking on her swollen breasts and the curve of her belly with approval, and Dany could see the shape of his manhood pressing through his horse-hide trousers below the heavy gold medallions of his belt. She went to him and helped him unlace. Then her huge Khal took her by the hips and lifted her into the air as he might lift a child. The bells in his hair rang softly. Dany wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pressed her face against his neck as he thrust himself inside her. 3 quick strokes and it was done. "The stallion who mounts the world," Drogo whispered hoarsely. His hands still smelled of horse blood. He bit at her throat, hard, in the moment of his pleasure, and when he lifted her off, his seed filled her and trickled down the inside of her thighs. Only then was Dorea permitted to drape her in the scented sand silk, and Irri to fit soft slippers to her feet. Khal Drogo laced himself up and spoke a command, and horses were brought to the lake shore. Kohollo had the honor of helping the Khaleesi onto her silver. Drogo spurred his stallion and set off down the God's Way beneath the moon and stars. On her silver, Dany easily kept pace. The silk tenting that roofed Khal Drogo's hall had been rolled up tonight, and the moon followed them inside. Flames leapt 10 feet in the air from 3 huge stone-lined fire pits. The air was thick with the smells of roasting meat and curdled, fermented mare's milk. The hall was crowded and noisy when they entered, the cushions packed with those whose rank and name were not sufficient to allow them at the ceremony. As Dany rode beneath the arched entry and up the center aisle, every eye was on her. The Dothraki screamed out comments on her belly and her breasts, hailing the life within her. She could not understand all they shouted, but one phrase came clear. "The stallion that mounts the world," she heard, bellowed in 1,000 voices. The sounds of drums and horns swelled up into the night. Half-clothed women spun and danced on the low tables, amid joints of meat and platters piled high with plums and dates and pomegranates. Many of the men were drunk on clotted mare's milk, yet Dany knew no Arrags would clash tonight, not here in the sacred city, where blades and bloodshed were forbidden. Khal Drogo dismounted and took his place on the high bench. Khal Jummo and Khal Ogo, who had been in Vast Jothrek with their Khalasars when they arrived, were given seats of high honor to Drogo's right and left. The blood riders of the 3 Khals sat below them, and farther down Khal Jummo's 4 wives. Dany climbed off her silver and gave the reins to one of the slaves. As Doria and Irri arranged her cushions, she searched for her brother. Even across the length of the crowded hall, Viserys should have been conspicuous with his pale skin, silvery hair, and bag as rags, but she did not see him anywhere. Her glance roamed the crowded tables near the walls, where men whose braids were even shorter than their manhood sat on frayed rugs and flat cushions around the low tables, but all the faces she saw had black eyes and copper skin. She spied Ser Jorah Mormont near the center of the hall, close to the middle fire pit. It was a place of respect, if not high honor. The Dothraki esteemed the knight's prowess with a sword. Dany sent Cheeky to bring him to her table. Mormont came at once, and went to one knee before her. "Khaleesi," he said, "I am yours to command." She patted the stuffed horse-hide cushion beside her. "Sit and talk with me." "You honor me." The knight seated himself cross-legged on the cushion. A slave knelt before him, offering a wooden platter full of ripe figs. Ser Jorah took one and bit it in half. "Where is my brother?" Dany asked. "He ought to have come by now, for the feast." "I saw his grace this morning," he told her. "He told me he was going to the Western Market in search of wine." "Wine?" Dany said doubtfully. Viserys could not abide the taste of the fermented mare's milk the Dothraki drank, she knew that, and he was oft at the bazaars these days, drinking with the traders who came in the great caravans from east and west. He seemed to find their company more congenial than hers. "Wine," Ser Jorah confirmed. "And he has some thought to recruit men for his army from the sellswords who guard the caravans." A serving girl laid a blood pie in front of him, and he attacked it with both hands. "Is that wise?" she asked. "He has no gold to pay soldiers. What if he's betrayed?" Caravan guards were seldom troubled much by thoughts of honor, and a usurper in King's Landing would pay well for her brother's head. You ought to have gone with him to keep him safe. You are his sworn sword. We are in Vaz Dothrak, he reminded her. No one may carry a blade here or shed a man's blood. Yet men die, she said. Drogo told me. Some of the traders have eunuchs with them, huge men who strangle thieves with wisps of silk. That way no blood is shed and the gods are not angered. Then let us hope your brother will be wise enough not to steal anything. Sir Jorah wiped the grease off his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned close over the table. He had planned to take your dragon's eggs until I warned him that I'd cut off his hand if he so much as touched them. For a moment Dany was so shocked she had no words. My eggs? But they're mine. Magister Illyria gave them to me, a bride gift. Why would Viserys want... They're only stones. The same could be said of rubies and diamonds and fire opals, princess. And dragon's eggs are rarer by far. Those traders he's been drinking with would sell their own manhoods for even one of those stones, and with all three, Viserys could buy as many sellswords as he might need. Dany had not known, had not even suspected. Then he should have them. He does not need to steal them. He had only to ask. He's my brother, and my true king. He's your brother, Sir Jorah acknowledged. You do not understand, sir, she said. My mother died giving me birth, and my father and my brother Rhaegar even before that. I would never have known so much as their names if Viserys had not been there to tell me. He was the only one left, the only one. He is all I have. Once, said Sir Jorah. No longer, Khaleesi. You belong to the Dothraki now. In your womb rides the stallion who mounts the world. He held out his cup, and the slave filled it with fermented mare's milk, sour-smelling and thick with clots. Dany waved her away. Even the smell of it made her feel ill, and she would take no chances of bringing up the horse heart she had forced herself to eat. What does it mean? She asked. What is this stallion? Everyone was shouting it at me, but I don't understand. The stallion is the Khal of Khals promised in ancient prophecy, child. He will unite the Dothraki into a single Khalasar and ride to the ends of the earth, or so it was promised. All the people of the world will be his herd. Oh, Dany said in a small voice. Her hand smoothed her robe down over the swell of her stomach. I named him Rhaego. A name to make the usurper's blood run cold. Suddenly, the Rhea was tugging at her elbow. My lady, the handmaid whispered urgently. Your brother. Dany looked down the length of the long, roofless hall, and there he was, striding toward her. From the lurch in his step, she could tell at once that Viserys had found his wine, and something that passed for courage. He was wearing his scarlet silks, soiled and travel-stained. His cloak and gloves were black velvet, faded from the sun. His boots were dry and cracked, his silver-blonde hair matted and tangled. A long sword swung from his belt in a leather scabbard. The Dothraki eyed the sword as he passed. Dany heard curses and threats and angry muttering rising all around her, like a tide. The music died away in a nervous stammering of drums. A sense of dread closed around her heart. Go to him, she commanded Sir Jorah. Stop him. Bring him here. Tell him he can have the dragon's axe if that is what he wants. The knight rose swiftly to his feet. Where's my sister? Viserys shouted, his voice thick with wine. I've come here for feast. How dare you presume to eat without me? No one eats before the king. Where is she? The whore can't hide from the dragon. He stopped beside the largest of the 3 fire pits, peering around at the faces of the Dothraki. There were 5,000 men in the hall, but only a handful who knew the common tongue. Yet even if his words were incomprehensible, you had only to look at him to know that he was drunk. Sir Jorah went to him swiftly, whispered something in his ear, and took him by the arm, but Viserys wrenched free. Keep your hands off me! No one touches the dragon without leave. Dany glanced anxiously up at the high bench. Khal Drogo was saying something to the other Khals beside him. Khal Jarmo grinned, and Khal Ogo began to guffaw loudly. The sound of laughter made Viserys lift his eyes. Khal Drogo, he said thickly, his voice almost polite. "I'm here for the feast." He staggered away from Ser Jorah, making to join the three carls on the high bench. Khal Drogo rose, spat out a dozen words in Dothraki, faster than Dany could understand, and pointed. "Khal Drogo says your place is not on the high bench," Ser Jorah translated for her brother. "Khal Drogo says your place is there." Viserys glanced where the carl was pointing. At the back of the long hall, in a corner by the wall, deep in shadow so better men would not need to look on them, sat the lowest of the low. Raw, unblooded boys, old men with clouded eyes and stiff joints, the dim-witted and the maimed. Far from the meat and farther from honor. "That is no place for a king," her brother declared. "His place," Khal Drogo answered, in the common tongue that Dany had taught him. "For Sorefoot King." He clapped his hands together. "A cart! Bring cart for Khal Raggat." 5,000 Dothraki began to laugh and shout. Ser Jorah was standing beside Viserys, screaming in his ear, but the roar in the hall was so thunderous that Dany could not hear what he was saying. Her brother shouted back, and the two men grappled, until Mormont knocked Viserys bodily to the floor. Her brother drew his sword. The bared steel shone a fearful red in the glare from the 5 pits. "Keep away from me!" Viserys hissed. Ser Jorah backed off a step, and her brother climbed unsteadily to his feet. He waved the sword over his head, the borrowed blade that Majesty Illyrio had given him to make him seem more kingly. Dothraki were shrieking at him from all sides, screaming vile curses. Dany gave a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here, even if her brother did not. Her voice made Viserys turn his head, and he saw her for the first time. "There she is," he said, smiling. He stalked toward her, slashing at the air as if to cut a path through a wall of enemies, though no one tried to bar his way. "The blade! You must not," she begged him. "Please, Viserys, it is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food. Is it the dragon's eggs you want? You can have them. Only throw away the sword." "Do as she tells you, fool!" Ser Jorah shouted, "before you get us all killed." Viserys laughed. "They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in the sacred city. But I can." He laid the point of his sword between Daenerys' breasts and slid it downward over the curve of her belly. "I want what I came for," he told her. "I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. I'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him." The sword point pushed through her silks and pricked at her navel. Viserys was weeping, she saw. Weeping and laughing, both at the same time. This man who had once been her brother. Distantly, as from far away, Dany heard her handmaid Cheeky sobbing in fear, pleading that she dared not translate, that the carl would bind her and drag her behind his horse all the way up the Mother of Mountains. She put her arm around the girl. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I shall tell him." She did not know if she had enough words, yet when she was done Khal Drogo spoke a few brisk sentences in Dothraki, and she knew he understood. The son of her life stepped down from the high bench. "What did he say?" the man who had been her brother asked her, flinching. It had grown so silent in the hall that she could hear the bells in Khal Drogo's hair, chiming softly with each step he took. His blood riders followed him, like 3 copper shadows. Daenerys had gone cold all over. "He says you shall have a splendid golden crown that man shall tremble to behold." Viserys smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the thing that tore at her afterward. The way he smiled. "That was all I wanted," he said. "What was promised?" When the son of her life reached her, Dany slid an arm around his waist. The carl said a word, and his blood riders leapt forward. Quotho seized the man who had been her brother by the arms. Hago shattered his wrist with a single sharp twist of his huge hands. Kohollo pulled the sword from his limp fingers. Even now Viserys did not understand. "No!" he shouted. "You cannot touch me! I'm the dragon, and I will be crowned!" Khal Drogo unfastened his belt. The medallions were pure gold, massive and ornate, each one as large as a man's hand. He shouted a command. Cook slaves pulled a heavy iron stew pot from the fire pit, dumped the stew onto the ground, and returned the pot to the flames. Drogo tossed in the belt and watched without expression as the medallions turned red and began to lose their shape. She could see fires dancing in the onyx of his eyes. A slave handed him a pair of thick horsehair mittens, and he pulled them on, never so much as looking at the man. Viserys began to scream the high, wordless scream of the coward facing death. He kicked and twisted, whimpered like a dog and wept like a child, but the Dothraki held him tight between them. Ser Jorah had made his way to Dany's side. He put a hand on her shoulder. "Turn away, my princess, I beg you." "No." She folded her arms across the swell of her belly, protectively. At the last, Viserys looked at her. "Sister, please. Dany, tell them. Make them... Sweet sister." When the gold was half melted and starting to run, Drogo reached into the flames, snatched out the pot. "Crown!" he roared. "Here, a crown for Card King!" and opened the pot over the head of the man who had been her brother. The sound Viserys Targaryen made when that hideous iron helmet covered his face was like nothing human. His feet hammered a frantic beat against the dirt floor, slowed, stopped. Thick globs of molten gold dripped down onto his chest, setting the scarlet silk to smoldering, yet no drop of blood was spilled. He was no dragon, Dany thought, curiously calm. Fire cannot kill a dragon. Chapter 47. Eddard. He was walking through the crypts beneath Winterfell as he had walked 1,000 times before. The kings of winter watched him pass with eyes of ice, and the dire wolves at their feet turned their great stone heads and snarled. Last of all, he came to the tomb where his father slept, with Brandon and Lyanna beside him. "Promise me, Ned," Lyanna's statue whispered. She wore a garland of pale blue roses, and her eyes wept blood. Eddard Stark jerked upright, his heart racing, the blankets tangled around him. The room was black as pitch, and someone was hammering at the door. "Lord Eddard!" a voice called loudly. "A moment." Groggy and naked, he stumbled his way across the darkened chamber. When he opened the door, he found Tormund with an upraised fist, and Cain with a taper in hand. Between them stood the king's own steward. The man's face might have been carved of stone, so little did it show. "My lord hand," he intoned. "His grace the king commands your presence, at once." So Robert had returned from his hunt. It was long past time. "I shall need a few moments to dress." Ned left the man waiting without. Cain helped him with his clothes, white linen tunic and grey cloak, trousers cut open down his plaster-sheathed leg, his badge of office, and last of all a belt of heavy silver links. He sheathed the Valyrian dagger at his waist. The Red Keep was dark and still as Cain and Tormund escorted him across the inner bailey. The moon hung low over the walls, ripening toward full. On the ramparts, a guardsman in a gold cloak walked his rounds. The royal apartments were in Magus Holdfast, a massive square fortress that nestled in the heart of the Red Keep behind walls 12 feet thick and a dry moat lined with iron spikes, a castle within a castle. Sir Boros Blount guarded the far end of the bridge, white steel armor ghostly in the moonlight. Within, Ned passed 2 other knights of the Kingsguard. Sir Preston Greenfield stood at the bottom of the steps, and Sir Barristan Selmy waited at the door of the king's bedchamber. 3 men in white cloaks, he thought, remembering, and a strange chill went through him. Sir Barristan's face was as pale as his armor. Ned had only to look at him to know that something was dreadfully wrong. The royal steward opened the door. "Lord Eddard Stark, the hand of the king," he announced. "Bring him here," Robert's voice called, strangely thick. Fires blazed in the twin hearths at either end of the bedchamber, filling the room with a sullen red glare. The heat within was suffocating. Robert lay across the canopied bed. At the bedside hovered Grandmaster Pycelle, while Lord Renly paced restlessly before the shuttered windows. Servants moved back and forth, feeding logs to the fire and boiling wine. Cersei Lannister sat on the edge of the bed beside her husband. Her hair was tousled as if from sleep, but there was nothing sleepy in her eyes. They followed Ned as Tormund and Cain helped him cross the room. He seemed to move very slowly, as if he were still dreaming. The king still wore his boots. Ned could see dried mud and blades of grass clinging to the leather where Robert's feet stuck out beneath the blanket that covered him. A green doublet lay on the floor, slashed open and discarded, the cloth crustled with red-brown stains. The room smelled of smoke and blood and death. "Ned," the king whispered when he saw him. His face was pale as milk. "Come, closer." His men brought him close. Ned steadied himself with a hand on the bedpost. He had only to look down at Robert to know how bad it was. "What?" he began, his throat clenched. "A boar." Lord Renly was still in his hunting greens, his cloak spattered with blood. "A devil," the king husked. "My own fault. Too much wine, damn me to hell. Missed my thrust." "And where were the rest of you?" Ned demanded of Lord Renly. "Where was Sir Barristan and the Kingsguard?" Renly's mouth twitched. "My brother commanded us to stand aside and let him take the boar alone." Eddard Stark lifted the blanket. They had done what they could to close him up, but it was nowhere near enough. The boar must have been a fearsome thing. It had ripped the king from groin to nipple with its tusks. The wine-soaked bandages the Grandmaster Pycelle had applied were already black with blood, and the smell of the wound was hideous. Ned's stomach turned. He let the blanket fall. "Stinks," Robert said. "The stink of death. Don't think I can't smell it. Bastard did me good, eh? But I paid him back in kind, Ned." The king's smile was as terrible as his wound, his teeth red. "Drove a knife right through his eye. Asked him if I didn't. Asked him." "Truly," Lord Renly murmured. "We brought the carcass back with us, at my brother's command." "For the feast," Robert whispered. "Now leave us, the lot of you. I need to speak with Ned." "Robert, my sweet lord," Cersei began. "I said leave," Robert insisted with a hint of his old fierceness. "What part of that don't you understand, woman?" Cersei gathered up her skirts and her dignity and led the way to the door. Lord Renly and the others followed. Grandmaster Pycelle lingered, his hands shaking as he had offered the king a cup of thick white liquid. "The milk of the poppy, your grace," he said. "Drink, for your pain." Robert knocked the cup away with the back of his hand. "Away with you! I'll sleep soon enough, old fool. Get out!" Grandmaster Pycelle gave Ned a stricken look as he shuffled from the room. "Damn you, Robert," Ned said when they were alone. His leg was throbbing so badly he was almost blind with pain. Or perhaps it was grief that fogged his eyes. He lowered himself to the bed beside his friend. "Why do you always have to be so headstrong?" "Fuck you, Ned," the king said hoarsely. "I killed the bastard, didn't I?" A lock of matted black hair fell across his eyes as he glared up at Ned. "Ought to do the same for you. Can't leave a man to hunt in peace. Sir Robert found me. Gregor's head. Ugly thought. Never told the hound. Let Cersei surprise him." His laugh turned into a grunt as a spasm of pain hit him. "God have mercy," he muttered, swallowing his agony. "The girl, Daenerys. Only a child, you were right. That's why the gods sent the boar. Sent to punish me." The king coughed, bringing up blood. "Wrong. It was wrong. Only a girl. Varys, Littlefinger, even my brother. Worthless. No one to tell me no but you, Ned. Only you." He lifted his hand, the gesture pained and feeble. "Paper and ink. There on the table. Write what I tell you." Ned smoothed the paper out across his knee and took up the quill. "At your command, your grace." "This is the will and word of Robert of House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and all the rest. Put in the damned titles, you know how it goes. I do hereby command Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King, to serve as Lord Regent and Protector of the Realm upon my death, to rule in my in my stead until my son Joffrey does come of age." "Robert."
"Joffrey's not your son," he wanted to say, but the words would not come. The agony was written too plainly across Robert's face. He could not hurt him more. So Ned bent his head and wrote, but where the king had said, "My son Joffrey," he scrawled, "My heir," instead. The deceit made him feel soiled. "The lies we tell for love," he thought. "May the gods forgive me."
"What else would you have me say?" "Say whatever you need to. Protect and defend, God old and new. You have the words. Right. I'll sign it. You give it to the council when I'm dead." "Robert," Ned said in a voice thick with grief, "you must not do this. Don't die on me. The realm needs you." Robert took his hand, fingers squeezing hard. "You were such a bad liar, Ned Stark," he said through his pain. The realm knows what a wretched king I've been. Bad as Aerys, the gods spare me." "No," Ned told his dying friend. "Not so bad as Aerys, your grace. Not near so bad as Aerys." Robert managed a weak red smile. "At the least, they will say, this last thing, this I did right. You won't fail me. You'll rule now. You'll hate it worse than I did. But you'll do well. Are you done with the scribbling?" "Yes, your grace." Ned offered Robert the paper. The king scrawled his signature blindly, leaving a smear of blood across the letter. "The seal should be witnessed." "Serve the boar at my funeral feast," Robert rasped. "Apple in its mouth, skin seared crisp. Eat the bastard. Don't care if you choke on him. Promise me, Ned." "I promise." "Promise me, Ned," Lyanna's voice echoed. "The girl," the king said. "Daenerys. Let her live. If you can, if it... not too late. Talk to them. Varys, Littlefinger. Don't let them kill her. And help my son, Ned. Make him be... better than me." He winced. "Gods have mercy." "They will, my friend," Ned said. "They will." The king closed his eyes and seemed to relax. "Killed by a pig," he muttered. "Ought to laugh, but it hurts too much." Ned was not laughing. "Shall I call them back?" Robert gave a weak nod. "As you will. Gods, why it is so cold in here." The servants rushed back in and hurried to feed the fires. The queen had gone. That was some small relief at last. If she had any sense, Cersei would take her children and fly before the break of day, Ned thought. She had lingered too long already. King Robert did not seem to miss her. He bid his brother Renly and Grandmaster Pycelle to stand in witness as he pressed his seal into the hot yellow wax that Ned had dripped upon his letter. "Now give me something for the pain and let me die." Hurriedly, Grandmaster Pycelle mixed him another draught of the milk of the poppy. This time, the king drank deeply. His black beard was beaded with thick white droplets when he threw the empty cup aside. "Will I dream?" Ned gave him his answer. "You will, my lord." "Good," he said, smiling. "I will give Lyanna your love, Ned. Take care of my children for me." The words twisted in Ned's belly like a knife. For a moment he was at a loss. He could not bring himself to lie. Then he remembered the bastards, little Bara at her mother's breast, Mia in the Vale, Gendry at his forge, and all the others. "I shall guard your children as if they were my own," he said slowly. Robert nodded and closed his eyes. Ned watched his old friend sag softly into the pillows as the milk of the poppy washed the pain from his face. Sleep took him. Heavy chains jangled softly as Grandmaster Pycelle came up to Ned. "I will do all in my power, my lord, but the wound has mortified. It took them 2 days to get him back. By the time I saw him, it was too late. I can lessen his grace suffering, but only the gods can heal him now." "How long?" Ned asked. "By rights he should be dead already. I've never seen a man cling to life so fiercely." "My brother was always strong," Lord Renly said. "Not wise, perhaps, but strong. In the sweltering heat of the bedchamber, his brow was slick with sweat. He might have been Robert's ghost as he stood there, young and dark and handsome. "He slew the boar. His entrails were sliding from his belly, yet somehow he slew the boar." His voice was full of wonder. "Robert was never a man to leave the battleground so long as a foe remained standing," Ned told him. Outside the door, Sir Barristan Selmy still guarded the tower stairs. "Master Purcell has given Robert the milk of the poppy," Ned told him. "See that no one disturbs his rest without leave from me." "It shall be as you command, my lord." Sir Barristan seemed old beyond his years. "I have failed my sacred trust." "Even the truest knight cannot protect a king against himself," Ned said. "Robert loved to hunt boar. I've seen him take 1,000 of them." He would stand his ground without flinching, his legs braced, the great spear in his hands, and as often as not he would curse the boar as it charged, and wait until the last possible second until it was almost on him, before he killed it with a single sure and savage thrust. "No one could know this one would be his death." "You're too kind to say so, Lord Eddard." "The king himself said as much. He blamed the wine." The white-haired knight gave a weary nod. "His grace was reeling in his saddle by the time we flushed the boar from his lair, yet he commanded us all to stand aside." "I wonder, Sir Barristan," asked Varys so quietly, "who gave the king this wine?" Ned had not heard the eunuch approach, but when he looked around, there he stood. He wore a black velvet robe that brushed the floor, and his face was freshly powdered. "The wine was from the king's own skin," Sir Barristan said. "Only one skin. Hunting is such thirsty work." "I did not keep count. More than one for a certainty. His squire would fetch him a fresh skin whenever he required it." "Such a dutiful boy," said Varys, "to make certain his grace did not lack for refreshment." Ned had a bitter taste in his mouth. He recalled the 2 fair-haired boys Robert had sent chasing after a breastplate stretcher. The king had told everyone the tale that night at the feast, laughing until he shook. "Which squire?" "The elder," said Sir Barristan. "Lancel." "I know the lad well," said Varys. "A stalwart boy, Sir Kevin Lannister's son, nephew to Lord Tywin and cousin to the Queen. I hope the dear sweet lad does not blame himself. Children are so vulnerable in the innocence of their youth. How well do I remember." Certainly, Varys had once been young. Ned doubted that he had ever been innocent. "You mentioned children. Robert had a change of heart concerning Daenerys Targaryen. Whatever arrangements you made, I want unmade. At once." "Alas," said Varys, "at once may be too late. I fear those birds have flown. But I shall do what I can, my lord, with your leave." He bowed and vanished down the steps, his soft-soled slippers whispering against the stone as he made his descent. Cain and Tommen were helping Ned across the bridge when Lord Renly emerged from Maga's holdfast. "Lord Eddard," he called after Ned. "A moment, if you would be so kind." Ned stopped. "As you wish." Renly walked to his side. "Send your man away." They met in the center of the bridge, the dry moat beneath them. Moonlight silvered the cruel edges of the spikes that lined its bed. Ned gestured. Tommen and Cain bowed their heads and backed away respectfully. Lord Renly glanced warily at Sir Boros on the far end of the span, at Sir Preston in the doorway behind them. "That letter." He leaned close. "Was it the Regency? Has my brother named you Protector?" He did not wait for a reply. "My lord, I have 30 men in my personal guard, and other friends beside, knights and lords. Give me an hour and I can put 100 swords in your hand." "And what should I do with 100 swords, my lord?" "Strike! Now, while the castle sleeps." Renly looked back at Sir Boros again and dropped his voice to an urgent whisper. "We must get Joffrey away from his mother and take him in hand. Protector or no, the man who holds the king holds the kingdom. We should seize Myrcella and Tommen as well. Once we have her children, Cersei will not dare oppose us. The council will confirm you as Lord Protector and make Joffrey your ward." Ned regarded him coldly. "Robert is not dead yet. The gods may spare him." If not, I shall convene the council to hear his final words, and consider the matter of the succession, but I will not dishonour his last hours on earth by shedding blood in his halls, and dragging frightened children from their beds."
Lord Renly took a step back, taut as a bowstring.
"Every moment you delay gives Cersei another moment to prepare. By the time Robert dies, it may be too late. For both of us." "Then we should pray that Robert does not die." "Small chance of that," said Renly. "Sometimes the gods are merciful." "The Lannisters are not." Lord Renly turned away and went back across the moat to the tower where his brother lay dying. By the time Ned returned to his chambers, he felt weary and heartsick, yet there was no question of his going back to sleep. Not now. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, Cersei Lannister had told him in the Godswood. He found himself wondering if he had done the right thing by refusing Lord Renly's offer. He had no taste for these intrigues, and there was no honour in threatening children, and yet, if Cersei elected to fight rather than flee, he might well have need of Renly's 100 swords, and more besides. "I want Littlefinger," he told Cain. "If he's not in his chambers, take as many men as you need and search every wine-sink and whorehouse in King's Landing, until you find him. Bring him to me before break of day." Cain bowed and took his leave, and Ned turned to Tommen. "The Wind Witch sails on the evening tide. Have you chosen the escort?" 10 men, with Porther in command. 20, and you will command," Ned said. Porther was a brave man, but headstrong. He wanted someone more solid and sensible to keep watch over his daughters. "As you wish, my lord," Tom said. "Can't say I'll be sad to see the back of this place. I missed a wife." "You will pass near Dragonstone when you turn north. I need you to deliver a letter for me." Tom looked apprehensive. "To Dragonstone, my lord?" The island fortress of House Targaryen had a sinister repute. "Tell Captain Coase to hoist my banner as soon as he comes in sight of the island. They may be wary of unexpected visitors. If he is reluctant, offer him whatever it takes. I will give you a letter to place into the hand of Lord Stannis Baratheon, no one else. Not his steward, nor the captain of his guard, nor his lady wife, but only Lord Stannis himself." "As you command, my lord." When Tommen had left him, Lord Eddard Stark sat staring at the flame of the candle that burned beside him on the table. For a moment his grief overwhelmed him. He wanted nothing so much as to seek out the Godswood, to kneel before the hard tree and pray for the life of Robert Baratheon, who had been more than a brother to him. Men would whisper afterward that Eddard Stark had betrayed his king's friendship and disinherited his sons. He could only hope that the gods would know better, and that Robert would learn the truth of it in the land beyond the grave. Ned took out the king's last letter, a roll of crisp white parchment sealed with golden wax, a few short words and a smear of blood. How small the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death. He drew out a fresh sheet of paper and dipped his quill in the inkpot. "To His Grace, Stannis of the House Baratheon," he wrote. "By the time you receive this letter, your brother Robert, our king these past 15 years, will be dead. He was savaged by a boar whilst hunting in the Kingswood." The letter seemed to writhe and twist on the paper as his hand trailed to a stop. Lord Tywin and Sir Jaime were not men to suffer disgrace meekly. They would fight rather than flee. No doubt Lord Stannis was wary, after the murder of Jon Arryn, but it was imperative that he sail for King's Landing at once with all his power, before the Lannisters could march. Ned chose each word with care. When he was done, he signed the letter Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King, and Protector of the Realm, blotted the paper, folded it twice, and melted the sealing wax over the candle flame. His regency would be a short one, he reflected as the wax softened. The new king would choose his own hand. Ned would be free to go home. The thought of Winterfell brought a wan smile to his face. He wanted to hear Bran's laughter once more, to go hawking with Robb, to watch Rickon at play. He wanted to drift off to a dreamless sleep in his own bed, with his arms wrapped tight around his lady, Catelyn. Cain returned as he was pressing the direwolf seal down into the soft white wax. Desmond was with him, and between them Littlefinger. Ned thanked his gods and sent them away. Lord Pattier was clad in a blue velvet tunic with puffed sleeves, his silvery cape patterned with mocking birds.
I suppose congratulations are in order, he said as he seated himself. Ned scowled.
The king lies wounded and near to death.
I know, Littlefinger said. I also know that Robert has named you Protector of the Realm. Ned's eyes flicked to the king's letter on the table beside him, its seal unbroken.
And how is it you know that, my lord?
Varys hinted as much, Littlefinger said, and you have just confirmed it. Ned's mouth twisted in anger.
Damn Varys and his little birds. Caitlin spoke truly. The man has some black art. I do not trust him.
Excellent. You're learning. Littlefinger leaned forward. Yet I'll wager you did not drag me here in the black of night to discuss the eunuch.
No,
Ned admitted.
I know the secret Jon Arryn was murdered to protect. Robert will leave no true-born son behind him. Joffrey and Tommen are Jaime Lannister's bastards, born of his incestuous union with the Queen.
Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow. Shocking, he said in a tone that suggested he was not shocked at all. The girl as well, no doubt. So when the king dies...
The throne by his rights passes to Lord Stannis, the elder of Robert's two brothers.
Lord Pattier stroked his pointed beard as he considered the matter. So it would seem, unless...
Unless, my lord? There is no seeming to this. Stannis is the heir, nothing can change that.
Stannis cannot take the throne without your help. If you're wise, you'll make certain Joffrey succeeds. Ned gave him a stony stare.
Have you no shred of honor?
Oh, a shred, surely, Littlefinger replied negligently. Hear me out. Stannis is no friend of yours nor of mine. Even his brothers can scarcely stomach him. The man is iron, hard and unyielding. He'll give us a new hand and a new council for a certainty. No doubt he'll thank you for handing him the crown, but he won't love you for it. And his assent will mean war. Stannis cannot rest easy on the throne until Cersei and her bastards are dead. Do you think Lord Tywin will sit idly while his daughter's head is measured for a spike? Castle Rock will rise, and not alone. Robert found it in him to pardon men who served King Aerys, so long as they did him fealty. Stannis is less forgiving. He will not have forgotten the siege of Storm's End, and the lords Tyrell and Redwyne dare not. Every man who fought beneath the dragon banner or rose with Balon Greyjoy will have good cause to fear. Seat Stannis on the Iron Throne, and I promise you, the realm will bleed. Now, look at the other side of the coin. Joffrey's but 12, and Robert gave you the regency, my lord. You are the hand of the king and protector of the realm. The power is yours, Lord Stark. All you need do is reach out and take it. Make your peace with the Lannisters. Release the imp. Wed Joffrey to your Sansa. Wed your younger girl to Prince Tommen, and your heir to Myrcella. It will be 4 years before Joffrey comes of age. By then he will look to you as a second father, and if not, well, 4 years is a good long while, my lord. Long enough to dispose of Lord Stannis. Then, should Joffrey prove troublesome, we can reveal his little secret and put Lord Renly on the throne.
We?
Ned repeated. Littlefinger gave a shrug. You'll need someone to share your burdens. I assure you my price would be modest.
Your price?
Ned's voice was ice.
Lord Baelish, what you suggest is treason.
Only if we lose.
You forget,
Ned told him.
You forget Jon Arryn. You forget Jory Castle. And you forget this.
He drew the dagger and laid it on the table between them. A length of dragon bone and Valyrian steel, as sharp as the difference between right and wrong, between true and false, between life and death.
They sent a man to cut my son's throat, Lord Baelish.
Littlefinger sighed. I fear I did forget, my lord. Pray forgive me. For a moment I did not remember that I was talking to a Stark. His mouth quirked. So it will be Stannis and war.
It is not a choice. Stannis is the heir.
Far be it from me to dispute the Lord Protector. What would you have of me, then? Not my wisdom for a certainty.
I shall do my best to forget your wisdom,
Ned said with a distaste.
I called you here to ask for the help you promised Caitlin. This is a perilous hour for all of us. Robert has named me protector, true enough, But in the eyes of the world, Joffrey is still his son and heir. The queen has 12 knights and 100 men-at-arms who will do whatever she commands, enough to overwhelm what remains of my own household guard. And for all I know, her brother Jaime may be riding for King's Landing even as we speak, with the Lannister host at his back."
"And you without an army?" Littlefinger toyed with the dagger on the table, turning it slowly with a finger. "There is small love lost between Lord Renly and the Lannisters. Bronze John Royce, Sir Balon Swan, Sir Loras, Lady Thunder, the Redwyne twins. Each of them has a retinue of knights and sworn swords here at court."
"Renly has 30 men in his personal guard, the rest even fewer. It is not enough, even if I could be certain that all of them will choose to give me their allegiance. I must have the gold cloaks. The city watch is 2,000 strong, sworn to defend the castle, the city, and the king's peace."
"Ah, but when the queen proclaims one king and the hand other, whose peace do they protect?" Lord Pettier flicked at the dagger with his finger, setting it spinning in place. Round and round it went, wobbling as it turned. When at last it slowed to a stop, the blade pointed at Littlefinger. "Why, there's your answer," he said, smiling. "They follow the man who pays them." He leaned back and looked Ned full in the face, his grey-green eyes bright with mockery. "You wear your honor like a suit of armor, Stark. You think it keeps you safe, but all it does is weigh you down and make it hard for you to move. Look at you now. You know why you summoned me here. You know what you want to ask me to do. You know it has to be done, but it's not honorable, so the words stick in your throat." Ned's neck was rigid with tension. For a moment he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. Littlefinger laughed. "I ought to make you say it, but that would be cruel. So have no fear, my good lord. For the sake of the love I bear for Catelyn, I will go to Janos Slynt this very hour, and make certain that the city watch is yours. 6,000 gold pieces should do it. 1/3 for the commander, 1/3 for the officers, 1/3 for the men." "Ah, but when the queen proclaims one king and the hand other, whose peace do they protect?" Lord Pettier flicked at the dagger with his finger, setting it spinning in place. Round and round it went, wobbling as it turned. When at last it slowed to a stop, the blade pointed at Littlefinger. "Why, there's your answer," he said, smiling. "They follow the man who pays them." He leaned back and looked Ned full in the face, his grey-green eyes bright with mockery. "You wear your honor like a suit of armor, Stark. You think it keeps you safe, but all it does is weigh you down and make it hard for you to move. Look at you now. You know why you summoned me here. You know what you want to ask me to do. You know it has to be done, but it's not honorable, so the words stick in your throat." Ned's neck was rigid with tension. For a moment he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. Littlefinger laughed. "I ought to make you say it, but that would be cruel. So have no fear, my good lord. For the sake of the love I bear for Catelyn, I will go to Janos Slynt this very hour, and make certain that the city watch is yours. 6,000 gold pieces should do it. 1/3 for the commander, 1/3 for the officers, 1/3 for the men." Chapter 48. Jon. Jon was breaking his fast on apple cakes and blood sausage when Samwell Tarly plopped himself down on the bench. "I've been summoned to the Sept," Sam said in an excited whisper. "They're passing me out of training. I'm to be made a brother with the rest of you. Can you believe it?" "No, truly." "Truly. I'm to assist Master Aemon with the library and the birds. He needs someone who can read and write letters." "You'll do well at that," Jon said, smiling. Sam glanced about anxiously. "Is it time to go? I shouldn't be late. They might change their minds." He was fairly bouncing as they crossed the weed-strewn courtyard. The day was warm and sunny. Rivulets of water trickled down the sides of the wall, so the ice seemed to sparkle and shine. Inside the Sept, the great crystal caught the morning light as it streamed through the south-facing window and spread it in a rainbow on the altar. Pip's mouth dropped open when he caught sight of Sam, and Toad poked Gren in the ribs, but no one dared say a word.
Septon Saladar was swinging a censer, filling the air with fragrant incense that reminded John of Lady Stark's little sept in Winterfell. For once, the Septon seemed sober. The high officers arrived in a body. Master Aemon leaning on Clydas, Sir Alistair cold-eyed and grim, Lord Commander Mormont dressed splendid in a black wool doublet with silvered bear-claw fastenings. Behind them came the senior members of the three orders, red-faced Bowen Marsh, the Lord Steward, First Builder Arthur Yarwick, and Sir Jeremy Ricker, who commanded the Rangers in the absence of Benjen Stark. Mormont stood before the altar, the rainbow shining on his broad bald head. "You came to us as outlaws," he began. "Poachers, rapists, debtors, killers, and thieves. You came to us, children. You came to us alone, in chains, with neither friends nor honor. You came to us rich, and you came to us poor. Some of you bear the names of proud houses. Others have only bastards' names, or no names at all. It makes no matter. All that is past now. On the wall, we are all one house. At evenfall, as the sun sets and we face the gathering night, you shall take your vows. From that moment, you will be a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Your crimes will be washed away, your debts forgiven. So too you must wash away your former loyalties, put aside your grudges, forget old wrongs and old loves alike. Here you begin anew. A man of the Night's Watch lives his life for the realm, not for a king nor a lord, nor the honor of this house or that house, neither for gold nor glory, nor a woman's love, but for the realm, and all the people in it. A man of the Night's Watch takes no wife and fathers no sons. Our wife is duty, our mistress is honor, and you are the only sons we shall ever know. You have learned the words of the vow. Think carefully before you say them, for once you have taken the black, there is no turning back. The penalty for desertion is death." The old bear paused for a moment before he said, "Are there any among you who wish to leave our company? If so, go now, and no one shall think the less of you." No one moved. "Well and good," said Mormont. "You may take your vows here at evenfall, before Septon Saladar the first of your order. Do any of you keep the old gods?" John stood. "I do, my lord." "I expect you will want to say your words before a hard tree, as your uncle did," Mormont said. "Yes, my lord," John said. The gods of the Sept had nothing to do with him. The blood of the first men flowed in the veins of the Starks. He heard Gren whispering behind him. "There's no godswood here, is there? I never saw a godswood." "You wouldn't see a herd of aurochs until they trampled you into the snow," Pip whispered back. "I would so," Gran insisted. "I'd see them a long way off." Mormont himself confirmed Gran's doubts. "Castle Black has no need of a godswood. Beyond the wall the haunted forest stands as it stood in the Dawn Age, long before the Andals brought the Seven across the narrow sea. You will find a grove of weirwoods half a league from this spot, and mayhap your gods as well." "My lord?" The voice made John glance back in surprise. Samuel Tarley was on his feet. The fat boy wiped his sweaty palms against his tunic. Might I go as well, to say my words at this hard tree?" "Does House Tarley keep the old gods too?" Mormont asked. "No, my lord," Sam replied in a thin, nervous voice. The high officers frightened him, John knew, the old bear most of all. "I was named in the light of the Seven at the Sept on Horn Hill, as my father was, and his father, and all the Tarleys for 1,000 years. "Why would you forsake the gods of your father and your house?" wondered Sir Jeremy Ricker. "The Night's Watch is my house now," Sam said. "The Seven have never answered my prayers. Perhaps the old gods will." "As you wish, boy," Mormont said. Sam took his seat again, as did John. "We have placed each of you in an order, as befits our need in your own strength and skills." Bowen Marsh stepped forward and handed him a paper. The Lord Commander unrolled it and began to read. "Hayder, to the builders," he began. Hayder gave a stiff nod of approval. "Gren, to the Rangers. Albert, to the builders. Piper, to the Rangers." Pip looked over at John and wiggled his ears. "Samuel, to the stewards." Sam sagged with relief, mopping at his brow with a scrap of silk. "Methar, to the Rangers. Darian, to the stewards. Tartar to the rangers, John to the stewards.
The stewards? For a moment John could not believe what he had heard. Mormont must have read it wrong. He started to rise, to open his mouth, to tell them there had been a mistake. And then he saw Sir Alister studying him, eyes shiny as 2 flakes of obsidian, and he knew. The old bear rolled up the paper.
Your firsts will instruct you in your duties. May all the gods preserve you, brothers.
The Lord Commander favoured them with a half bow and took his leave. Sir Alister went with him, a thin smile on his face. John had never seen the Master-at-Arms Took quite so happy.
Rangers with me!
Sir Jeremy Ricker called when they were gone. Pip was staring at John as he got slowly to his feet. His ears were red. Gren, grinning broadly, did not seem to realize that anything was amiss. Matt and Toad fell in beside him, and they followed Sir Jeremy from the sept.
Builders!
Announced lantern-jawed Othel Yorwick. Hader and Alba trailed out after him. John looked around him in sick disbelief. Master Aemon's blind eyes were raised toward the light he could not see. The Septon was arranging crystals on the altar. Only Sam and Darken remained on the benches, a fat boy, a singer, and him. Lord Steward Bowen Marsh rubbed his plump hands together.
Samuel, you will assist Master Aemon in the rookery and library. Chet is going to the kennels to help with the hounds. You shall have his cell, so as to be close to the master night and day. I trust you will take good care of him. He's very old and very precious to us. Varian, I'm told that you sang at many a high lord's table and shared their meat and mead. We're sending you to Eastwatch. It may be your palate will be some help to cut a pike when merchant galleys come trading. We're paying too dear for salt beef and pickled fish, and the quality of the olive oil we're getting has been frightful. Present yourself to Borkers when you arrive. He will keep you busy between ships.
Marsh turned his smile on John.
Lord Commander Mormont has requested you for his personal steward, John. You'll sleep in a cell beneath his chambers, in the Lord Commander's tower.
And what will my duties be? John asked sharply. Will I serve the Lord Commander's meals, help him fasten his clothes, fetch hot water for his bath?
Certainly.
Marsh frowned at John's tone.
And you will run his messages, keep a fire burning in his chambers, change his sheets and blankets daily, and do all else that the Lord Commander might require of you.
Do you take me for a servant?
No,
Master Aemon said, from the back of the sept. Clydas helped him stand.
We took you for a man of the night's watch, but perhaps we were wrong in that.
It was all John could do to stop himself from walking out. Was he supposed to churn butter and sew doublets like a girl for the rest of his days? May I go? He asked stiffly.
As you wish,
Bowen Marsh responded. Darian and Sam left with him. They descended to the yard in silence. Outside, John looked up at the wall shining in the sun, the melting ice creeping down its side in 100 thin fingers. John's rage was such that he would have smashed it all in an instant, and the world would be damned. "John," Samuel Tarley said excitedly. "Wait! Don't you see what they're doing?" John turned on him in a fury.
"I see Sir Alice's bloody hand, that's all I see. He wanted to shame me, and he has."
Darian gave him a look.
"The stewards are fine for the likes of you and me, Sam, but not for Lord Snow." "I'm a better swordsman and a better rider than any of you," John blazed back. "It's not fair." "Fair!" Darian sneered. "The girl was waiting for me, naked as the day she was born. She pulled me through the window, and you talk to me of fair."
He walked off. "There is no shame in being a steward," Sam said.
"Do you think I want to spend the rest of my life washing an old man's small cloths?"
"The old man is Lord Commander of the Night's Watch," Sam reminded him. "You'll be with him day and night. Yes, you'll pour his wine and see that his bed linen is fresh, but you'll also take his letters, attend him at meetings, squire for him in battle. You'll be as close to him as his shadow. You'll know everything, be a part of everything. And the Lord Steward said Mormont asked for you himself. When I was little, my father used to insist that I attend him in the audience chamber whenever he held court. When he rode to High Garden to bend his knee to Lord Tyrell, he made me come. Later, though, he started to take Dickon and leave me at home, and he no longer cared whether I sat through his audiences, so long as Dickon was there. He wanted his heir at his side, don't you see? To watch and listen and learn from all he did,
I'll wager that's why Lord Mormont requested you, John. What else could it be? He wants to groom you for command." John was taken aback. It was true, Lord Eddard had often made Raw part of his councils back at Winterfell. Could Sam be right? Even a bastard could rise high in the Night's Watch, they said. "I never asked for this," he said stubbornly. "None of us are here for asking," Sam reminded him. And suddenly Jon Snow was ashamed. Craven or not, Samwell Tarly had found the courage to accept his fate like a man. On the wall, a man gets only what he earns, Benjen Stark had said the last night Jon had seen him alive. "You're no ranger, Jon. Only a green boy with the smell of summer still on you." He'd heard it said that bastards grow up faster than other children. On the wall, you grew up, or you died. Jon let out a deep sigh. "You have the right of it. I was acting the boy." "Then you'll stay and say your words with me?" "The old gods will be expecting us." He made himself smile. They set out late that afternoon. The wall had no gates as such, neither here at the Castle Black nor anywhere along its 300 miles. They led their horses down a narrow tunnel cut through the ice, cold dark walls pressing in around them as the passage twisted and turned. 3 times their way was blocked by iron bars, and they had to stop while Bowen Marsh drew out his keys and unlocked the massive chains that secured them. Jon could sense the vast weight pressing down on him as he waited behind the Lord Steward. The air was colder than a tomb, and more still. He felt a strange relief when they re-emerged into the afternoon light on the north side of the wall. Sam blinked at the sudden glare and looked around apprehensively. The wildlings, they'd never dare come this close to the wall, would they? They never have. Jon climbed into his saddle. When Bowen Marsh and their ranger escort had mounted, Jon put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Ghost came lopping out of the tunnel. The Lord Steward's Garin whickered and backed away from the dire wolf. "Do you mean to take that beast?" "Yes, my lord," Jon said. Ghost's head lifted. He seemed to taste the air. In the blink of an eye he was off, racing across the broad, weed-choked field to vanish in the trees. Once they had entered the forest, they were in a different world. Jon had often hunted with his father and Jory and his brother Robb. He knew the wolfswood around Winterfell as well as any man. The haunted forest was much the same, and yet the feel of it was very different. Perhaps it was all in the knowing. They had ridden past the end of the world. Somehow that changed everything. Every shadow seemed darker, every sound more ominous. The trees pressed close and shut out the light of the setting sun. A thin crust of snow cracked beneath the hoofs of their horses, with a sound like breaking bones. When the wind set the leaves to rustling, it was like a chilly finger tracing a path up Jon's spine. The wall was at their backs, and only the gods knew what lay ahead. The sun was sinking below the trees when they reached their destination, a small clearing in the deep of the wood where 9 weirwoods grew in a rough circle. Jon drew in a breath, and he saw Sam Tarly staring. Even in the wolfswood, you never found more than 2 or 3 of the white trees growing together. A grove of 9 was unheard of. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves, blood red on top, black rot beneath. The white smooth trunks were bone pale, and 9 faces stared inward. The dried sap that crusted in the eyes was red and hard as ruby. Bowen Marsh commanded them to leave their horses outside the circle. "This is a sacred place. We will not defile it." When they entered the grove, Samwell Tarly turned slowly, looking at each face in turn. No 2 were quite alike. "They're watching us," he whispered. "The old gods." "Yes." Jon knelt, and Sam knelt beside him. They said the words together, as the last light faded in the west and grey day became black night. "Hear my words and bear witness to my vow," they recited, their voices filling the twilit grove. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I'm the sword in the darkness. I'm the watcher on the walls. I'm the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come." The woods fell silent.
"You knelt as boys,"
Bowen Marsh intoned solemnly.
"Rise now as men of the night's watch."
John held out a hand to pull Sam back to his feet. The rangers gathered round to offer smiles and congratulations, all but the gnarled old forester Daiwin.
"Best we be starting back, my lord,"
he said to Bowen Marsh.
"Dark's falling, and there's something in the smell of the night that I mislike."
And suddenly Ghost was back, stalking softly between two weirwoods. White fur and red eyes, John realized, disquieted. Like the trees. The wolf had something in his jaws, something black.
"What's he got there?"
asked Bowen Marsh, frowning.
"To me, Ghost."
John knelt.
"Bring it here."
The dire wolf trotted to him. John heard Samuel Tarley's sharp intake of breath.
"Gods be good,"
Daiwin muttered.
"That's a hand."
Chapter 49. Eddard. The grey light of dawn was streaming through his window when the thunder of hoofbeats awoke Eddard Stark from his brief, exhausted sleep. He lifted his head from the table to look down into the yard. Below, men in mail and leather and crimson cloaks were making the morning ring to the sound of swords and riding down mock warriors stuffed with straw. Ned watched Sander Clegane gallop across the hard-packed ground to drive an iron-tipped lance through a dummy's head. Canvas ripped and straw exploded as Lannister guardsmen joked and cursed. "Is this brave show for my benefit?" he wondered. If so, Cersei was a greater fool than he'd imagined. Damn her, he thought. Why is the woman not fled? I have given her chance after chance. The morning was overcast and grim. Ned broke his fast with his daughters and Septa Mordane. Sansa, still disconsolate, stared sullenly at her food and refused to eat, but Arya wolfed down everything that was set in front of her.
"Sirius says we have time for one last lesson before we take ship this evening," she said. "Can I, father? All my things are packed."
"A short lesson, and make certain you leave yourself time to bath and change. I want you ready to leave by midday. Is that understood?"
"By midday,"
Arya said.
Sansa looked up from her food. "If she can have a dancing lesson, why won't you let me say farewell to Prince Joffrey?"
"I would gladly go with her, Lord Eddard," Septa Mordane offered. "There would be no question of her missing the ship."
"It would not be wise for you to go to Joffrey right now, Sansa. I'm sorry."
Sansa's eyes filled with tears.
"But why?"
"Sansa, your Lord Father knows best," Septa Mordane said. "You're not to question his decisions."
"It's not fair!"
Sansa pushed back from her table, knocked over her chair, and ran weeping from the sala. Septa Mordane rose, but Ned gestured her back to a seat.
"Let her go, Septa. I will try to make her understand when we are all safely back in Winterfell."
The Septa bowed her head and sat down to finish her breakfast. It was an hour later when Grandmaster Pycelle came to Eddard Stark in his sala. His shoulders slumped as if the weight of the great master's chain around his neck had become too great to bear.
"My lord,"
he said,
"King Robert is gone. The gods give him rest."
"No," Ned answered.
"He hated rest. The gods give him love and laughter and the joy of righteous battle."
It was strange how empty he felt. He had been expecting the visit, and yet with those words something died within him. He would have given all his titles for the freedom to weep, but he was Robert's hand, and the hour he dreaded had come.
"Be so good as to summon the members of the council here to my sala,"
he told Pycelle. The Tower of the Hand was as secure as he and Talmud could make it. He could not say the same for the council chambers.
"My lord?"
Pycelle blinked.
"Surely the affairs of the kingdom will keep till tomorrow, when our grief is not so fresh."
Ned was quiet but firm.
"I fear we must convene at once."
Pycelle bowed.
"As the hand commands."
He called his servants and sent them running, then gratefully accepted Ned's offer of a chair and a cup of sweet beer. Sir Barristan Selmy was the first to answer the summons, immaculate in white cloak and enamelled scales.
"My lords," he said, "my place is beside the young king now. Pray give me leave to attend him." "Your place is here, Sir Barristan,"
Ned told him. Littlefinger came next, still garbed in a blue velvet and silver mockingbird cape he had worn the night previous, his boots dusty from riding. "My lords," he said, smiling at nothing in particular before he turned to Ned. "That little task you set me is accomplished, Lord Eddard." Varys entered in a wash of lavender, pink from his bath, his plump face scrubbed and freshly powdered, his soft slippers all but soundless. "The little birds sing a grievous song today," he said as he seated himself. "The realm weeps. Shall we begin?"
"When Lord Renly arrives,"
Ned said. Varys gave him a sorrowful look. "I fear Lord Renly has left the city."
"Left the city?"
Ned had counted on Renly's support. "He took his leave through a postern gate an hour before dawn, accompanied by Sir Loras Tyrell and some 50 retainers," Varys told him. "When last seen, they were galloping south in some haste, no doubt bound for Storm's End or Highgarden." So much for Renly and his 100 swords. Ned did not like the smell of that, but there was nothing to be done for it. He drew out Robert's last letter.
"The king called me to his side last night and commanded me to record his final words. Lord Renly and Grandmaster Pycelle stood witness as Robert sealed the letter, to be opened by the council after his death. Sir Barristan, if you would be so kind."
The Lord Commander of the King's Guard examined the paper.
"King Robert's seal, and unbroken."
He opened the letter and read,
"Lord Eddard Stark is here in name protector of the realm, to rule as regent until the heir comes of age."
And as it happens, he is of age, Ned reflected, but he did not give voice to the thought. He trusted neither Pycelle nor Varys, and Sir Barristan was honour bound to protect and defend the boy he thought his new king. The old knight would not abandon Joffrey easily. The need for deceit was a better taste in his mouth, but Ned knew he must tread softly here, must keep his counsel and play the game until he was firmly established as regent. There would be time enough to deal with the succession when Arya and Sansa were safely back in Winterfell, and Lord Stannis had returned to King's Landing with all his power.
"I would ask this council to confirm me as Lord Protector, as Robert wished,"
Ned said, watching their faces, wondering what thoughts hid behind Pycelle's half-closed eyes, Littlefinger's lazy half-smile, and the nervous flutter of Varys' fingers. The door opened. Fat Tom stepped into the solar. "Pardon, my lords, the King's steward insists—" The royal steward entered and bowed. "Esteemed lords, the King demands the immediate presence of his small council in the throne room." Ned had expected Cersei to strike quickly. The summons came as no surprise.
"The king is dead,"
he said.
"but we shall go with you nonetheless. Tom, assemble an escort if you would."
Littlefinger gave Ned his arm to help him down the steps. Varys, Pycelle, and Sir Barristan followed close behind. A double column of men-at-arms in chainmail and steel helms was waiting outside the tower, 8 strong. Grey cloaks snapped in the wind as the guardsmen marched them across the yard. There was no Lannister crimson to be seen, but Ned was reassured by the number of gold cloaks visible on the ramparts and at the gates. Janos Slynt met them at the door to the throne room, armored in ornate black and gold plate, with a high-crested helm under one arm. The commander bowed stiffly. His men pushed open the great oaken doors, 20 feet tall and banded with bronze. The royal steward let them in.
"All hail his grace, Joffrey of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm," he sang out. It was a long walk to the far end of the hall, where Joffrey waited atop the Iron Throne. Supported by Littlefinger, Ned Stark slowly limped and hopped toward the boy who called himself king. The others followed. The first time he had come this way, he had been on horseback, sword in hand, and the Targaryen dragons had watched from the walls as he forced Jaime Lannister down from the throne. He wondered if Joffrey would step down quite so easily. 5 knights of the Kingsguard, all but Sir Jaime and Sir Barristan, were arrayed in a crescent around the base of the throne. They were in full armor, enameled steel from helm to heel, long pale cloaks over their shoulders, shining white shields strapped to their left arms. Cersei Lannister and her 2 younger children stood behind Sir Bors and Sir Meryn. The queen wore a gown of sea-green silk, trimmed with Myrish lace as pale as foam. On her finger was a golden ring with an emerald the size of a pigeon's egg, on her head a matching tiara.
Above them, Prince Joffrey sat amidst the barbs and spikes in a cloth of gold doublet and a red satin cape. Sandor Clegane was stationed at the foot of the throne's steep, narrow stair. He wore mail and soot grey plate and his snarling dog's head helm. Behind the throne, 20 Lannister guardsmen waited with long swords hanging from their belts. Crimson cloaks draped their shoulders, and steel lions crested their helms. But Littlefinger had kept his promise. All along the walls, in front of Robert's tapestries with their scenes of hunt and battle, the gold-cloaked ranks of the city watch stood stiffly to attention, each man's hand clasped around the haft of an 8-foot-long spear tipped in black iron. They outnumbered the Lannisters 5-1. Ned's leg was a blaze of pain by the time he stopped. He kept a hand on Littlefinger's shoulder to help support his weight. Joffrey stood. His red satin cape was patterned in gold thread. 50 roaring lions to one side, 50 prancing stags to the other. "I command the council to make all the necessary arrangements for my coronation," the boy proclaimed. "I wish to be crowned within the fortnight. Today I shall accept oath of fealty from my loyal councillors." Ned produced Robert's letter. "Lord Varys, be so kind as to show this to my lady of Lannister." The eunuch carried the letter to Cersei. The queen glanced at the words. "Protector of the realm," she read. "Is this meant to be your shield, my lord? A piece of paper?" She ripped the letter in half, ripped the halves in quarters, and let the pieces flutter to the floor. "Those were the king's words," Sir Barristan said, shocked. "We have a new king now," Cersei Lannister replied. "Lord Eddard, when last we spoke you gave me some counsel. Allow me to return the courtesy. Bend the knee, my lord, bend the knee and swear fealty to my son, and we shall allow you to step down his hand and live out your days in the grey waste you call home."
"Would that I could,"
Ned said grimly. If she was so determined to force the issue here and now, she left him no choice.
"Your son has no claim to the throne he sits. Lord Stannis is Robert's true heir."
"Liar!" Joffrey screamed, his face reddening.
"Mother, what does he mean?"
Princess Myrcella asked the queen plaintively.
"Isn't you of the king now?"
"You condemn yourself with your own mouth, Lord Stark," said Cersei Lannister. "Sir Barristan, seize this traitor." The Lord Commander of the King's Guard hesitated. In the blink of an eye he was surrounded by Stark guardsmen, bare steel in their mailed fists. "And now the treason moves from words to deeds," Cersei said. "Do you think Sir Barristan stands alone, my lord?" With an ominous rasp of metal on metal, the hound drew his long sword. The knights of the King's Guard and 20 Lannister guardsmen in crimson cloaks moved to support him. "Kill him!" the boy king screamed down from the Iron Throne. "Kill all of them! I command it!"
"You leave me no choice,"
Ned told Cersei Lannister. He called out to Janos Slynt.
"Commander, take the queen and her children into custody. Do them no harm, but escort them back to the royal apartments and keep them there, under guard."
"Man of the watch!" Janos Slynt shouted, donning his helm. 100 gold cloaks leveled their spears and closed.
"I want no bloodshed,"
Ned told the queen.
"Tell your men to lay down their swords, and no one need—"
With a single sharp thrust, the nearest gold cloak drove his spear into Tormund's back. Fat Tom's blade dropped from nerveless fingers as the wet red point burst out through his ribs, piercing leather and mail. He was dead before his sword hit the floor. Ned's shout came far too late. Janos Slynt himself slashed open Varley's throat. Cain whirled, steel flashing, drove back the nearest spearman with a flurry of blows. For an instant it looked as though he might cut his way free. Then the hound was on him. Sandor Clegane's first cut took off Cain's sword hand at the wrist. His second drove him to his knees and opened him from shoulder to breastbone. As his man died around him, Littlefinger slid Ned's dagger from its sheath and shoved it up under his chin. His smile was apologetic. "I did warn you not to trust me, you know." Chapter 50. Arya. "Hi!" Syria Forel called out, slashing at her head. The stick swords clacked as Arya parried. "Left!" he shouted, and his blade came whistling. Hers darted to meet it. The clack made him click his teeth together. "Right!" he said, and low, and left again, faster and faster, moving forward. Arya retreated before him, checking each blow. "Lunge!" he warned, and when he thrust she sidestepped, swept his blade away and slashed at his shoulder. She almost touched him, almost, so close it made her grin. A strand of hair dangled in her eyes, limp with sweat. She pushed it away with the back of her hand. "Left!" Sirius sang out. "Low!" His sword was a blur, and the small hall echoed to the clack, clack, clack. "Left! Left! High! Left! Right! Left! Low! Left!" The wooden blade caught her high in the breast, a sudden stinging blow that hurt all the more because it came from the wrong side. "Ow!" she cried out. She would have a fresh bruise there by the time she went to sleep, somewhere out at sea. A bruise is a lesson, she told herself, and each lesson makes us better. Sirius stepped back. "You're dead now." Arya made a face. "You cheated," she said hotly. "You said left and you went right." "Just so. And now you're a dead girl." "But you lied."
"My words lied. My eyes and my arms shouted out the truth, but you were not seeing."
"I was so," Arya said. "I watched you every second."
"Watching is not seeing, dead girl. The water dances seas. Come, put down the sword. It is time for listening now."
She followed him over to the wall, where he settled onto a bench.
"Syrio Forel was first sword to the Sea Lord of Bravos, and are you knowing how that came to pass?"
"You were the finest swordsman in the city."
"Just so, but why? Other men were stronger, faster, younger. Why was Syrio Forel the best? I will tell you now."
He touched the tip of his little finger lightly to his eyelid.
"The seeing, the true seeing, that is the heart of it. Hear me. The ships of Bravos sail as far as the winds blow, to lands strange and wonderful, and when they return, their captains fetch queer animals to the Sea Lord's menagerie. Such animals as you have never seen, striped horses, great spotted things with necks as long as stilts, hairy mouse pigs as big as cows, stinging manticores, tigers that carry their cubs in a pouch, terrible walking lizards with skies for claws. Syrio Forel has seen these things. On the day I'm speaking of, the first sword was newly dead, and the Sea Lord sent for me. Many Bravos had come to him, and as many had been sent away, none could say why. When I came into his presence, he was seated, and in his lap was a fat yellow cat. He told me that one of his captains had brought the beast to him, from an island beyond the sunrise. 'Have you ever seen her like?' he asked of me. And to him I said, 'Each night in the alleys of Bravos I see 1,000 like him.' And the Sea Lord loved, and that day I was named the first sword."
Arya screwed up her face. "I don't understand."
Syrio clicked his teeth together. "The cat was an ordinary cat, no more. The others expected a fabulous beast, said it is what they saw. How large it was, they said. It was no larger than any other cat, only fat from indolence, for the Sea Lord fed it from his own table. What curious small ears, they said. Its ears had been chewed away in kitten fights, and it was plainly a tomcat, yet the Sea Lord said her, and that is what the others saw. Are you hearing?"
Arya thought about it. "You saw what was there."
"Just so. Opening your eyes is all that is needing. The heart lies and the head plays tricks with us, but the eyes see true. Look with your eyes, hear with your ears, taste with your mouth, smell with your nose, feel with your skin. Then comes the thinking, afterward, and in that way knowing the truth."
"Just so," said Arya, grinning. Syrio Forel allowed himself a smile.
"I'm thinking that when we are reaching this Winterfell of yours, it will be time to put this needle in your hand."
"Yes," Arya said eagerly. "Wait till I show Jon." Behind her, the great wooden doors of the small hall flew open with a resounding crash. Arya whirled. A knight of the Kingsguard stood beneath the arch of the door, with 5 Lannister guardsmen arrayed behind him. He was in full armor, but his visor was up. Arya remembered his droopy eyes and rust-colored whiskers from when he had come to Winterfell with the king, Sir Meryn Trant. The red cloaks wore mail shirts over boiled leather, and steel caps with lion crests.
"Arya Stark," the knight said, "come with us, child."
Arya chewed her lip uncertainly.
What do you want?"
"Your father wants to see you." Arya took a step forward, but Syrio Forel held her by the arm. "And why is it that Lord Eddard is sending Lannister men in the place of his own? I'm wondering." "Mind your place, dancing master," Sir Meryn said. "This is no concern of yours."
"My father wouldn't send you," Arya said. She snatched up her stick sword. The Lannisters loved.
"Put down the stick, girl," Sir Meryn told her. "I'm a sworn brother of the Kingsguard, the White Swords."
"So was the Kingslayer when he killed the old king," Arya said. "I don't have to go with you if I don't want."
Sir Meryn Trant ran out of patience. "Take her," he said to his men. He lowered the visor of his helm. 3 of them started forward, chainmail clinking softly with each step. Arya was suddenly afraid. Fear cuts deeper than swords, she told herself, to slow the racing of her heart. Syrio Forel stepped between them, tapping his wooden sword lightly against his boot. "You will be stopping there. Are you men or dogs that you would threaten a child?" "Out of the way, old man," one of the red cloaks said. Syrio's stick came whistling up and rang against his helm. "I'm Syrio Forel, and you will now be speaking to me with more respect." "Bald bastard!" The man yanked free his long sword. The stick moved again, blindingly fast. Arya heard a loud crack as the sword went clattering to the stone floor. "My hand!" the guardsman yelped, cradling his broken fingers. "You are quick for a dancing master," said Sir Meryn. "You are slow for a knight," Syrio replied. "Kill the Braavosi and bring me the girl," the knight in the white armor commanded. 4 Lannister guardsmen unsheathed their swords. The 5th, with the broken fingers, spat and pulled free a dagger with his left hand. Syrio Forel clicked his teeth together, sliding into his water dancer's stance, presenting only his side to the foe. "Arya, child," he called out, never looking, never taking his eyes off the Lannisters. "We're done with dancing for the day. Best you are going now. Run to your father." Arya did not want to leave him, but he had taught her to do as he said.
"Swift as a deer," she whispered.
"Just so," said Syrio Forel as the Lannisters closed. Arya retreated, her own sword stick clutched tightly in her hand. Watching him now, she realized that Syrio had only been toying with her when they dueled. The red cloaks came at him from 3 sides with steel in their hands. They had chainmail over their chests and arms, and steel codpieces sewn into their pants, but only leather on their legs. Their hands were bare, and the caps they wore had nose guards, but no visor over the eyes. Syrio did not wait for them to reach him, but spun to his left. Arya had never seen a man move as fast. He checked one sword with his stick and rolled away from a second. Off balance, the second man lurched into the first. Syrio put a boot to his back and the red cloaks went down together. The 3rd guard came leaping over them, slashing at the water dancer's head. Syrio ducked under his blade and thrust upward. The guardsman fell screaming as blood welled from the wet red hole where his eye had been. The fallen men were getting up. Syrio kicked one in the face and snatched the steel cap off the other's head. The daggerman stabbed at him. Syrio caught a thrust in the helmet and shattered the man's kneecap with his stick. The last red cloak shouted a curse and charged, hacking down with both hands on his sword. Syrio rolled right, and the butcher's cut caught the helmeter's man between neck and shoulder as he struggled to his knees. The long sword crunched through mail and leather and flesh. The man on his knees shrieked. Before his killer could wrench free his blade, Syrio jabbed him in the apple of his throat. The guardsman gave a choked cry and staggered back, clutching at his neck, his face blackening. 5 men were down, dead, or dying by the time Arya reached the back door that opened on the kitchen. She heard Sir Meryn Trant curse. "Bloody oaths!" he swore, drawing his longsword from its scabbard. Syrio Forel resumed his stance and clicked his teeth together. "Arya, child," he called out, never looking at her. "Be gone now." "Look with your eyes," he had said. She saw. The knight in his pale armor, head to foot, legs, throat, and hands sheathed in metal, eyes hidden behind his high white helm, and in his hand cruel steel. Against that, Syrio in a leather vest with a wooden sword in his hand. "Syrio, run!" she screamed. "The first sword of Braavos does not run," he sang as Sir Meryn slashed at him.
Sirio danced away from his cut, his stick a blur. In a heartbeat, he had bounced blows off the knight's temple, elbow and throat, the wood ringing against the metal of helm, gauntlet and gorget. Arya stood frozen. Sir Meryn advanced. Sirio backed away. He checked the next blow, spun away from the second, deflected the third. The fourth sliced his stick in two, splintering the wood and shearing through the lead core. Sobbing, Arya spun and ran. She plunged through the kitchens and butchery, blind with panic, weaving between cooks and potboys. A baker's helper stepped in front of her, holding a wooden tray. Arya bowled her over, scattering fragrant loaves of fresh-baked bread on the floor. She heard shouting behind her as she spun around a portly butcher who stood gaping at her with a cleaver in his hands. His arms were red to the elbow. All that Sirio Farrell had taught her went racing through her head. Swift as a deer, quiet as a shadow, fear cuts deeper than swords, quick as a snake, calm as still water, fear cuts deeper than swords, strong as a bear, fierce as a wolverine, fear cuts deeper than swords. The man who fears losing has already lost. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Fear cuts deeper than swords. The grip of her wooden sword was slick with sweat, and Arya was breathing hard when she reached the turret stair. For an instant she froze. Up or down? Up would take her to the covered bridge that spanned the small court to the Tower of the Hand, but that would be the way they'd expect her to go, for certain. Never do what they expect, Sirio once said. Arya went down, around and around, leaping over the narrow stone steps 2 and 3 at a time. She emerged in a cavernous vaulted cellar, surrounded by casks of ale stacked 20 feet tall. The only light came through narrow slanting windows high in the wall. The cellar was a dead end. There was no way out but the way she had come in. She dared not go back up those steps, but she couldn't stay here either. She had to find her father and tell him what had happened. Her father would protect her. Arya thrust her wooden sword through her belt and began to climb, leaping from cask to cask until she could reach the window. Grasping the stone with both hands, she pulled herself up. The wall was 3 feet thick, the window a tunnel slanting up and out. Arya wriggled toward daylight. When her head reached ground level, she peered across the bailey to the Tower of the Hand. The stout wooden door hung splintered and broken, as if by axes. A dead man sprawled face down on the steps, his cloak tangled beneath him, the back of his mailed shirt soaked red. The corpse's cloak was grey wool trimmed with white satin, she saw with sudden terror. She could not tell who he was. "No," she whispered. What was happening? Where was her father? Why had the red cloaks come for her? She remembered what the man with the yellow beard had said, the day she had found the monsters. If one hand can die, why not a second? Arya felt tears in her eyes. She held her breath to listen. She heard the sounds of fighting, shouts, screams, the clang of steel on steel, coming through the windows of the Tower of the Hand. She could not go back. Her father. Arya closed her eyes. For a moment she was too frightened to move. They had killed Jory and Will and Hewitt, and the guardsman on the step, whoever he had been. They could kill her father too, and her if they caught her. "Fear cuts deeper than swords," she said aloud, but it was no good pretending to be a water dancer. Sirio had been a water dancer, and the White Knight had probably killed him, and anyhow she was only a little girl with a wooden stick, alone and afraid. She squirmed out into the yard, glancing around warily as she climbed to her feet. The castle seemed deserted. The Red Keep was never deserted. All the people must be hiding inside, their doors barred. Arya glanced up longingly at her bedchamber, then moved away from the Tower of the Hand, keeping close to the wall as she slid from shadow to shadow. She pretended she was chasing cats, except she was the cat now, and if they caught her, they would kill her. Moving between buildings and over walls, keeping stone to her back wherever possible so no one could surprise her, Arya reached the stables almost without incident. A dozen gold cloaks in mail and plate ran past as she was edging across the inner bailey, but without knowing whose side they were on, she hunched down low in the shadows and let them pass. Hullen, who had been master of horse at Winterfell as long as Arya could remember, was slumped on the ground by the stable door. He had been stabbed so many times it looked as if his tunic was patterned with scarlet flowers. Arya was certain he was dead, but when she crept closer, his eyes opened.
"Arya Underfoot," he whispered. "You must warn your lord father."
Frothy red spittle bubbled from his mouth. The master of horse closed his eyes again and said no more. Inside were more bodies, a groom she had played with, and 3 of her father's household guard. A wagon, laden with crates and chests, stood abandoned near the door of the stable. The dead man must have been loading it for the trip to the docks when they were attacked. Arya snuck closer. One of the corpses was Desmond, who'd shown her his long sword and promised to protect her father. He lay on his back, staring blindly at the ceiling as flies crawled across his eyes. Close to him was a dead man in a red cloak and a lion crest helm of the Lannisters. Only one, though. Every northerner is worth 10 of these southern swords, Desmond had told her. "You liar!" she said, kicking his body in a sudden fury. The animals were restless in their stalls, whickering and snorting at the scent of blood. Arya's only plan was to saddle a horse and flee, away from the castle and the city. All she had to do was stay on the King's Road, and it would take her back to Winterfell. She took a bridle and harness off the wall. As she crossed in back of the wagon, a fallen chest caught her eye. It must have been knocked down in the fight, or dropped as it was being loaded. The wood had split, the lid opening to spill the chest's contents across the ground. Arya recognized silks and satins and velvets she never wore. She might need warm clothes on the King's Road, though. And besides... Arya knelt in the dirt among the scattered clothes. She found a heavy woolen cloak, a velvet skirt and a silk tunic and some small clothes, a dress her mother had embroidered for her, a silver baby bracelet she might sell. Shoving the broken lid out of the way, she groped inside the chest for a needle. She had hidden it way down at the bottom, under everything, but her stuff had all been jumbled around when the chest was dropped. For a moment, Arya was afraid someone had found the sword and stolen it. Then, her fingers felt the hardness of metal under a satin gown. "There she is!" A voice hissed close behind her. Startled, Arya whirled. A stable boy stood behind her, a smirk on his face, his filthy white undertunic peeking out from beneath a soiled jerkin. His boots were covered with manure, and he had a pitchfork in one hand. "Who are you?" she asked. "She don't know me," he said, "but I knows her, oh yes, the wolf girl." "Help me saddle a horse," Arya pleaded, reaching back into the chest, groping for needle. "My father's the hand of the king. He'll reward you." "Father's dead," the boy said. He shuffled toward her. "It's the queen who'll be rewarding me. Come here, girl." "Stay away!" Her fingers closed around Needle's hilt. "I says come." He grabbed her arm, hard. Everything Syria Farrell had ever taught her vanished in a heartbeat. In that instant of sudden terror, the only lesson Arya could remember was the one Jon Snow had given her, the very first. She struck him with the pointy end, driving the blade upward with a wild, hysterical strength. Needle went through his leather jerkin and at the white flesh of his belly and came out between his shoulder blades. The boy dropped the pitchfork and made a soft noise, something between a gasp and a sigh. His hands closed around the blade. "Oh, gods!" he moaned as his undertunic began to redden. "Take it out!" When she took it out, he died. The horses were screaming. Arya stood over the body, still and frightened in the face of death. Blood had gushed from the boy's mouth as he collapsed, and more was seeping from the slit in his belly, pooling beneath his body. His palms were cut where he'd grabbed at the blade. She backed away slowly, needle red in her hand. She had to get away, someplace far from here, someplace safe, away from the stable boy's accusing eyes. She snatched up the bridle and harness again and ran to her mare, but as she lifted the saddle to the horse's back, Arya realized with a sudden sick dread that the castle gates would be closed. Even the postern doors would likely be guarded. Maybe the guards wouldn't recognize her. If they thought she was a boy, perhaps they'd let her... No, they'd have orders not to let anyone out. It wouldn't matter whether they knew her or not. But there was another way out of the castle. The saddle slipped from Arya's fingers and fell to the dirt with a thump and a puff of dust. Could she find the room with the monsters again? She wasn't certain, yet she knew she had to try. She found the clothing she'd gathered and slipped into the cloak, concealing Needle beneath its folds. The rest of her things she tied in a roll. With the bundle under her arm, she crept to the far end of the stable. Unlatching the back door, she peeked out anxiously. She could hear the distant sound of swordplay and the shivery wail of a man screaming in pain across the bailey. She would need to go down the serpentine steps, past the small kitchen and the pig yard. That was how she'd gone last time, chasing the black tomcat. Only that would take her right past the barracks of the Gold Cloaks. She couldn't go that way. Arya tried to think of another way. If she crossed to the other side of the castle, she could creep along the river wall and through the little guardswood. But first she'd have to cross the yard, in the plain view of the guards on the walls. She had never seen so many men on the walls. Gold cloaks, most of them, armed with spears. Some of them knew her by sight. What would they do if they saw her running across the yard? She'd look so small from up there. Would they be able to tell who she was? Would they care? She had to leave now, she told herself, but when the moment came she was too frightened to move. Calm as still water, a small voice whispered in her ear. Arya was so startled she almost dropped her bundle. She looked around wildly, but there was no one in the stable but her, and the horses, and the dead man. Quiet as a shadow, she heard. Was it her own voice, or Sirio's? She could not tell, yet somehow it calmed her fears. She stepped out of the stable. It was the scariest thing she'd ever done. She wanted to run and hide, but she made herself walk across the yard, slowly, putting one foot in front of the other as if she had all the time in the world and no reason to be afraid of anyone. She thought she could feel their eyes, like bugs crawling on her skin under her clothes. Arya never looked up. If she saw them watching, all her courage would desert her, she knew, and she would drop the bundle of clothes and run and cry like a baby, and then they would have her. She kept her gaze on the ground. By the time she reached the shadow of the royal sept on the far side of the yard, Arya was cold with sweat, but no one had raised a hue and cry. The sept was open and empty. Inside, 100 prayer candles burned in a fragrant silence. Arya figured the guards would never miss two. She stuffed them up her sleeves and left by a back window. Sneaking back to the alley where she had cornered the one-eared Tom was easy, but after that she got lost. She crawled in and out of windows, hopped over walls, and felt her way through dark cellars, quiet as a shadow. Once she heard a woman weeping. It took her more than an hour to find a low narrow window that slanted down to the dungeon where the monsters awaited. She tossed her bundle through and doubled back to light her candle. That was Chansey. The fire she'd remembered seeing had burned down to embers, and she heard voices as she was blowing on the coals. Cupping her fingers around the flickering candle, she went out the window as they were coming in the door, without ever getting a glimpse of who it was. This time, the monsters did not frighten her. They seemed almost old friends. Arya held the candle over her head. With each step she took, the shadows moved against the walls, as if they were turning to watch her pass. "Dragons," she whispered. She slid needle out from under her cloak. The slender blade seemed very small and the dragons very big, yet somehow Arya felt better with steel in her hand. The long windowless hall beyond the door was as black as she remembered. She held needle in her left hand, her sword hand, the candle in her right fist. Hot wax ran down across her knuckles. The entrance to the well had been to the left, so Arya went right. Part of her wanted to run, but she was afraid of snuffing out her candle. She heard the faint squeaking of rats and glimpsed a pair of tiny glowing eyes on the edge of the light, but rats did not scare her. Other things did. It would be so easy to hide here, as she had hidden from the wizard and the man with the forked beard. She could almost see the stable boy standing against the wall, his hands curled into claws with the blood still dripping from the deep gashes in his palms, where Needle had cut him. He might be waiting to grab her as she passed. He would see her candle coming a long way off. Maybe she would be better off without a light. Fear cuts deeper than swords, the quiet voice inside her whispered. Suddenly, Arya remembered the crypts at Winterfell. They were a lot scarier than this place, she told herself. She had been just a little girl the first time she saw them. Her brother Robb had taken them down, her and Sansa and baby Bran, who'd been no bigger than Rickon was now. They'd only had one candle between them, and Bran's eyes had gotten as big as saucers as he stared at the stone faces of the kings of winter, with their roofs at their feet and their iron swords across their laps. Rob took them all the way down to the end, past Grandfather and Brandon and Liana, to show them their own tombs. Sansa kept looking at the stubby little candle, anxious that it might go out. Old Nan had told her there were spiders down here, and rats as big as dogs. Rob smiled when she said that. "There are worse things than spiders and rats,"